Hello and welcome back to Limbus Company. I'm Luce, and you probably, if you're watching this VOD and wondering where part 1 for Canto 5 is, I ended up doing that one after the C intervallo because I felt that was a little too short. Alright, can't forget the sound. I was doing some stuff earlier, so I turned off the sound, but I forgot to re-enable it. I knew I was forgetting something.
그럼 편안한 밤이 되시길.
There we are. Excellent. So, yeah, we're going to be continuing the story here in Canto 5. Last time, we were successfully able to rescue Pilot, but we can't let him come along because people keep dying, unfortunately. It's unfortunately just how it goes. We don't exactly have a good success rate in general, let alone a survival rate, so we're just going to have to continue on with the best of our ability. Ice cream. Incidentally, I was also appreciating how all the egos have these neat, unique sprites for when they corrupt, including the Arcanite's ones. They really put a lot of nice detail into all that stuff in this game. I appreciate it. We made our way past the mounds of shipping containers back to where we first docked. I saw Virgilus and Charon at a beach waiting for us to approach. The latter of the two was clearly suffocating from crushing boredom.
Charon ate ice cream.
It was cold, but disappeared fast. Yeah, that seems to happen to ice cream a lot, doesn't it? Did you not have the putrid sent to the sea? Putrid? Charon does not know what that is. 'Tis a flavor a lot unlike licking a fish. Blonde girl likes fish, funny tastes. Charon, shudder. Something's happened. By the looks on your faces. Explain upon arrival at the promised location. That is none of my concern. I only want to know what you have learned and make it short. Yeah, we're already behind schedule. I get it. We know where the golden ball is. It's in the Lobotomy Core branch in the middle of the Great Lake. Of course, it's in a branch. Did you learn anything else? We obtained its valuable coordinates. I know what you're about to say. That's it. That's how you got something. But listen to the trouble we went. All the trouble we went through. I don't think he cares. No, that's good enough. It almost makes me want to applaud you all. Oh my. Virgilus, there was. I know exactly what you're about to tell me. I will deal with it. Stay out of this. You look impatient, Ishmael. I see that our earlier consultation did not ease your anxiety. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Ishmael has been extremely vague and cryptic about every damn thing this whole chapter. Even worse than Faust, and you know Faust gets off on being vague and cryptic all the time. Although I do get it, a lot of it she's straight up not allowed to reveal to us because of probably NDAs if I had to guess. Possibly even enforced NDAs, like maybe they got a mental block on her or something. I wouldn't even be surprised in this universe. At this point I'm just pulling random shit from the SCP universe, but somehow it feels like it would still work in this world. If I turn out right, I called it, by the way. Let's find out. Of course not. I don't even know what's happening with my mission. We're waiting blindly through a misty sea. Yet everywhere shoving our noses in everything. Everywhere. It's driving me up a wall. Says Mist, constantly trying to pissing people off. And almost got us in trouble with some gang we didn't want. Relax. You must know that no path is ever direct in the Great Lake. I did not expect this lack of patience from someone who spent most of her life here. Yeah, as much as Ishmael liked to insist that she was the only sane person here, except sometimes including Dante, she has been the least reasonable person this entire time. Can I also assume the mess you've left the manager's shoulder in is also a consequence of your impatience? Oh, that's well, clearly an unintentional mistake. Because if it wasn't, you would not be sitting before me with your throat intact. Go. It was technically a mistake, yes. Why do you fail to look further, Ishmael? By now, you must have realized what awaits you at the end of this journey. That contract clause you are so impatient about is bound to make an appearance as long as you follow the manager's peculiar misadventures. Your combative attitude against the manager will only delay that inevitability. So, what I'm getting is that to some degree she does in fact want to deal with it. So yeah, it seems like she does want it enough that she won't just leave, but at the same time, assuming she even can, but at the same time she doesn't think ready. I think perhaps that it's more that she doesn't feel that she is ready.
겨우 4번 겪은 일로 확신하라는 말인가요?
A very big sample. Well then, I'm good at reading how these things usually flow. Yeah, it was meant to the golden bow bringing us through is not a coincidence. Forcing everyone to confront their past. So I think it's probably that the golden bow does allow it to happen. So if might be possible they work kind of like a Dragon Ball wish or something. About it, fine. I won't let frustration get the better of me. I won't step out of line. Not any more than necessary, at least.
필요 이상으로 나서는 일은 없게 하죠. 덧붙여.
Ishmael, what has
어쨌든 벌어진 일은
happened?
존재하기
You'll still have to
때문에
write up a form
상황을
explaining your
설명하는
actions
경위서
and the
정도는
circumstances
작성해야
around
할
them.
겁니다. 얼마든 저 길잡이의
Gladly,
말이
as long as the
들어맞는다면.
guide is right.
혹시
Have you brought us any ice cream by any?
아니요.
Bother not. I was merely curious about the famed ice cream Marlin port. I shall board the bus boat post haste.
이상 씨,
I appreciate the effort,
여러모로
Yisang.
고생이네.
It's a small thing, but I do appreciate Yisang of all people being the one. By the way, could we get some ice cream, please?
알아주면
Your appreciation is more than enough. He's not gonna answer me anyway, but what were you two up to?
단테 씨가 물어봐도
Dante's asking a
의미가 없는
meaningless
것에 대해
question.
여쭤보시는군요.
Don't let them rub off on you, Dante. What, was I actually supposed to bring a tub of whale ice cream for everyone? Well, I guess it's not like the manager can eat it. Although it's... I was gonna ask how he could, but I guess it's probably obvious from the context, given she said she asked a meaningless question, and it was right after one of them asked for ice cream, so it was like, there can only be one thing that he's asking about. Pirates, Pilates. And don't worry about the fact my meter isn't full. First of all, I'm about to level up, so I should be fine there. But also, I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, not only am I about to level up, I don't mind using refillers, so we should be in good shape here. Just 6, huh? Yeah, this looks good. I must say, I've really been loving Ting Tang Gang Hong Lu. His ability to take out 2 enemies really helps expedite fights. So Ishmael, this lobotomy core branch is still a ways away. Why don't you rest up a bit while you can? That's what I always do, anyway. Or at least let me take the next shift. I've done my fair share of night yawn watches. Gregor's yawn betrayed his confidence. Ishmael doesn't care. She's not going to move from her station anyway. Ishmael looked like she was waiting for something to happen, or maybe she was deathly afraid of something. She did not, even for a second, leave the telescope, courtesy of Rain, most likely. installed on the modified Mephistopheles. That's a good attitude, Swabby. It's been my long-held belief that letting your guard down is to let your comrades down. I asked Otis her thoughts out of curiosity, but she simply replied, Virgil has already acted upon the matter. If the executive manager will not take action, then that is that. She also explained that while she would not hesitate to clash with Ishmael should the need arise, she would not continue this pointless tussle that only lowered the team's morale. Yeah, at the end of the day, we still need to get this job done, and for the moment, Ishmael's placated, I guess is the best way to put it. As long as she's not losing herself again, we should be fine, but we don't know what's going to happen, so I guess that's good enough. But we're in the middle of the lake. As long as we stick to the laws of the Great Lake, I don't see us getting... Yeah, I'm still calling it really dumb that they have to be memorized and they have to be... they cannot be recorded in any fashion. They cannot... I guess it could be a conceptual thing where they can't... But this doesn't strike me as anything like the Fate universe. Like in the Fate universe, they can't write down the rules because mystery is power there. The less people know about something, the stronger it is. But as far as I can tell, that rule is not in effect in this universe. That's why all these all these companies are dedicated to researching stuff to remove mystery and learn more. I mean, yeah, they did erase our memories for learning too much, but that's also because it's a secret that if it got out, the other companies would basically know the one weakness of K-Corp and could know how to end it, because the moment that weird eye gets destroyed, their entire business goes up in smoke. They can't allow people to be aware of that, or any way of that. Although I guess with how much Chapter 4 followed up from Chapter 3, it is pretty good. I think even during the stream I noted it was a bit weird that K-Corp was just fine with the corporate cults from N-Corp going in and just murdering people, including from businesses they knew. And then, of course, 4 explained why. I mean, it's really, really stupid, but I get it. Makes sense. They're ahead. Ishmael suddenly got up and hurried into the cabins as she noticed something in the telescope. Attacked by anything. Ugh, my bad. I just always get attacked by anything. Damn it, Gregor! Why'd you have to screw it up? Time to drift again. Redhead. It's too late to change course. That trip will not help us here. They went to the trouble of hiding themselves in the artificial fog of war. We're obviously their targets. Interesting, so well, guess we're gonna be up to our fight then. It's a matter of time before they catch up with the ship, now that they know our location. Deal with them as you will. Sounds like we can deal with them as we always do. Manager, permit us to board the ship. Are you sure that boarding the ship is the best course of action if we want to save ours? According to my experience, yes. I suppose we aren't exactly good at delicate work. Our team is very good at destroying everything around us. So I guess if we're gonna have some collateral, it might as well be their ship and not ours. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. I hope you'll continue to make wise choices like that. I sighed with relief as she seemed to be going along with me for now. With that, I took a few steps behind the other sinners and watched her. Yeah, the good news is she didn't give any wise-ass response or anything. When we asked confirmation, she simply said, yeah, I'm confident, so I'm with Dante. It seems like a good idea to trust her experience. We'll look at our ship with harpoons, force them in melee range. Someone grab the helm and turn on my signal. Then someone should be on standby, ready to shut off the engine at the right moment. Hey, you, bring some extra rope. You, wait for her signal in the wheelhouse. Ishmael's explanations were rapid and confident, Otis nodding along. The other sinners were quick to follow the instructions. Watching Ishmael throw her razor-sharp harpoon at the pirate ship, I started to feel something was off. There they were, the sinners, working so well together like clockwork, but underneath that, maybe all that mattered to them was their own goals. I don't think she's wrong, but at the same time, people can work together while still working towards their own individual goals. And it's not like we can't, care about one another and one another's goals. As far as I can tell, everyone here wants redemption for their major sin in the backstory, probably including us, even though we can't remember what it is, although, given apparently we were some sort of big shot before, and given how horrible Alfonso was, yeah, something tells me we probably weren't too far off from that ourselves. I was wondering if all the times I've spent thinking, hoping, contemplating our futures together were pointless. This thought lingered a while in my head. It's not going to be easy, that's for sure. But I suppose you miss 100% of the shots you never take.
이쪽으로.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 단장님 봤어요? 자, 어느 쪽일지 잘.
Man, they are really embracing the pirate aesthetic, the old-timey pirate aesthetic, aren't they?
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
Yeah, I'm losing some of the rolls. Well, I guess as long as,
자,
yeah, the sooner I get Hong Lu's sanity up, the more he'll be able to really snowball.
쪽방이 아닐 텐데.
해보겠네.
Do what you just did. You got another crushing blow in you, right?
벌써 끝나가는
Feeling pretty good about this team.
이건 예상 못했나
It's
봐.
not far from optimal, but hey, random bullshit go works rather well when everyone's got a nice mix of offense and defense.
이쪽으로.
깔끔하게 물었군.
즉시
Alright, let me
제거하시죠.
grab a sip of my drink while this plays out. Ah, dang, I lost a really good roll there. Oh, whatever. The fact he just got another free attack is nice, even if it wasn't as much damage.
이쪽으로.
If I do end up going for the Walpurgis tonight, full stop, Hong Lu is probably the best just to make sure he can utilize his, what's it called? His ID a lot better. Although I suppose,
즉시 제거하시죠. 내가 눈에 새겨주지.
I suppose if there's a new Ishmael, one that works well with the Scotty ID, that wouldn't be half bad either. Especially since she's one of the ones I don't have that's good. Like, I can definitely I can't really make the resources for Hong Lu's Ling ego right now, but his ID is really nice. I love it. Meanwhile, I don't really have anything particularly good about Ishmael's IDs, any good Ishmael ID yet, so...
미련은 없겠다만.
징수하겠네.
So yeah, it might be good to round out the roster a bit more with some other characters that aren't built yet.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Yeah. I definitely got really lucky with some of probably about half the sinners, but less so for the other half, that's for certain. Hong Lu is also among those, by the way. Remember, I got Ting Tang Gang Hong Lu from the new player login bonus item, so... I didn't pull him. I had to specifically select him from the launch selection. Dawn's also was a bit of a late comer when I was going deep into the Arcanite's banner, so it took a while to get her going.
반성하지 않다.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
Easy enough.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 마음 놓고 여러 적이시고. 너무 쉽군요. 운이
Panic
따라준다면
atrophied stun.
좋겠네요.
Wow, that person is really not having a good day, are they?
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐. 너무 쉽군요.
Easy enough. Slice and dice. Oh, dang. Oh, good. Phew, that was a little close. Although I guess that shows how good multiple coins in an attack are. Looks like no one's taken any severe damage, so I don't have to worry about that too much. Although I can't help but notice that Butler Faust is pretty much the only one who's losing rolls. Could be because she's 2-star, but it could also just be that she's got bad luck. It does happen. I mean, even Yi Sang's Haisho ID here sometimes loses rolls. Not much can be done about that, unfortunately. This is far from the first game where you can stack up success but not to 100%. And believe me, I'm all too familiar with how frequently, sometimes even frequently in a row, you can fail a 95%.
제거하시죠.
Easy enough. Doesn't mean we can take their ship now. We can sell it for some profit. Or maybe feed it to Mephistopheles' boat. Yar, you crafty bastards. We were gonna board your ship first.
우리가 좀 바빠서
We got
말이야.
places to be, things to do. Got it.
편올릴 생각보다는 바른
No,
대로
that's my
말하는 게
question.
신상에
Why
좋을
flap your
거야.
gums meaninglessly and I'll tear the lips off your mugs.
뭐라?
Speak, who sent your
어디서
blonkers after us? Yar, we can't let someone who dared lay a finger on our first mate leave in one piece. Your very breath brings shame to our syndicate by Nook's orders. You won't leave here alive. Ah, and that blood marvelous. I like seeing good camaraderie.
나쁘진 않은 걸. 근데 혓바닥 놀리라고 누가 그랬냐?
So, what I say about flapping your gums meaninglessly? I think your threats will rattle us. We're no tenderfoots, you stupid sons of bachelors.
끈질기네
What
이것들.
a clingy bunch. We
기껏
spared the
부선장을
first
살려줬더니
its life, and this is
고마워하지도
the
않고.
thanks we get.
스미 그
You think
사람이
this is what
말한 게
sweet
이걸 거야?
meant that we'll regret if we... No, you're driven out of whiting. That's not from shame. Huh?
함께했던
When all your
동료들이
mates lay dead, consumed, manipulated, led to a meat grinder by a collective insanity of man, woman. When you're left in that endless void where
유일하게
the
들리는
only
소리라고는
sound is the beating of your own heart. Oh my. Yeah, she's really tearing into someone while saying all this.
혼자 남은 내 심장 박동일 때.
Wait.
그리고
And when you realize that,
꼬락서니
your heart
속에서
continues to beat because it's so desperately, pathetically clinging to life, despite all of that.
살아남고 싶다는 박동이라는 걸 알아버린
She's
그때
talking about herself. I fully realize that she's going crazy on this entirely because she's projecting her own life onto this. That's when you'll feel true shame.
그때 느끼는 거야. 수치라는 건.
Oh, wait. Look at the start date or board. I can hazard. You didn't have a clue no clue what you're doing out here.
나를 살려주면
Spider-Man,
다
I'll tell you what you
말해줄게.
need to know. Even put a good word to the boss man for
그분께도
you.
이야기를 잘 들여보겠어. 손해보는 장사는
Not near to
아니잖아.
lose here, lass.
나까지
You won't have anyone
죽어버리면
put a good
그분이
word if you
오해를
killed me.
하실지도 모르니까.
Am I getting through to you?
그렇지.
Spare me, you might
역시
straight
공익에
out of the
당기지?
sake with your...
만약 그렇게 되면 너희도 기적적으로 호수를 벗어날 수.
Killed mid-sentence.
이런
I'm getting
의미도
too
없는
tired.
뻔한
This
말을
is insane.
일일이
Meaningless,
들어주는 것도
please.
한심해.
Yeah, and if we're honest, I don't think that's something offered. Yeah, even in Kingmaker, I always felt wary if someone said, do me this solid, and I'll definitely put in a good word. Yeah, you have to be very careful, because anything that doesn't have an immediate payoff, a supposed long-term, could easily go away. It's why I'm very wary about trusting anything that says, this is guaranteed to happen in X month. There's a lot of times, a lot of people proudly announcing those claims know damn well everyone's going to forget about it by then.
방금 저게
That's the last
마지막이었죠?
one, right? Let's go back to
다시
our
배로
ship.
복귀하면 되겠어요.
I guess, can I put this? Yeah, it looks like that. Yeah, I think that statement was a bit too general. That doesn't make any sense, what I just said. Oh yeah, like in COVID, there was that one guy who kept going around insisting that everyone who takes the vaccine will be dead within 1 to 2 years, guaranteed. There is 0 chance of survival. Yeah, they expected everyone to forget by then. It's predictions that are a long ways out are very easy to make because you can say whatever you want. Most people will forget about it by then, especially for online social media stuff. The ship was still as death. Its sails fluttered like a forlorn dance in the winds. Again, they're just so dedicated to that pirate aesthetic, old-timey pirate aesthetic, when they have way more advanced stuff than this. So, can we sell the ship now for a profit? I mean, we killed everyone on board. We can claim it, right?
마침내 굴레 하나를
Might
끊었어.
as well gain more money out of the deal.
두려움 없이
Nothing.
나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요. 그러니 언젠가 재회할 날 꼭 내게도 은자를 풀어주시오. 네.
징수하겠네.
Yeah, these are pretty easy for winning within 10 turns, but then again, that's probably the point. So something's been bothering me. Wasn't it weird that they all seem so certain that if we keep going this way, we run into some other huge disaster?
특기할 점은 아닙니다, 관리자님.
It is nothing of note,
저들은
manager,
자신이
but a
우위에
byproduct of their
있다고
firm
굳게
belief in their
믿었기
advantage over us.
그것보다 특이했던
I've
것은
observed
저들의
notably,
성체
however,
아래
they have
날카로운
installed
것들이
numerous spikes on the
무수하게
lower
박혀
side
있었다는
of their
것입니다.
ship's hull.
백끼리의 충돌을
Are
대비한
they
것
not for
아닌가?
ramming other vessels? I've heard such tactics
해상
were
근접전에서
occasionally used in
그런
naval
일이 왕왕
combat.
있다고 들었다.
충각을
They were
노렸다기에는
installed far too
위치가
low in the
배
water
바닥에
to be useful as a
중점적으로
means of
몰려있었고
ramming another
90개
ship.
정도를
It can be
보았으니
extrapolated that the metal's level of
그리
corrosion on the
오래되진
spikes
않아 보인다.
concentrated keel of the boat that they've been installed recently.
배 밑바닥을
How did you
보았다고?
see the keel of the boat?
가까우니 맑아서 보였다.
The water is clearer up close than it appeared from the distance.
밑에서
Maybe they're trying to stop
무언가가
something from
올라오려는 걸
climbing
막고
up to
싶었던
the ship,
걸까요?
perhaps? Can't imagine that any fish would swim
바닥을
blindly into the keel of a boat. They're not birds crashing into windows.
나는 참새도 아니고.
별거 아닐 수도
Maybe it was
있잖아.
nothing. You know how superstitious
해적들은
pirates can
미신
be.
같은 거 잘
Maybe it's
믿는다며.
what if it's some kind of good
그건
luck
잠시간이야?
charm? Maybe we should have let the assistant manager pilot tag along after all.
파우스트 씨,
Know anything about this
알고 있는 거 없어?
Faust?
관련된
No
정보는
pertinent
아직
information has been
업데이트되지
updated.
않았습니다. 호수의
The
규칙을
most we can do is
유념하여
ensure that
나가는
we do
것이
not violate any
최선인 것
laws of the
같군요.
Great Lake. Yeah, the fact that they're intentionally meant to be vague almost implies to me they want people to screw with them or be punished. Thus continue our journey to the Lobotomy Corp branch with the variable coordinates pilot gave us. Paranoia of the unknown weighing heavily upon our shoulders. After an indeterminate amount of time, Otis, we will have to steer the ship port
방향차를
side.
좌현으로 돌려야 할 것 같네요.
What? Otis, who was looking out ahead from the bow, whipped around. Whatever Faust said seemed to appear
Oi.
unexpected.
몇십
Hey, it
분
hasn't even been
전만
an
해도
hour since you told us to
이
cross
구역을 직선으로
the zone
빠르게
in a
지나가야
straight
한다고
line.
말하지 않았나?
예측했던
We are
속도에
falling short of our
도달하지
target speed.
못했습니다.
At our current rate, we'll be
이대로
struck
이
by the next
구역을
zone's
벗어나게
waves
되면
as soon as we
다음
exit
구역의
here.
파도를 맞이할 겁니다.
그게 이번 구역의 빌어먹을 규칙인가?
Is it the damn law of the zone?
맞습니다. 해적과의
Indeed,
전투가
though our
빠르게
encounter with the
끝마치긴
pirates was rapidly
했지만
resolved, we still fell
시간이
behind schedule.
지체되었던 건 다르지
The variable
않았으니까요.
coordinates now points to a different
전동차
route.
여기서
How much time are we going to have to waste here? According
안내대로라면
to the variables, the
약
necessary
3일
roundabout
정도의
pass will
우회
cost us 3 more
항로를
days.
이용해야겠군요.
Otis better look with discontent before turning my direction. Executive Manager, I have a genius plan. A plan that will not only accelerate this, but also increase the chances of securing and rescuing lives of LCCB
LCCB 대원들의
agents.
구출 및 적어도
If we were to waste 3 more days at sea, there's very little guarantee for their
그들이
well-being.
건강한 상태로 있을 것이라는 보장은 없습니다.
Well, what's the plan? We keep going forward. With that, Otis slowly raised the acceleration lever.
뭐라고요?
What?
제정신인가요?
Oh, the nuts! We'll be standing right
파도가
to the
올 것이라는 걸
into the
미리
waves. You know
알고
that.
그 안으로
파도에
I
대해서는
know what
나도
the
들은
waves
것들이
are,
있다.
Suave. I'm not as ignorant to the Great Lakes as you might think.
알았나?
You've had plenty of experience weathering and
네
conquering
녀석도
waves as well,
파도를
haven't
겪고
you?
이겨낸 경험이 많았을 거라고 보는데
그야 당연하죠.
Yeah, that's because they're
하지만
unavoidable.
그건
Because we lacked information to take
정보가
the roundabout
부족해서
path. I never
어쩔 수
sailed
없이 맞닥뜨린
knowingly
파도들이었어요.
into the waves before.
알고 지나간 적은 한 번도 없다고요.
하지만
But you still prevailed, did you
이겨냈던
not?
거지? 심지어 지금처럼
And that was when you didn't have someone to bring you back. I say this is well within our capabilities.
그건 더불어
Besides, there's the added benefit of accelerating our mission and the higher
그리고
probability of
소수
rescue
졸개가
that the
오랬던 구출 확률
executive
증가까지
manager and a
얻는다.
few underlings wanted.
이스마일,
It's clear to me that you, Ishmael, weren't so happy with our weren't so happy with how slow our progress has been either. What is it? Did you suddenly gain a yearning for a 3-day sunbathing break? Instead of responding to Otis' sarcastic remark, Ishmael squinted in the direction the boat was speeding in.
물결.
The tide's the order of the speed to Color Lake over there. It's a blue-whirling lake of murk and fishery. I haven't suffered its waves before, but I know many ships have, many of which are now lying at the bottom
직접
of the lake.
겪어본 호수는 아니지만
그게
Fine, as long as we
우리가
don't
되지
join
않으면
them.
될 뿐이죠.
What if we just take a
만약
quick look? If we
갔다가요.
don't think it's too much, we
아니다
can just
싶으면
go back the way we
다시
came.
돌아와도
Right?
되잖아요.
다시 돌아간다고요?
Go back. There is no such
이
thing as going
호수에는
back in this
어떻게
lake.
할까요, 단테?
Your decision, Dante? Let's follow Otis's plan then. Understood.
구역의 경계를 넘어
Crossing the zone
지정한
borders to
호수로
the target
가는
lake.
맙소사.
You gotta be kidding me. Ah, Otis, you better be right here. As soon as those words left her mouth, there was a flash in the sky. Thunder? It's really starting to pour.
태풍의 눈가야.
We're in the eye of the storm. Wait, but the sky was clear a moment ago. How
이미
could this...
파도가 밀려왔다는
The
거.
waves are already here, manager.
재미있는
That was an
볼거리였어.
entertaining display.
결혼
Caron, this seems...
슬슬 그
This is a good opportunity to test that function. Oh, what's this? A 3D model here? Okay, switching
버티기 모드
to endure
전환.
mode. That's when the reality began to sink in. What had happened to, or what happens to, or will happen to everyone and everything that entered this lake without preparation for what is to come. So we have a preparation in place for it. What should we do now, Ishmael? There's
대호수에 처음
an
항해를
this
시작한
adage that every
국내계
greenhorn
선원들은
sailor of the Great Lake hails
한
before
번쯤
they set
들었던
their
말이
first
있죠.
sail.
만약 네가
There's but one thing you can count if
어떤
you find
파도가
yourself
일지
in an
모르는
unfamiliar
호수
lake
속에
whose
갇히게
waves are
된다면
alien to you.
믿어야 하는 건 단 하나다.
A colossal wave rises in a crest before us. Sick. Ready your weapons if you want to delay the
조금이라도
inevitable.
늦게 돼지고 싶다면 무기를 꺼내두는 편이 좋을 거다. 그건
It's not your
너의
sailing
항해 실력,
progress. Your progressing eyes of
말리까지 보는
Pathfinder,
길잡이 실력,
or the unbreakable bond between you and your mates.
끈적이는 유대감도 아니다. 많은 이들이
Many sailors fail to endure this
이것을
trial and
견디지
instead choose to become sacrifices to the depths of the
고스톱
lake.
스스로를 제물로 삼는 걸 택한다.
뭐가 기어올라오고 있는
Something's
거예요?
climbing onto the ship.
그저 어떠한
Trust nothing but your own resolve to hold steadfast in the face of terror, in the face of calamity.
고작
Though the raging lake
헛수가 넉다
may
위에
remain indifferent to the
잠잠해질지는
will of your
모르겠지만
meager existence. They're all on strings. Oh my. It twirled. Alright, these specialize in sinking, which means they're probably going to, upon death, deal damage connecting mermaids and apply damage up. Ah, so that's a mermaid monster. Interesting.
일기당천.
헛! 자! 아직 징수하지 않은 남았으니 이제는 마시게.
The damage is low, but getting rupture up there should help, I think.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Claw. Yeah, good luck, buddy.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
The more splattering they do, the better.
해보겠네.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Whale of the porous hand mermaid. Whale of the porous hand soldier mermaid.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
That should do more than enough damage to handle these guys. I just have to be careful because they inflict sinking, which is going to shatter my sanity meters.
제쳐라. 이건 예상 못했나 봐.
Flesh of the waves.
단테님 봤어요?
Shank.
자, 목적일지 잘 깔끔하게 몰았고. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
이러네.
No splattering, which means the mermaid's taking damage. I'm gonna say that is not the first thing that came to mind when I think of a mermaid, and I've seen some monstrous mermaids.
헛! 자! 그쪽으로.
Large.
이러네. 대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
Victory.
저것을 대체
No words come to mind to rightly describe that
감이 잡히지 않는구려.
creature.
호수 밑에 사는
The
정체불명의
unfathomable entities
것들은
inhabiting the
고래라는
lakes are
이름으로
called
불리죠.
whales, and those that
그
emerge
안에서
are
나오는
called
것들은
mermaids.
인어에 속하고요.
Alright, so that explains it.
구멍손.
That's the whale of prosperous hand. I was
정말이지.
really hoping to avoid that
마주치고
one.
싶지 않은 고래였는데.
Is that one of the whales they were talking about at U-Corp? Do mermaids raid ships too? I've read about them once as a child, but they don't look anything how they did in the books.
그리고 어릴 때 본 책에서 읽었던 거와는 너무
인어라.
Mermaids. I still
어릴
remember
때
the horrible
형이
bedtime
인어가
stories my
그렇게
brother
무섭다며
used to tell me
자기
about
전에
them.
겁을 주곤 했었는데.
그러니까
So they make perfumes out of these things?
뭔지를 만든단 말이야?
In this universe, I wouldn't even be surprised. Verity, this isn't a good time. Isn't this a good time for you to lend a hand for once?
잊었어?
Really? That guy who practically spectated like a bystander when we were slaughtered at K-Corp? He didn't even blink.
안 찌푸리고 구경하고 있었잖아.
He did wave at us though. I couldn't wave back though because my wrists were getting snapped in half.
손을 흔들어드리진 못했지.
물론
Of
나라고
course, I won't sit idly by as Mephistopheles sinks if it ever comes to that. But know that I will take action only under a very particular set of circumstances. Alright, so he's allowed to save himself, but he's probably... Actually, I wonder if I said allow by mistake, but now that I think about it, maybe that is true. I mean, we're bound by contracts, but nothing says Virgilus isn't too. If so, then it's entirely possible Virgilus straight up isn't allowed to interfere as much as even if he wanted to. So he can only interfere, like, if the ship sinks, because then, well, I have to save myself, so, and conveniently not mention it would save us too. Interesting. in which you were all decimated, the enemies have crushed the manager's head and are about to tear the hands off that clock. His eyes are glowing when he talks about the hands. Are you serious right now? Dante, I cannot allow them to take the company's precious assets right before my eyes, now can I? So I'm afraid that you won't see me step in before every single one of you are dead. So the hands on the clock. I don't know why I didn't realize it sooner. Those were the ones that were spinning to revive. So it's not us that allows it, was the company asset. But in that case, why did they give us the head when they were about to sacrifice us? Mr. God, are you really as good as they say? Maybe the story's about we were all just tall tales, you know? I was just trying to provoke him and to trick him into acting. That's no, do not. Yeah, that's just a no. The two previous victims of Virgilus interjected, albeit in hollow voices, to rebut Raja's rather dangerous remark. So either take them out, welcome them aboard with open arms, or whatever. I'm leaving all of it to you. And I still stand by what I said. It's possible Virgilus isn't allowed to act even if he wanted to. After all, we keep talking about our contracts, but nothing says he's not under one too. After all, he had to have some deeper motivation for saving us. There's no way he did it just out of the goodness of his heart. I did complete that one, right? Yeah. Yeah, I believe it'd be yellow if I'd failed. So much to speculate about. Well, it's not the first time I've thrown hands with mermaids. It won't be the last, and it will not be the last, I can tell you that much. The staggered ones are definitely dying this turn. I don't like them inflicting sinking on me, but the good news is the sanity will still be going up enough to counteract it as long as we win these exchanges. Yeah, I definitely need to up-tie for these Sangs here. He's definitely... I get the sense he's not going to stop carrying me anytime soon. Let's just put that on the table there. Not bad. Didn't kill, so we didn't get to a free reuse, but the damage is not disappointing. Plummet for all. Oh dear, I'm losing this. That's no good. I don't want to use up too much sanity on egos when these things drop sanity quite a bit. Probably not as much as the Seaborn do in the Arcanite's event, but still pretty bad. Okay, good. Sanity's going back up here. Damage time. Oh my. We're not out of the woods yet. Ugh. Actually, I think I might want to risk it. Time for the ego here for some moderate healing, and making sure I win that clash, because that clash is when I want to be sure I win.
멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
I guess it does also have AoE to it, which is quite nice.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
There we go, splatter.
해보겠네.
Crush 'em.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
이러네. 대상 사망. 아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 숙제는 마치게.
즉시 퇴거하시지요.
Oh my, wave 4.
이쪽으로.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
The mermaid damage in the background doesn't seem to be able to get damage normally, so I'm not sure. I guess the mermaid taking damage when this creature dies is just a flavor thing, because I doubt it's going to die early and force me to. And have the remaining ones die or force me to finish the enemies or something early or something.
깔끔하게 물었군.
재밌네요.
일기당천.
Here. Shrieking waves. Lost the first one, but won the second. Not bad. Well, we
이러네. 대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
the
일기당천.
stagger, they take double damage now, so boosted damage at the very least. Not sure if it's double.
재빨바람.
Oh my. Screech, the Great Lake of Eucorp, Whale of the Porous Hand, Mermaid. Huff, huff. How many left?
몇 마리?
None.
그럼 이것이
Then this is the last
마지막이겠네요.
one. There's something off about those mermaids that crawled out of the whale. A feeling not so different from looking at an abnormality or distortion. Mermaids, were they human once?
제 설명이 부족했겠네요.
I guess I should have explained better.
단순히
Not every
밑바닥에
creature lives in the
산다고 해서
depths of the Great Lakes
고래라는 이름이
are called
붙여지진 않아요.
whales. Whales
고래라는
specifically
것들은
refer to
호수에서
everything in the Great Lake that
인간을
can
속주로 삼는
parasitize
모든 것들을 통틀어
humans.
부르는 단어. 고래가
And whales give birth
이모들을
to
낳는 거죠.
mermaids. And where the mermaids come
파도에
from?
밀려온 고래에
They're
먹힌
people
거예요.
devoured by whales that came from the waves. There's no
비슷한 꼴이
guarantee
될
we
수도
won't meet the same fate.
알겠죠?
See, now you know why they could
어쩌면
turn the clock all day.
관리자님이 되돌리는
You could
건
turn the clock all day
아무
and
소용이
fail to bring us
없을지도
back.
모른다고요.
I guess this also explains why you decided to just have Scotty kill the sinners before they transformed to Seaborns. I see now. The waves were beyond relenting, abating, and Ishmael, who'd already weathered and braved countless, endless crashing waves, was starting to snap strand by strand.
내게는
I have a
반드시
mission I
이루어야
cannot
할
fail,
목표가 있고 그걸
and
방해하는
I'll kill
것들은
everything that stands in my way.
곤두박질
Even if I
치면서
were to stumble, even
부서지는
if
한이
every part of it were
있더라도
to fall apart, I'll see it through to the end.
집념과
Determined and
투쟁심.
ferocious. Both good
모험을
attitudes to
시작할
have
때
when setting sail on an
나쁘지 않은
adventure.
준비물이지. 본격적인
Because
항해.
our voyage is just getting started. Oh dang, that one's a whirlpool, which... is that going down there intentionally, or is it getting sucked in accidentally? Although it is interesting. Let's see here. That looks like a giant cruise liner in the far back. That looks like a mountain with boats going around it below it. To the left of that one, I don't know, it looks like an island almost. And of course the smoking green there, but we don't know a single one of these that which one of these contains it. We should actually. They just didn't give the player the coordinates, but the characters have them. The characters should know.
승전보가 울렸어. 그럼에도 말들은 즐거움을 건망하시오.
Cruise party.
기쁨을 절약하시오. 우리는 군주가 가리키는 곳으로.
호수의 물,
The lake.
호수를 바라볼
When I look into its
때마다
waters, I see my
늘
shimmering
해놓는
reflection.
모습에 내가 보여. 호수가
Maybe I'm
아무리
just as
달라져도
fractured and twisted like my
물 위에
reflection in the
비친 내
water.
모습은
It doesn't matter which lake we're on, I always look so warped. So
오히려
unstable. I happened upon Ishmael's musings at the time while we were on our way to the elusive lobotomy corp branch of the Great Lake. It had been a while since our last disastrous incident.
호수에 비춰온 뒤틀린
Maybe my distorted
모습들이
reflections really were just me.
사실은 옳았던 것일지도 모르지.
Even from a distance, it was evident Ishmael was gazing down at her own reflection in the water. I resisted my wandering feet and decided to catch her for a moment. I wanted to see what Ishmael was looking at together. My hands
피가
were
맺혔었지.
peeling, bleeding.
소금물이 들어가서 쓰라렸고
Salt water seeped into my gaping wounds. It hurt so much that I thought I might faint if I didn't let go.
놓을 수
But I
없었어.
couldn't.
무엇을 놓고
What was
싶지
I holding on to?
관리자님,
Executive manager, there's a matter that requires your attention.
다음 좌표에
We're
가까워진
approaching
것
our
같습니다.
next coordinates. Okay,
저도 보죠.
I'll go say too. Ishmael woke from her introspection and straightened herself. She strode
앞에는
towards
뭐가
us.
있죠?
Alright, what's up ahead?
눈앞에 보이는 것.
The radar's caught something. We have a
Radar.
visual on a solitary
한쪽,
ship.
그리고
And it looks like we have 3
이번
hours to
호수에서의
kill before we're
대기는
allowed to move on to the next
3시간인
lake.
듯하다.
Unless the executive manager wishes to,
관리자님이
to authorize
요전번처럼
us to weather
파도에
the waves
맞서게
once
허락만
more.
해주신다면 그럴 필요는 없.
No, Otis. The losses were worse than I anticipated. And remember what Ishmael said. We're extremely lucky the waves came for us. The waves that came for us was a relatively manageable one. Yes,
명령하신
executive
대로
manager.
따르겠습니다.
Thanks to Otis, who quickly abandoned the idea, the sinners and I could observe this new vessel with somewhat lighter hearts. Ah, what a
다행히
relief. That doesn't look like a
해적선으로
pirate ship.
보이지는 않아요.
That's...
저거는
No, that is mini cruise ship over yonder. A veritable pirate ship, a veritable pirating. Even from this distance, I can see a lot of colorful balloons and banners decorating the ship.
난
I love to
네가
partake.
정말 줬어. 거기서는
None shall be vexed, no matter how I frolic at the party. Not so will pay mind how I leap and run shouting. What joy is it not?
베르, 애를 얼마나 구박했으면 이렇게.
Fergie, go easy on the girl, why don't you?
아,
Oh, but
저런
I'm sure there's some
데에서는
local
보통
delicacies there
특산물
too.
요리도 내놓을
Liquor,
텐데
treats not found
술도
anywhere else in the
있고,
city.
거기서만 맛볼 수 있는 귀한 음식일 텐데.
Roger and Don Quixote both shot twinkling glances then at Virgilus and back at me. Virgilus shrugged. Whatever we decided to do here is none of his business. Well, maybe they could tell us something about the nearby Lobotomy Corp branch, or maybe they know something about the LCB agents. Don Quixote was rhythmically swaying her shoulders. Maybe she's trying to imitate the Marlin dance she glimpsed back at the club. Hey ho! Allow me to ask thee and thy fine company a few questions. The faintly blaring music was the only response.
음악 때문에 안 들릴
Maybe they
수도
can't hear some
있겠어.
of the music. Boy, music these days is just too loud
에이,
for
요새
me.
음악은 지나치게 시끄러워서 건너가서
It'd be
물어보는 게
faster if we just head
빠르겠어.
over and ask them in person. I guess we can stop by and ask a few questions. We had 3 hours to kill anyway. Might as well make ourselves useful and collect intel. Ishmael shot a glance at Virgilus before staring at the floor aversely.
저 배가
It's
누구의
a reckless
배인지
idea, just rope to a
어떤 일을
random vessel
겪은
we don't know anything
배였는지를
about, like
정확히
its
모르는
owner or
상태에서
history, but
간다는
if
것은
executive manager
무모한 짓이라고
exists.
생각되지만
Worst case scenario, we just kick their asses.
관리자인데
Sure, let's
건너가죠.
stop by, quote unquote.
저거는 또 갑자기 오티스나
was a very
할 법한
oldest-
말을 하네.
That was a very oldest thing to say, isn't it? It's just the
이렇게 하기로
attitude I
했을
decided to
뿐이에요.
adopt.
이제
Now, this boat will come in useful.
이건 구명조끼나 튜브는 안 넣어도
Will this
될까요?
boat not capsize? Should I pack some life vests or a buoy? By the time 13 of us squeezed in, the skiff was packed and precariously swaying. Some sinners darkened with... Don't worry, guys. Even if you all drown, I'll bring you back, right as rain. Just right then. Drink responsibly, everyone. In the manner that was extremely out of character, he waved at us. Does he know something we don't? Yeah, we're gonna learn about the sin that got Ishmael on this ship. Cruise party. I still don't see anyone on deck.
보시오.
Wait but a moment, I shall make use of my lungs to howl a bellow so powerful they have no recourse but to heed us.
질러보겠어.
Hark!
야 팔마!
Shout it, you'll burst my eardrums.
그런데 이런
By the way, is it okay for just to
선상
barge
파티
on a
같은
yacht
건
party like this?
그 뭐냐?
We don't have an invitation
초대장도
or
없을
anything
텐데.
like it either.
주눅 들지 마
Pull
그래.
out your
이런
chest,
건 원래
Greg. More the
같이
merrier,
즐길수록
right?
신나는
They'll
거야.
understand. I suppose if anyone... Well, no. Radion herself said she has no experience with parties of this type.
다치고 나발이고
I couldn't care less about the party. We're
목표는
together
정보
instead.
수집이에요.
Waste any more time and I'm leaving you all
헛짓거리 하면 놓고 갈
behind.
겁니다.
Whoa, this place is really fancy. Numerous liquor bottles and half-eaten food were strewn about all over the deck.
바로 직전까지
It appears the
이
party
자리에서
must have ended
파티를
rather
벌이고
recently and
있었던 것으로
abruptly.
보인다.
Oh dear, it's always a bad sign when it looks like people vanished without a trace. This suggests they didn't have time. No one even had time to pick up and grab the food with them. I
안쪽에 불이
spy
켜져
a light
있어.
shining from the ship's
김장에
interiors.
가보고 오리라.
I shall go swiftly like the wind and verify sources. Don Quixote, running on sheer excitement for a party, scuttled the cabins.
시끄러운 게 하나 사라졌네.
Ah, well, that's the one.
그럼
That's one loudmouth gone then. He slammed his fist to the speaker so the blaring the music the whole time.
이제야 살 것
Blimey,
같네.
that's a relief. Thought my
이
eardrums were
터지는 줄
about to
알았어.
burst. I decided to remain silent. The music was pretty loud. Well, it's awful
음악이
quiet up
꺼지니까
here now that music's gone.
영썰렁해지는구만.
Yeah, and furthermore, why didn't someone pop up getting pissed at us for breaking their music? Someone should have been pissed off, right?
그러고 보니
Oh,
지금
this reminds me of
상황과
a similar
비슷한
story my
이야기가
nanny used to tell
생각나네요.
me. It's an old story, but Don Quixote returned with a dumbfounded expression on her face. There was not.
뭐가?
Wait,
음식?
what? No
술?
food, drinks,
아니면 둘 다?
both? There was no one.
그죠.
Yet the lights were left
그저
on.
불만 켜져 있었다는 것이.
Nary a soul to be seen inside.
방금까지 파티가 있었던 게
Ridiculous. It's
자명했어.
clear that a moment ago, a large
사람
group of
하나
people were having a
없다는
party on the
말이
deck. How could no one be around? For truth, perhaps they're busying themselves with a game of hide and seek? Okay, I'm sure even Don Quixote knows that's not fooling anyone.
이런 모임에 모일 만한 사람.
Can't imagine that crowd left all these liquor bottles behind to be the kind that enjoys hide and seek like kids at a party.
그럼
So they just
사라졌던
vanished in thin
건가요?
air? Like, wait, did the
여기
waves
사람들이
already? I guess they must have.
다른 가능성을 둔다면 배에
That
창고가
is one
있겠다.
remaining possibility. The ship's storage space.
그런데 파티를
Are you saying
하던
this party
사람들이
people left all this uneaten
이
food and
모든
better?
음식과 술을
Liquor behind to
먹어가지고
huddle in a cramped
좁은
storage
창고에
room?
우르르 모여 있다고?
아,
Oh, I
네,
remember now,
딱
yes.
이런
The
이야기였어요.
story went just like this.
성대한
Once a
잔치를
huge
한다는
manor sent
초대장을
sent
받고
out invitations for a grand
들어갔는데
party, but when the guests
아무도
arrived, they found the
보이지
manor
않는다는
vacant,
거였어요.
engulfed in deadly silence.
저희 노래나 다시
How about
틀까요?
we get the music going again?
라디오 작살냈는데?
I smashed the radio, lad.
이게 파도에
If the
당했던
ship was struck by
바람에
waves, we have to get out of here now.
그런데
Then
열려
boom,
있는
boom,
어떤
banging
방에서
noises came from a
자꾸
door slightly ajar. So of
쿵하는
course they
소리가
went in to
들리길래
investigate.
들어가
Alright,
보았더니
Honglu's giving a scary story now. We have to hold on. Let's listen to what he's got.
들어가 보았더니
And yeah, see, Don knows what knows how to feel.
사람들이 두
And there they
팔을
were,
펼쳐
bodies, stiff as
시체같이
corpses in rigor
뻣뻣하게
mortis, stretched out,
껑충껑충
hopping up
튀어오르면서
and down. Ah, zombie hopping. Oh, I think I'll go back and check out the storage space.
참고로 확인해보고 와야겠어요.
싱클레어군.
Sinclair,
왜
why
그렇게
pour
손가락을
out thy
흘러나오?
palms so sudden? Genetics. Sinclair hurriedly left the room and searched the storage. Which was the dance that was all the rage back then, apparently. That art of dancing. There must truly be an art of great profundity.
별 이야기도
Well, I was some
아니었잖아.
damn squib, but thought it was actually gonna go somewhere.
본인은
I
틀림없이
thought with quite the confidence that this would be the tale of the living dead.
괜히 애 겁주겠네.
Now what'd you do that for? You scared the kid off. Well, where'd he go? I'll go find Sinclair. I hope it... Well, I guess if it forces me to do a Sinclair solo, I do have a decent one for that. He's got a good amount of offense and defense at the very least, but he basically only does envy damage to things. Efficient, oh my. I don't want to wait to recharge it, even though the next one will probably fill it, so you know what? Let's eat one of these boxes.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
I see no possible way this could go wrong for me. It's pretty dark in here. The hallway of the storage was significantly narrower than the party deck. I had nothing but faint, occasionally flashing lights to guide me. I decided to proceed carefully. Seriously, this place is way creepier than wherever Hong Lu was going with his story. Sinclair, you there? I wasn't sure where these water droplets were falling from, but they were really getting on my nerves. I don't see anything. Not that I could in this dark, even if it were there. All I see is a very faint ray of light and... Oh, Sinclair! And Sinclair, it seemed to me been staying there a good while. How long, I wasn't sure. Sinclair stood there like death. He looked up. What are you looking at? Now that I'm here, I did notice there was something funny about that ray of light. I assumed the light I saw was from a lamp or something, but no, it's just standing there, surrounding the general area where Sinclair stood. There's no light source. Just the light shining in from outside, maybe. No, that doesn't make sense either. We're deep in the ship's storage. A big metal box with no opening for a single strand of natural light. Besides, it's a nightmare. This is getting more and more bizarre by the second. Where is this light coming from? Sinclair, we gotta get out of here. Run now. Come on. Fear of the unknown intensifies. What I saw defied every bit of common sense I'd accumulated over this journey. I had to get Sinclair out of there. I snatched and tugged his limp wrist. Come on, wake up. That seemed to have done the trick. He suddenly snapped to reality and began screaming. He bolted out. Oh, the lad's lost the plot. What the bloody...
공중에 사람이 공중에 사람이 공중에
Those
사람이
person floating
공중에
in the air,
사람이.
person in the air, person in the air, up and then readjust, suspended in the air.
이거 진짜
Okay, now the fish
무서워졌는데.
actually creeped out.
사람
That's
빌리가
cannot
없죠.
be a person.
그럼
Then that
왜
was...
설명할
Oh, I think we have
시간이
enough time for a lecture.
당장
Prepare for
무기
battle. Oh my. Whale of a thousand strands, mermaid.
해보겠네.
Well, at least we're doing rather well so far. At least I think so.
해보겠네.
Darn, Dawn lost the duel. At least everyone else seems to be doing okay.
물넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
해보겠네.
Looks like things are in our favor. Let's keep it going.
놓고 여자치고 한넘고
Darn, I'm losing a lot of coin rolls there.
그쪽 방향이
That was
아닐
4
텐데.
coins and only one of them, and 3 of them were tails. How are they winning with a low number? Passives. When killed in combat, deals 10 SP with the unit attacked at last. Okay, that's gonna be a bit of a pain.
따라준다면 좋겠네요.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
맘
Wave 2.
일기당천.
Alright, time to get the sanity up.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마.
재밌네요.
Taking a hit is perfectly fine.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
마음 놓고 열어졌지. 넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
즉시 철거하실 때는 단정하지 않군요.
Interloper reception.
맘.
Nice.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가
징수하겠네.
Got a good amount of fights left in us.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Crack neck, crack neck.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
일기당천. 열어젖히고 하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
너무 쉽군요.
Fried resin must be. Yeah, this should take out this wave and go into wave 2 immediately.
바람 불어오는 대로
깔끔하게 몰았군.
이쪽으로. 손님이 단정하지 않군요.
On that note, I find it funny I made a joke about the magic school bus during my last stream because of the sea stuff, but then when I did my weekly mirror dungeons, I found out, oh, they already have a magic hell bus parody. Dang, they really are ahead of everything, aren't they?
깔끔하게 몰았군. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
넘고 무수히 넘고.
재밌네요. 너무 쉽군요.
Yes, sir. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff to try and damage your sanity. So they were mermaids.
가마 파티에 너무
Yeah, whoever
열중한
sailed on the
나머지
ship, they were probably too
규칙을
distracted by the
지키는 걸
party to
잊어버렸겠죠.
realize they broke the law of the
그래서
lake. So they end up getting devoured by a whale, and this deserted ship is the aftermath.
우리 배가 규칙을 어기지
Every time
않았어도
we stick to a single,
규칙을
even if
어겨
we stick to every
파도에
single law of the
덮쳐진
lake,
다른
depending
배와
on its waves,
얽힌다면
getting too close to a ship that
어떤
broke the
파도냐에
law
따라서
could get us swept up
덩달아서
in the
피해를 볼 수
aftermath.
있어요.
The single lapse of judgment led to this chilling catastrophe. I remembered Ishmael looking at the lake, muttering to herself. I also remember the rough, biting words she threw at us. This was the reality of the great lake that Ishmael survived before joining us. A place where even the smallest mistake could lead to total annihilation. Ah, because the fog. This was that foggy area. We couldn't see it before, but yeah, the mermaid's right there. A place where one must struggle endlessly to survive the terrible unknown. So this was the kind of path Ishmael sailed before joining us. If only I'd known, maybe I could have been more understanding of her. Well, to be fair, she'd also been vague and cryptic as hell rather than actually warning. Oh, by the way, not only there are some clear laws, you can also get swept up in them if you're too close to someone that was swept up. I keep going back to my quarrel with Ishmael the boatworkers. I can't stop thinking about it. We've dispatched the mermaids that descended the deck, but lingering longer could draw the rest of them to us. Party's over. Let's return to the ship. We left the cruise ship as fast as we could, after an indeterminate amount of time, so we didn't find anything. I made the wrong call. I shouldn't have made such a rash decision.
됐어요.
It's okay, at least we're still alive. And after that, Ishmael didn't say anymore. It is fortunate, however, that we did procure ourselves some rations for the journey ahead. Hey, the radio's caught something. It's large. That is very close to the center of the coordinates. Then the dot on the radar has to be the Lobotomy Corp branch of District 21. I'm going out for some air. Ishmael slowly returned to the spot by the ship's railings where she stood, muttering to herself. For a moment, I wondered if I should follow her like I had earlier, but maybe she wants some time alone to think. I decided to let her be. Get your shit together. Bury your feelings from them. I have a mission I must see through to the end, my one and only. I've sharpened my harpoon for that singular moment. I have to be colder, harsher. I have a mission that I cannot fail, and if anything even dares stand in my way. I guess I should have realized even her rational part might be tied in some way to her sin. Oh, by the way, I did confirm it. Unfortunately, event materials you get beyond the ones you actually need are lost. They do not convert it. Unfortunate. In Arknights, if you get any resources beyond the ones to buy out the shop, there is an infinite purchase item. Sometimes it's a material, sometimes it's the equivalent of raw cash, which, thinking about it, this game actually doesn't have a resource like that. A friend of mine used to call it a bullshit currency in the sense that it's only very valuable in large amounts as a sort of, on top of the regular resources needed for other stuff. But it's given out from basically everything, but you need a lot of it in order to accomplish anything. Kind of like the QP from F8 Grand Order, I guess if you're familiar. LMD is the item in Arknights, but this game doesn't have anything like it. Even the thread spinning I wouldn't consider all that similar, because the threads seem to replace the regular materials, the individual mats that are farmed. I guess having one universal item for all upgrades is kind of nice. I guess you could also count the character shards, but those are more like, I don't know if they have an easy equivalent actually, but yeah, those are a bit different, I think. The Calamity. So there it is. Our destination. The Lobotomy Corp branch of U Corp. You think they're still there? The survivors pilot mentioned. Unless aught has inspired since then, we still have time aplenty. Yeah, if they were just left behind to rot, they shouldn't have been gone long enough for dehydration or lack of food to kill them. Because remember, Pilot was actually captured very, very recently. Sinclair and Yisang share their thoughts, and large structure loomed ever closer. Man, that's actually a very imposing image. It's definitely meant to look like an oil rig at sea, but the red and blue, like almost like veins, that makes it look all the worse. And of course, the eerie glow. The large structure loomed out of the mist and out into our line of sight. And yeah, I don't think I haven't noticed that Ishmael's weird obsession almost reminds me of Captain Ahab from Moby Dick. In which case, I fully expect it to end badly for everyone involved.
Oh,
creepy. Every sinner save for Yoshu froze. That's the Lobotomy Corp branch? Well, I guess it would have to be an oil rig or similar in order to be in the middle of the ocean like this. Or, actually, I thought it was going to be another, aircraft carrier or something. We're as close as it is physically possible to be the center of the area delineated by the coordinates. The structures and size and appearance match the intel we've received as well. The sight was enough to shut everyone up. To hope that there were any survivors in the structure was too optimistic a notion for what appeared
흰
before us.
웨이스들의 사이로
I observed the
로보토미
Lobotomy Corp
코퍼레이션의
logo
원양을
between the
확인할
white
수 있다.
materials.
그럼
So that's really...
진짜로 저게
Yeah. The clear L. Although thinking about it, Lobotomy Corp seems like a really weird thing to call your company. Lobotomies are usually an extreme measure to fix certain problems. And they don't always even do that, so... yeah. Only the smeared logo glistened amidst the pallid, blasphemous white. This was undeniably the undeniable reality we found ourselves in. What the hell happened here? Pilot said the last thing that the Twin Hook pirates said before leaving the place was, "The calamity is coming," wasn't it? The sight summons to my mind memories from the earlier days of this company. The manner in which the organic tissues are plastered over the walls are quite reminiscent of that experience. Back at the D Corp branch, right? I hope there's no poison gas trap or anything like that in here.
당시에는
At
배신자가
D Corp,
있었던
there was a
것뿐이다.
traitor in our midst.
이번
Thus, it would be a
상황과
false
비교하기에
equivalency to use that
적합한
experience to
비교군이
gauge the intensity of this mission. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he'll be much better here. If not, straight up worse, actually. Remember, it can always be... It doesn't necessarily have to be as bad as you worry it might be. It could always be worse.
그럼
Then the pilot's team is
파일럿의
already...
동료분들은
인어가 되진
We should
않았으면
consider them lucky if they haven't been turned into mermaids. So the calamity was... The calamity pilot mentioned didn't destroy the Lobotomy Corp branch. It transformed this place into something uncanny, something so grotesque that total obliteration would have been preferable to what happened here. Well, destruction isn't the only kind of calamity in this world. The Great Lake is home to 5 calamities, in fact. Well, 4 now, I suppose. One of them must have been destroyed in one of the previous games. Whatever do you mean? I meant that, well, you'll find out soon enough.
재앙은
No
아무리
matter how
조심하고
careful you
피하려
are,
해도
the Great Lake
찾아오는
calamities will
법이에요.
always find you. The
그것들은
laws of the Great Lake
규칙대로
don't
움직이지 않아도
apply to
되는
them,
힘을
making it
가져서
impossible to
불현듯
predict their
찾아오는 거예요.
patterns. Oh, lovely. They just get a free pass from the laws when everything else has to obey. And now is the time to row your way into the ruins of the calamity that the calamity has left behind. Or maybe that after a calamity does its thing, it leaves for an indeterminate amount of time. So with one, since this one activated now, we don't have to worry about it for long enough. We can just worry about the 4 that remain. Take that skiff to the Lobotomy Corp branch. It is on the lake adjacent to this one. I'll be keeping my distance and watching, just in case of an emergency. Isn't that exactly why you should be coming with us? Who knows what the guy bud's thinking, eh? After a quick tinkering with the bows, the skiff was tied to the side and began its slow descent. It's the same one we used to get the cruise ship.
여러모로 자주 쓰게
We're
되네.
getting a lot of use out of this little boat. Yeah. Dang, the motor boatworks really did a great job on it, I guess.
조망만 해서
I still don't
아까도
trust this little
그랬지만
dinghy.
영
It's way
믿었지
too
않단
small. Were you hoping for a luxury cruise dinghy? The small engine on the skiff revved gently, and our short sputtering journey to the branch began. Are
호수에는
the lakes
원래
usually this foggy?
안개가
The lake
많이
earlier is pretty
끼나요?
misty too.
아까 호수도 그랬고.
We
주의하는
must
것이
remain
좋겠어.
vigilant. Fogged up horizons are
속에서
climate
갑작스레
quite ripe
나타나는
for the
것은
ambush.
모험의
Forsooth,
기본
it is the
공식이니.
#1 rule of adventuring tales. There was a growing sense of trepidation among the sinners as we climbed to a pale membrane-enveloped stairs leading to the Lobotomy Corp branch.
어때 단테?
Hey Dante, can you sense it? The golden
느껴져?
bow? Not yet. You sure about
확실해?
that? Roger was visibly disappointed. Maybe she was half hoping I'd tell her the golden bow is not here, so we should turn around and head right back. I know I'm being a
이런
worried
데올
board of the
때마다
team whenever we
내가
get check
눈을
out
떠는
places
것
like this,
같긴
but I have a
하지만
real bad feeling about
이번엔
this,
좀 더
guys.
기분이 안 좋단 말이지.
I mean, how many times have we gone through these only for everyone to die horribly? Again and again. Usually from different horrible things. Just because you have functional mortality doesn't mean you don't still feel pain, suffer, or want to avoid it. The closer we get to the entrance, the more reluctant the Sinner's Gates became. as though they were growing increasingly wary that some unseen enemy could ambush them
뭐
any
하자는
second.
거죠? 안 갈
Whoa,
건가요?
what's the hold up? You coming?
야, 너는
Don't you feel it? This
아무렇지
dread.
않은 거야?
I thought it affected you the most. You're the one who spent years on the lake after all.
오히려 너같이
Well, Ethan,
호수에
welcome.
익숙한 사람이라면
Oh yeah, this
강하게
game
느끼곤
certainly has introduced us to a lot of fates worse than death already. Yeah. But I suppose the fact I keep making comparisons to SCP Corporation in the good sense shows that it is something I'm able to at least follow to some degree.
그래서
So
안 갈
that's what's
건가요?
stopping you?
야, 그
It's
안 갈 사람은
wait about the
여기에서
entrance if you're not
기다리던가요.
going.
아저씨.
Oh no, he's not staying. He's one of my
한참
main
전부터 저
carries.
자식은 말이 안
No
통했었는데
respect, mate.
뭘
I'd given up
기대한 거야?
talking sense to her a while ago. I thought she'd get a bit more cooperative as of late. Guess I was wrong.
착각이었나?
가긴
Well, we do have to go. Ishmael appeared to be the only sinner uninterested in the golden bow. The golden bow, the unfathomable, bone-chilling horrors of the lake. I was starting to believe that she considered all that nothing but obstacles between her and her
건물
mission.
전체를 덮고 있는
What may be
이
this
흰색
pale
점막 같은 건 무엇이오?
mucus membrane? What may be this pale mucus membrane covering the entirety of the structure? Some kind of mold, maybe?
알.
균류라고
Yeah.
하기에는
To
다른
identify it as a
특징들을
fungi
지녀야
would
한다.
require it to exhibit characteristics unlike the ones we can observe here.
내가 봐도
I agree, they don't appear to be a
균류의
fungi.
형태로 보이지 않는
In fact,
살아있는
they appear to be
생체
made of
조직으로 보이는
organic living flesh.
혈관이
See the blood
아구잡이로 생긴
vessels?
것 같은
Oh. Also, wow, look at the, you can see the Limbus people. You can see my cursor, right? Yeah, you can see the Limbus people in the walls. In the most literal, or maybe it's more literal to say they are the walls now. No, though, I guess technically in the walls is possible. Because that could qualify as both in the wall itself as well as behind the front part. Which I guess, to be fair, that Limbus person, it most definitely is. And that guy's in a pillar. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that anyone that was in here is long gone. It doesn't matter if we waited 3 days or went immediately. They've all grown random shapes without purpose or intent.
어이가 없군.
So basically it's a
이렇게
giant tumor?
들이 많.
Ugh. Ridiculous, I'm surrounded by
무슨 의미지?
What do you mean?
혼돈에서
Art
피어난
relies on the
작품
chaos of existence,
패턴이
cannot create
있을 거라고
patterns such as
보나.
these.
전체를
Look at the
봐라
big picture,
멍청.
fool.
전체를
Gazing upon the big
생각한다면
picture, I only see
이렇게
pointless
필요치 않은
disputation
반문으로 힘만
that does
드는
not
것이
but waste
더
our
불필요해
vigor.
보이는구려.
Tisk.
그대들도
You do not intend to
멈출
stall, no?
생각은 아니지
See
않는가?
thither, Ishmael already walks a fair
저기
distance ahead of
이스마엘
us.
양은 이미 저만큼
Yeah,
갔다네.
she's not wasting time. It's possible she might even already know what this stuff is, but she's not sure as hell isn't telling us. Yeah, she's definitely Captain Ahab. The Whaler. On the moon, maybe.
정리 시간이다.
Don Quixote stopped dead in her tracks. She was looking blankly at some section of the
흥미로운
wall.
거라도 발견한
See
거야,
anything
꼬맹이?
interesting, kiddo? Ah, they noticed what I noticed. Here, in the wall. Huh?
사람이
There's a
들어있어.
person in the wall.
모형
Maybe
아니야?
it's a sculpture?
모형이
If
이렇게나
anyone's capable of
생동감을 가질 수
sculpting so
있다면
true to life as this, I'll drop
내가
everything and
무릎을
plead the
꿇고
artist
제자로
take me in as their
드리라고 하겠어.
student. Herc, no, are they the people Pilate was looking for?
잠시만요.
이보시오.
Hark, heed
괜찮은
my
것인가?
words. Oh my. They might even been dismembered at that point. Look, a spreader.
대체 거기에
Why
말을
the
왜
heck
거는
would you
거야?
talk to it?
이것 보시오.
Behold, this
이자
man's
살아있어.
alive. Wait, the embedded ... agent. Oh, this is the worst, the absolute worst.
나 이렇게
It's
소화 안
making me
되는 기분
queasy.
느끼는 거 오랜만이야.
Ah, crap. We might have to ask. Damn it, we're gonna have to ask Ryoshu to make her mercy killing at this rate. Well, better than making them suffer.
이보게들.
Hark, my friends, this man's alive. We must free him from this bond post haste.
그러고 싶어도
Even if we wanted to, it looks like it's a
늦은 것
bit
같기도
late for
하네요.
him.
잘라내지 않고서
Total
꺼내는
disassembly is the
방법이
only
있나
way I
싶은데.
see it ever getting out of there.
뭐라?
What? Well, by
너무
now we should be
좋은
getting
말이지.
used to these failures. Yeah, it's one thing to be a ragtag group of idiots, but we also are a ragtag group of idiots with a very questionable success rate. Granted, we are successful at getting our golden bows, but survival rates are not up there. I guess that was such a big deal when Suede turned out to be still alive. Say it even might be still alive.
단단히 벽에
The body's
박혀
firmly
있다.
lodged in the wall.
일반적인
No
힘으로는
ordinary human
분리조차
strength.
어렵다.
No ordinary human strength could separate his body from it.
하지만
With
일반적이지
superhuman
않은
strength,
힘으로는
you risk tearing the
반드시
body into
이들의
several
형체가
parts.
부서진다.
Yeah, he's fused into the wall.
용서할 수 없는
Fie, this is an evil that cannot go unanswered.
억지로 쑤셔넣은 흔적은
Impressive. There's no
없어
sign of
보이네.
anyone forcing it into the walls.
아주
This is quite a
자연스럽게
natural
전시되어
exhibition,
있고
as though this is how it was
원래
conceived from
이렇게
the very
태어났던
beginning.
것처럼 말이지.
Yeah, this calamity fused them with the walls. But it didn't. There's no marks that they were forced into it. That, according to Ryoshu, which carries some very terrible implications, especially if they seem to still be alive somehow.
이번에야말로
We thought we'd be
구할
distant
수
this
있을
time.
거라고.
We gave our word, made a promise. Unlike the other sinners, Ishmael didn't even spare a glance at those who were trapped in the walls.
관리자님,
Manager,
저것들을 쳐다보고
get them all to
있다고
magically
황금
summon
가지가
the
나타나는
golden
것도
bow to your
아닌데.
home.
전진하자고
Say something
말씀
so we
좀
can get a
하시죠.
move on. I guess there's nothing we can do for them. Still,
저는 누누이
I've said
말했어요.
repeatedly that I do not want to waste
쓸데없이 시간을
time.
쏟고 싶지 않다고.
이곳에선
We don't have to worry about the laws of the lake here, so why don't we make this more leisurely?
둘러봐도 역시
Ah, sure, look around
아무도
all you
없는 게
want, but you
확실할
won't find
테니까요.
any survivors.
여기
A testament against thy claims is right here.
살아있는
Those
척하는
things aren't really
것들이잖아요.
alive. They're only pretending to be. Yet,
이건
I
아무리 봐도
recognize these.
그것이고
They're ruins left
그것이
by
지나간
the
자리에
thing. The thing
멀쩡한
leaves
사람이
nothing
있으며.
unchanged in its wake. Oh, lovely. She's once again being obnoxious with that.
그것은
It could swallow the world in a blink of an eye, but it
순식간에
also
모든 걸
spews it
집어삼키기도
back
하지만
out just as quickly.
다시금 그리고
And what it spews out, it never comes
그렇게
back
토해내는
right.
것은
Isn't it funny? If it's gonna spew it out anyway, what was the point of devouring it in the first
그렇게
place?
뱉어낼 거라면
Ah, shit. It's not only a monster that consumes everything, it's a monster that consumes everything and then hurls up just so it can eat more. What an asshole.
왜 마주하는 온갖 것을
I don't
다
understand. Why
삼키려고
would it devour
하는지조차
everything it comes across?
모르겠어.
Are you talking about the same whale you mentioned before? Ah, yeah.
그 어떤 모험담에도
In no tales of
그런
adventure have I heard one
어마무시한
mention
고래에
such a
대한
terrifying
이야기는
whale.
없었어.
Is it truly a
정말 고래가
whale?
맞는가?
그러게
Then why did you listen when I told all of you weren't ready? If you did, at least we could have been in the right headspace for the lake. Oh, but no. Oh no, you're not gonna pull that up on us now, Ishmael. You are the one being more vague and cryptic than Faust, who, as far as I can tell, is being paid to be vague and cryptic towards us. You're being worse than that right now. That's you. So you're saying that the whale you met devoured this building?
네,
Yes. How can you be sure of that?
고래가 지나온 모든 길은
Oh, because the pale ruin that this whale leaves behind, everything turns pallid, like this building. LCCBH. Wait, me, Div.
거수자 발견.
I have visual on a suspicious individual. Maybe it's an
환상체일까요?
abnormality. We are in a lobotomy
여기가
corps branch after all.
로봇동이 지부인
True, and
만큼
we do know that some are capable of speech. Not always, and not always well, but it's possible.
그래.
Yeah, let's just say
차라리
it's that and
환상체라고
chop it
생각하고
down.
다 썰어버리는 게 낫겠다.
Honestly, at that point, mercy killing I'm still with Ryoshu on the mercy killing thing. And it would probably be more preferable than leaving them in this mutated wall form. Wait a minute, that might be a survivor.
뭐지?
Well, what didn't you say there'd be no survivors left here? What is it?
그래서
I
더
did.
놀라워서
That's why it's
그래요.
so incredible.
어이!
Hi, Ishmael. You shouldn't get so close to. Ishmael strides toward the figure.
이스마엘 씨가
Maybe she's being mind
뭔가
controlled by the
환상체 같은
abnormality.
정신적인 것에
Oh,
당하신 거
please don't let
아닌가요?
that be the case. We've already had to deal with that once
그런
before.
징후는 없었다.
No such signs have been
저자의
detected.
눈빛이
There is nothing out of the
지극히
ordinary in her
청소하다.
eyes. La. The closer Ishmael gets, the more the figure's body is taken over by the pallid off-white membrane. The voice goes increasingly incoherent. Oh my. Are they gonna shatter now?
말도 안 돼.
That's impossible.
분명
Just now it was talking like a human. Ishmael. You saw it too. I mean, just now it's... Ishmael, you gotta get away from it. No, this can't be real. If I'd have known my whole life how this place is about the Great Lake.
틀어지면 이 호수에서
Once again, she refuses to say anything specific. She is
지금은
experiencing
감정의
heightened
동요가
emotions.
발생했다.
Damn it, Ishmael. I could have asked one of the sinners to stop before I realized what I was doing. I was the one running towards her. I think it might have been guilt pushing me to act. Guilt that I might have a part in driving Ishmael to this
Dante.
point. Dante, you
그대가
mustn't...
나서서는
Oh, but guilt can sometimes help. The figure face shifted again as when I approached Ishmael. The white membrane covering the face begins to withdraw, as though an unforeseen force is peeling it off the skin. The mouth didn't come back, but the eyes looked at us were mistakenly human shaped. They were blinking with effort. The membrane is gone. When you approached it, the damn membrane faded. It appears the golden bow is counteracting its effects. Faust approaches. Dante, it appears the shard of the golden bow lodged within your clock is counteracting the infection of this palification to a degree. I had a feeling that was the case. These golden bows seem to practically grant Dragon Ball wishes. So the limits seem to just have not been properly measured. I thought as soon as they mentioned that the hands on the clock were an important company asset, I wondered if maybe it was a golden bow of some kind, and that would make sense. But then that still asks the question, why were we given this head? Because remember, the people with animal names were trying to kill us. Why replace our head with a prosthetic with a golden bow from Limbus Company if they were just going to kill us anyways? Someone earlier said it might have been part of some ritual, and it might be possible. I should probably go back and reread the prologue later, but dang, a ritual that requires murdering someone who has a golden bow. The figure, whose mouth is still wrapped up, blinks wearily as though they can understand what we're saying. Counteracting. Wait, so with a golden bow, a mermaid can turn back into a human? Is that what you're saying? Did I get that right, Faust? Well, that theory has not been properly cross-examined. Just tell me if it's possible. Though it was curt, I've never heard such intense desperation in her voice before. Yes, though it may be limited to mermaids of the whale that has presumably devoured the structure. Manager, Dante, just what are you? Even I don't know at this point, honestly. Realizing there's something I could have done. The memories of that day, the nightmare tried so hard to lock away. They're coming back right before my eyes. I can see them, vomited from that whale, sinking, floating the briny sea, all of them. Ishmael looked at me with a vacant expression. You can hear it too, can't you? You heard the waves roared that day. Ishmael was right. Emotions of the past begin flooding, roaring before me. Right, we can somehow see into memories of the sinners, and somehow even see representations of what they're thinking, even if it's not literal. Like when we saw that broken in a hole within Yisang's chest to show that his heart had been torn out. Ishmael. She alone stands in a sea of tall, rolling waves. I nodded carefully. Once I was a seafarer, a fixer, a sailor. I was something that in that awkward middle ground, which we called the whalers of the moon. Do you understand? No, do you see them? Do you not see the faces of those who dared wager everything, and those who had nothing left to wager? Whaling ships carry people like them across the waves. So you've seen it yourself, the whale that devoured this place. The whales we've met so far transform those they devour into something completely different, into something unrecognizable from whom they were before, by rearranging and replacing their entire body. So it basically corrupts their whole body, their physical form. But that whale is different. Those devoured by the pallid whale are not transformed. They're still themselves, just wrapped up in the pale membrane. So it is Moby Dick. Oh no, we're all gonna die horribly. Again, I mean. And probably multiple times after that. Oh well, I guess we best prepare. I guess it's a stretch to say that they're still themselves. Sometimes we'll sail our ship to the outskirts. There we see those ships, those false ships. The ships that have turned completely pallid. It's an old wisdom among the whalers that those ships must be avoided at all costs, even if it's going all the way into the lake they're in. All the way around the lake they're in. Because the sailors consumed by the whale retain everything, habits, skills, except they wander the lake only to attack everything they come across. The captain of the Pequod,
피커드호의 선장이었던 자가 있어.
our ship.
그자의 목표가 그거였지.
She had a mission to hunt the pallid whale with her own two
그
hands.
창백한 고래를 잡는 것.
Yeah.
그 안에서
The entire time we
생활하는
sailed the Pequod.
그자는
She
그
said
고래를
that
잡아내는 것이
sermonized
얼마나
our
가치
ears
있고
off
대단한
about what a
일인지
worthy honorable mission it was to
설교를
hunt that
해놨죠.
whale.
귀가
It was
따갑기를.
annoying and we knew that she
저자가
wasn't exactly
제정신이
all
아닌
there,
것뿐이
but
아니지.
she promised us a coin if we managed to kill it, and you
미치게
know,
하는 방법을
one old coin, you can buy a lot of beer with
정확하게
that.
알고 있던 걸지도 모르겠네요.
No, maybe she just knew how to sink in the rest of us into the depths of her insanity.
어느새 우리도
Her mission was soon became our very own, to hunt that whale to become our salvation, our destiny.
인생의 유일한 구원이자 배 안에
The captain
모두를
drove
미쳐버리게
everyone on
만든
that ship mad.
그 선장은 결국 우리는
When the time finally came to face the whale
그 고래를
from which
마주하게
all
된
hatred, all the evils of the world spout. We were promptly crushed, devoured, reduced to a scattered pile of driftwood. When I came to, floating in the vast coldness of the sea, holding on my dear life to a piece of driftwood, there was nothing left. Nothing.
붙잡고 있던
And then I
것이
realized I was holding on to wasn't a piece of driftwood, but the,
용서가 되지 않아.
so I can never forget her. Yeah, I wasn't sure if maybe the sinners would be connected to their stories of origin or maybe something else. Seems to be a decent mix, that's for sure. Though they do seem to have some, like Don Quixote having the original Don Quixote's horse name, except for her boots, which I guess is kind of a steed if you ignore what a steed is. So I can never forgive her. At a certain point, it stopped being a conversation. Ishmael's words grew aimless like a vortex of the sea, endlessly whirling in place. Now, it was clear what Ishmael's mission was, where the tip of the razor-sharp harpoon aimed. It was aimed at the captain that drove them all to damnation. An overwhelming tide of hatred and obsession burned in her direction.
반드시
I'm going to kill her with my own two hands. And there was no room for reason or rationality to convince her otherwise. I suppose bringing up what I saw from Ishmael's obsession, a glimpse of her old captain, won't do anything to help now. Ishmael, we don't even know if that captain is still alive right now.
내가
I was desperately hoping, hang on to my best mate's coffin, the coffin of someone with whom I shared everything. That's when I, through the tempest, saw that captain. I saw that fucker standing alone, facing down the whale as it devoured her ship, laughing mad.
맞서 싸우면서 웃고 있었어요. 그렇게
Our
목숨
fiercely
바쳐
loyal
빠르던
crew were
선원들은
floating on the surface of the outskirts sea,
바다와 외곽을
powerless to do anything but wait until they too were devoured, but none of that mattered to her.
죽어도 없었지. 그놈은
That bastard is alive.
살아있어요.
Over the years, I've read countless articles and opinions on the meaning of Moby Dick, whether it's something about, it's man versus nature, or law versus chaos. But at the end of the day, you can just simply take it as it is. An adventure story about a captain who loses himself to his own madness, to his own obsession. And I think that's part of what makes it such a great book.
살아있을 수밖에
She has to be
없어.
alive still. She has to be.
살아있어야만 해.
So I
그러니까
have to find her. We have to, not before we kill the
그
captain.
선장을 죽일 때까지.
Ishmael. I want to ask her which she's referring to, but I was starting to think nothing I said would improve anything if it didn't outright bring everything crashing down. That was when an imperceptibly light breeze broke the silence, a solitary butterfly. It moved with grace, tinged with fragility, as though it did not fear the weight of this heavy silence. Crap, we're about to unlock our personas, aren't we? Alright, Philemon, I know what you're here for. It took a moment to gently flutter into a puddle.
나비네요.
That is a butterfly. Well, I suppose we need Captain Obvious here too. You think any ordinary
보통의 나비가
butterfly
이런
would
곳을
wander into a place
날아다니고
like
있을
this?
거라고 생각하나?
Yeah, we're in the middle of the ocean here. There's no possible way that's an ordinary butterfly. After a quick respite, it fluttered its wings and took off. It's like the butterfly is asking us to follow.
한성체가 코빼기도 안 보이더니 드디어 나타난 건가?
Is it an abnormality? Finally, I was wondering when they show their ugly mugs. It might be a trap, but I'm afraid we're still lost. It's the only sense of direction we have at the moment.
찬성하겠어.
I am in agreement.
나 개인에게도
I'm also quite intrigued by the butterfly. It is so pretty.
이들은 계속
What do you think they're saying?
무슨 말을 하는 걸까요?
무어라
I have been lending them my ear, and yet none has yet to reach me.
일정한 규칙성을
They're
띠고 있긴
speaking in a
하지만
certain pattern, though I am
해석은
unable to decipher
불가능하군요.
it.
일종의 부호 같은
It is a
느낌이죠.
code of sorts, a mix of sound
음파와 암호
frequencies and
패턴의
encryption
체계를
patterns.
활용하고 있으니까.
Ah, if they can't talk normally, they're going with Morse code. Unfortunately, I don't know Morse code, so I'm afraid I'm a bit screwed there. Oh dear. Don Quixote was at the back of the line looking at the figure. I suppose it is true without Manager Esquire, there'd be no resolution to thy predicament. When I walked away, the pallid membrane grew over the face again, burying it, and it began to shamble. Is it as Ishmael said, will they now roam the Great Lake, attacking everyone and everything they come across? Not only their physical senses, but their sense of self forgotten under the pallid membrane. Well, I suppose we could always leave behind a handful of useful explosives in here. But I guess that assumes we have any to begin with. Oh no, we're just gonna fight them. Politified thing pirates. So both pirates and Lobotomy Corp members are in here. I guess they didn't manage to escape it in time. I guess I'll grab a sip of my drink while this is playing out.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
There's no question about it. The pallid whale is Moby Dick.
퇴거하시죠.
Even if they aren't using the exact name.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Whoops. That was a failed coin toss.
내가 눈에
Guess we'll just keep
새겨주지.
going through here.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
너무 쉽군요.
맘. 이쪽으로. 벌써 끝나가네. 맘.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니
선생님,
죽지는 마시게.
봤어요? 재밌네요. 너무 쉽군요.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
이걸로
Level up.
이번 주군과 결별을 낼지 않았나? 마지막까지 알뜰히
The
사용하시는
lake and the
것 같으니
butterfly.
파우스트가 맞이하죠.
Interesting. Is there a lake inside of this oil rig? Oh my. Petrified, palletified thing, shield. Plitted white mermaid.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
해보겠네.
넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 일기당천.
Here we are. Pickaxe.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Now the Morse code.
그쪽 방향이 아닐
Using all their
텐데.
attacks in Morse code. Yep. I'm willing to bet if I looked up what these Morse codes are, they'd be full words. And maybe I'll look it up on the wiki. I'm pretty sure that lists it. Just because, you know, of course it would.
해보겠네.
Dang, there's 11 waves. We'll be at this a while, I suppose, but I guess as long as we're able to, they're slowly chipping away at sanity, but luckily our sanity's staying pretty good.
꺾고 제쳐라. 너무 쉽군요.
이건 예상 못했나 봐. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Low morale, gains fragile, target loses SP if the unit loses the crash too. Gain 2 offense defense for every living palified ally not counting this unit. At 10% max HP, inflict 20 SP and 1 pallid noise next turn, then just dies on their own. SP loss efficiency. If at less than or equal to the noise panic next turn, reduces effect by 1. Alright, so yeah, they really focus on pushing your sanity meter there.
잘 생각해보라고.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고 마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
Let's go through here then. Shouldn't take too long. I'll look up what the Morse code stuff means later, but I get the sense I'm going to be fighting one of them as a big boss. And assuming Mirror Dungeon hasn't already spoiled some of them, like a few of them, like the fairy in the last chapter, like fairy gentlemen and such, were spoiled by Mirror Dungeon, but not all of them. Like the fox was completely new to me. I was surprised.
사람 불어오는 대로.
The fox was also very adorable.
점점
The mermaids. I think
인어들의
there's
숫자가 적어지고
less of them
있어요.
now. Good, they're not regenerating. Someone stood there waiting for us. He must have arrived much earlier than we have. Quite the arduous journey you've endured. The butterfly we were following folded its wings and settled gently into its sloshing head. Oh my, the figure's voice is clear and precise, unlike that of the mermaids. And not at all like an abnormality.
멀쩡한
I didn't
생존자는
expect
없을
to
거라고
find any
했는데
unharmed survivors. No, wait, is he a distortion?
자, 시계대가리.
Look, had you friends with the bullhead?
아, 뒤틀림이면
Distortion. Like that Bing Bon Frying Friars owner from earlier?
존재인가?
I see many of you rather flummoxed by my appearance. A brain and a butterfly. This is but one of the many ways one may choose to understand the journey that is this world. So please do not be so wary. Ooh, thy head splish and splashes so.
찰랑거려.
Under the night sky, where the stars have gone out, I await the coming dawn. Call me Rim.
통성명할 생각은 없으니
We're not here to introduce ourselves, so why don't we cut to the chase?
이곳에 온 이유를
Explain
대라.
yourself. You have some reason for coming to this mermaid-infested place.
뚜렷한 이유 없이 온 것은
Yeah, there's no way
아니지.
someone would come here willingly without a damn good reason.
분명 시추선에
And
정박해
we
있는
didn't see
거.
any other boat
우리가
by our
타고
own,
온
by the docks of the
단한
structures.
척뿐이었다.
We didn't see any other
그런데
boat
네
besides
놈은
our own
어떻게?
on the docks of the structure. So please explain how you. Oh, I have no need of ships. Should I wish to cross the ocean? I'm simply here to have a look at all of you.
우와,
Whoa,
인기가
we're really
많아진
starting to get our
기분이군요.
name out there. You are those who follow the boat's golden ray.
그걸 알면서 우리를
Alright, if you're here to
보러
see
왔다는 건
us, knowing what we're looking for.
설마 그거야?
No way, are you about to tell
우리에게
us where the golden bow
황금가지가
is?
어디 있는지를
Oh man, that'd be really
알려주겠다는?
nice, wouldn't it? But something tells me it's not that simple. Although it slightly concerns me, we seem to have these borderline deific beings showing up here and there. It must all tie back to the golden bows. Because Demian met Sinclair even when they were young kids in the school, which means this has been here a while. And of course, he knew our character prior to our memory loss. In fact, he even knew we lost our memory. He just insisted we're going to be fulfilling a promise we made before we lost memories, which strikes me as a big problem. When that happened, last time that happened in Nights, I ended up with the ex coming and taking the house.
아이씨,
Oh,
아이, 딱 봐도
isn't it obvious that he's
방해하려고
here to
왔다는 게 더
stop us
맞는
from? Oh, yes, indeed I am. Man, I'm really off my game today.
이러지.
Seek the bow within the structure is to understand the futility of time. I still can't sense the golden bow this deep in the branch. There was truth to what he said. The bow is no longer here.
그렇다면 어디로
Then
가야
to where
되는
must we
것인가?
journey? I am certain you're already aware that there are parties other than your own that are interested in the bows. You have surrendered one of them after toiling for it, in fact.
어떻게
How do
그것까지
you
아는
know
거죠?
that? The whale, once fated to roam the outskirts for eternity, is now by that same incandescent gilded calling.
황금 가지로 인해
You're saying that the whale came from the outskirts all the way to the Great Lake of Eucor
둥지 안에 이 유사
just for the
호수까지
golden
왔다는
bow?
말이다.
Quite. And swallow this whole structure with that delicate bow. The abnormalities here also left with that magnificent yet fragile whale, drawn by that self-same calling. What you seek is no longer able to be found here.
그런 정보를
Excuse
왜
me,
저희에게
why are
알려주시는
you
걸까요?
sharing this information with us? It matters not who lays claim upon the golden bow or to what end they use it. It is no more than a mere fluttering of wings. We simply seek to steer the echoes of that fluttering towards a better direction.
우리?
We? Who are you talking about? We are those who watch all for those who bide the time. Those who would be sovereigns of a star. Did the expression on the brain change? Yet we are those who cannot all embody that same star. A red mark flashed briefly on his head. I've seen that mark before.
지켜본다라.
Those who watch, you say. The Watchers. Oh no. Now I've got to start making Drakengard references. Now that's really getting obscure. Yisang also shot a gaze at Rim's direction.
그렇다면
Rim,
그대는
have you also
부인의
watched the
끝에
breaking of the
대해서도
League
알고
then?
있는가?
Have you any idea what
과거의
fate has
것들이
befallen our old
어떻게
fellows?
무너져버렸는지 아느냐는 말일세.
I do.
그 또한
Yet you have done
지켜보기만 하였는가?
naught but observe?
이상 씨,
Is he one of your old
혹시
friends,
당신의 옛 친구
Yisang?
중 하나?
그대들도 잠시
Part of my
겪었던
life that you have
면면이요.
witnessed afore.
구인회가
One of those who
분열될
left
때
when the League of Nine
뿔뿔이
scattered
부족한
to
이들
the
중 하나.
winds.
내게는
You've last uttered to me that you would journey to the ocean, and yet, indeed, I was one of them once. So one of the members of the League of Nine has ascended to a higher plane with a special mark. I shall answer your question, Yisang. You ask whether I've done naught but watch. That is a question born of vacuity. I'm gonna have to look up that word again. Lack of thought or intelligence, empty-headedness. For you, the League is dead. Yet for some, its death was but a beginning. Yeah, we saw how that happened with Donggang, and that didn't exactly end well for him. Or rather, it ended so poorly we had to end him so that it would stop ending so poorly. But I suppose that's the reason why that was represented by when his childhood cow didn't even recognize him when they saw each other again. And how he didn't hesitate to slaughter the cow at the same time. I'm certain you are well aware of that yourself. When does something end? When does something begin? The distinction is arbitrary and signifies not. Interesting. So it's not just the sinners are connected to the golden bows. It seems they are all tied to these mysterious people with those marks. Or at least we've gotten 2 of them. I don't know. We don't know if Sonya has one. I don't think so, but we didn't have a chance to see. We didn't see one in the first chapter, but we saw a lot of people that we haven't seen again since, so any one of them could have one. The shattering of the League was beginning for Brother Young-ji as well. Ah, so Brother Young-ji ascended and became Rim somehow. I see. You cast it aside long ago. I suppose that was one loose end left from Chapter 4, since we saw where a number of them went afterward, but not all of them. And the Young Jin-si was one of them, was particularly notable because they kept being brought up as being absolutely essential and yet vanished without a trace. My eyes were simply open to the stem of this world. The singular yet all-important stem. Once your eyes are open to it, everything else becomes a hollow as the fall of wilted petals.
이거 하나만 대답해 주세요.
I just need to know one thing.
당신의 말대로
If the golden bow is inside the whale that devoured this place, and if golden bows can really
먹었다면 이 백화
somehow
현상을
counteract the politification
덜어주는 게
effects.
맞다면
Ishmael's breathing was quick and light. She couldn't even finish the sentence. It can be said that, yes, what you believe, what you wish to be true, is indeed correct. I see. I hope that I have a useful signpost to you all. Where do you seek to depart again? I was once a mere pond who knew only the sea, the rivers, and the city were. Now I seek to reach there with my wings. That is all. Stop right there, you know too much. Think we're about to let you leave just like that? Pity, try as you might to hold me now, I will flow betwixt your fingers. Yeah, unfortunately, these beings are ascended to the point we don't have the power to hold them. We might as well classify them as an SCP in and of themselves. Well then, with that, he stepped into a puddle and disappeared to its depths. He does keep talking in water metaphors.
이걸로 이번 죽음과 결별할 날도 먹지 않았나? 마지막까지 알뜰히 사용하시는 것
Lake and the
같으니
butterfly.
미련은 없겠다마는.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로
Well, I guess we'll have to fight our way out. We must find the whale. Pallid bipedals begin to fill the void Rim left behind.
저자의 영향으로 인해
It can be deduced that his influence was keeping the mermaids at bay. But why?
이성이
I can only
휘발되어도
theorize their primal sense of certain
에너지의
ebbs and
흐름에 대한
flows of
본능이
energy remained even when their
남아있을지도
reason
모른다는
eroded.
추론이 가능하군요.
You're saying that he scared them off or something?
먹었다는 건가?
Yeah, it says a lot that he can even cause the mermaids to refuse to come near. Sinclair, on his forehead, there was... Yeah. The one who bisected Cromer with a flick of his wrist. The one who silently approached me to talk. I remember the one mark with the bright red sign. Yeah, something's going on with this mark. Are they part of their own organization?
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
재밌네요.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
대상 사망.
너무 쉽군요.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Well, wave one should be fairly easy. One wave it should be fairly easy to get through all this.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
끝내간 꿈에는 단정하지 않군요. 이쪽으로.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
대상 사망.
Easy enough.
징수 진행 불가.
이건 예상 못했나 봐. 자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
깔끔하게 물었군.
벌써 끝나간
Alright, there we go.
맘. 훌륭한 전시회였어. 하, 이걸 오히려 고맙다고 말해야 하나?
What the? Oh. Oh, lovely. There's gonna be a ton of everything,
정리
isn't there?
시간이다.
Oh dear. Yeah, they're all talking purely Morse
운이
code.
따라준다면 좋겠네요.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
벌써
산태님 봤어요?
일기당천. 한 넘고 물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
재밌네요.
꿈에는 단정하지 않군요.
해보겠네.
Since I should have no trouble winning clashes, but I'm going to get a lot of
징수할 내역이 남았으니 좀 맛있게. 자!
yeah, they all deal damage
자,
to me, so
어느 쪽일지 잘
probably the
생각해보라고.
ones who are about to self-destruct also destroy themselves, or destroyed by us to prevent that. The ones that's fragile are about to die, so I need to make sure they die to my units rather than their effect. Oh come on, 2 HP. Okay, good. Dawn got it.
깔끔하게 물었군. 깔끔하게 물었군.
These fragiles be helpful here.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
이러네. 대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
벌써
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 마시게.
일기당천.
즉시 퇴거하시지.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
내가
Yeah, these guys
눈에
aren't too tough at
새겨주지.
least. Could you imagine if they were actually going to be risky?
즉시 제거하지.
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 넘고 제쳐라.
맘.
겹겹의 중문 뚫어보이겠소.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Not too bad at least.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 숙제는 맞게.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
헛! 맘.
너무 쉽군요.
즉시 제거하시죠.
자,
I guess since I'm just fighting in here anyway, let's hear what Random thoughts. I'm still debating on the association of powers based on whatever the new Walpurgis Knight polls are gonna unit is going to be, but it's not looking good since while she does genuinely look fun, she's also kind of mid.
너무 쉽군요.
While I could definitely use some direct upgrades for units I don't have yet. Although it is interesting, they all talk like called a big deal that they'd hired the Shi Association for an assassination back in Chapter 4. From as far as I can tell, you could basically hire any company to do an assassination for you, and they have a division that's capable of it. Although I suppose if a company is specifically an assassination company, they'd probably have to be damn good at it to stand out. Like I said, even the supposed medical branch has enforcers dedicated with powerful tools specifically for the purposes of killings. Probably including that one guy that, what was his name? That Don Quixote was all big on. I guess I can worry about that later now. For now, it looks like Rim wasn't lying. I don't think the golden bow's here. I don't feel the bow either. Now, what will you do? All organic matter other than us in this lobotomy corp has doubtless been infected.
림이라는
That
사람
Rim
말이야.
guy, if he's got that
지난번에
mark,
만났던
you think he's in cahoots with the flying
날아다니는
blue
파란
kid from
꼬맹이랑
before?
비슷한 놈이라는
Are we
건데
gonna be okay? Well,
괜찮을까?
so far we've been saved by a couple Deus Ex Machinas. We probably shouldn't be relying on those, but it is nice when they happen, I guess.
확실히
Well, he did help us at the end of the day, even if he approached us very, very quietly.
발,
Alright, what are we supposed to do? I guess so, there's nothing we could have done.
하지만
Still, I don't think Demian
데미안은
had any
저희를
animosity
향한
towards
악의는
us.
없었던 것 같았어요.
뭐
Not against you,
내
maybe.
놈한테만큼은 없었던 걸 수도.
관리자님,
Executive Manager, I
그자가
remain
믿을 수
doubtful of
있는
that man's
자인지 어떠한
intentions.
증자도 없습니다. 결국
He didn't
그자들의
even share
목적이
with us what their
무엇인지
goals were before
명확한
fleeing
말도
the
없이
scene.
내빼지 않았습니까?
야,
Oh, you must know something about Bullhead. You knew the bloke, didn't you?
뭐
Rim
내가
has
알던
changed
그
too
안에
much.
너무도
I cannot
달라진
even
터라.
fathom his intentions anymore.
갈피를 잡지 못하겠어.
Well, he didn't say any more, but... Alright, let's just get out of here first. It's pretty clear Golden Bow isn't here anymore. Oh, what fate befalls those who remain?
어떻게
우리가 손쓸 수는
A fate we can do nothing about.
알고는
I'm well
있지만
aware, and yet...
네 생각
I think I understand how I'm
대충
feeling,
알 것도
but
같지만
sometimes you just gotta learn to let go. If there's anything I've
이미
learned
늦은
from my
것도
life,
있는
that some
법이더라.
things are just too far
살아보니까.
gone to be helped. Very well, Sir Heathcliff. What's gone into you,
웬일이래?
Heath? Didn't
난
you
위로도 다 할 줄
didn't know
아는
you knew how to
사람일 줄이야.
comfort someone like that? Oh, I wasn't gonna suffer that lass's gloom. With the pallid mermaid's unintelligible signals echoing us to futility, we decided to simply leave the Lobotomy Corp branch. We'll likely never understand them.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요. 그러니 언젠가 재회할 날 꼭 내게도 은자를 풀어주시오.
Harpoons. Oh no. First we had the whalers on the moon. Now they carry the
이
harpoons.
경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거래.
No golden bow, no survivors.
탕. 아니.
No, it was a good chance to
새로운
observe the art
시선의
crafted
작품을
from a
볼 수 있는
different perspective.
기회였으니
I suppose that
나쁘진
wasn't
않아.
for nothing. All that for nothing. Holy crap, I'm actually starting to get some of these. It's too... I'm sorry, I'm too far gone. You'll never find me again. I've been lost.
뭐
Well,
괜찮지
we're all gonna be
않겠어?
okay. A big win
보통
always
이렇게
follows a big
털리는
loss like
경우는
this.
다음부터
We're
아무래도
going to have
그
to scour
카드를
the middle of the Great
찾으려면
Lake to find that
벌써
bow.
한복판을 해적거려야
Maybe I should have learned how to swim.
그자의 말대로라면
If we're to
방금
believe,
가지는
if we're to
창백한
believe
고래가
him, that
삼키고
golden
갔다는
bow
거예요.
must be inside the pallid whale.
정말 가는
Are we
곳이오?
truly journeying in search of a pallid whale?
아니,
A
창백한
whale as
고래를
big as a
찾으러
windmill.
말이오?
I mean, as large as a mansion. Oh, right, of course Don Quixote would have windmills on the brain. I swear, officer, that windmill totally cut me off. Nay, as Grand Castillo,
그만한
can
걸
we even
우리가
catch
잡을 수
something like
있을까?
that?
그리고 잡는다고
Even if we
해도
catch up to it, what then? Ask
황금가시는
Natalie to
어떻게 얻어?
please
다시
pew the
뱉으라고요?
bow back to our palms.
돌아가는 편이
Guys, maybe we should just go back.
아,
I mean,
돌아가면 그
and then
다음은
what?
어떻게 하실
Oh,
건가요?
what? Then where you go when you go back?
뭐,
Give up the golden bow just
황금
like
가지를
that?
포기한다? 그렇게
Pretend like
아무렇지
nothing
않게
happened,
없던
just
일로
move on to
하고
our next mission?
그 다음 작전으로 넘어간다?
It's true, we can't even say we gained experience from here since the level cap didn't raise, frustratingly.
황금 가지를
I don't
이런
know how
식으로
or when it became
포기하는 게
acceptable to this group to throw away golden
이
bow just like
집단에서
that,
용인되었는
but
그게 어찌
not me, I'm
되었든
not going back. I've
저는
endured too
돌아가지
much to
않으라.
go back now.
여기까지 내가 이 망할
That was just
회사에
one thing that
들어오고
kept me from going, kept me going in the shitty
버티고 있던
company.
이유는
One thing,
파우스트.
and you know what that is, Faust?
당신은 알죠?
이스마엘 씨의
It
말씀대로
is as Ishmael said,
정도의
abandoning the golden
상황에서
bow retrieval in the present
황금가지
situation
수복을
is not
포기하는 건
permitted.
허용되지
Success is
않습니다.
still within reach,
하지만
but we cannot move at this
지금
moment.
당장은 어디 베르길리우스
It
씨와
would be the best
합류해서
if we rendezvous with
추후에 대한
Virgil before
논의를
discussing our
하는 게
next course of
적합할 것
action.
같네요.
그건가?
I see. It's because of that stupid
이번에도
law
그
of the Great
거지
Lake
같은
again,
호수의
huh?
규칙 때문이지?
네,
Yes,
그렇습니다.
it is. We have 2 hours remaining.
참 잘했어요.
Wow, good work, Heathcliff. You're so smart.
이런
Oh, wow, you little... Whoa. Sudden shock shook everyone. Let's get out of here first. What madness is this? I observed several ships on the horizon beyond the wall of mist. None of their silhouettes resemble the Mephistopheles. What the? Misfire, maybe?
아니 잠깐만.
What?
그게
Look
뭔 원래
around.
여기까지
The
물이
water level
차지
will be up to our
않았었잖아.
britches any moment. It was as Heathcliff said, when we first got this branch, the water level was down there, but now it had risen high enough the waves were lapping the platform we were standing on.
만족은요.
It is high tide. It
이
appears the lake
호수는
water
시간이
levels rise and fall depending on the
수면이
time of
높은
day.
고제차로 우리
Well, they have launched something in our direction.
충격에
Brace
대비해라.
yourself for impact. Here comes another. So it's not a misfire then. Numerous harpoons suddenly riddled the ground we were on. We were being bombarded with harpoon shots and flung nary a care whether it hit someone or not. Ryoshu parried a few harpoons on the way back on the back of her sword, but there were simply too many.
그
It's those twin pirates.
쌍꺼풀이 녀석들인가?
Gotta say, I respect their tenacity.
끈질긴 거 하나만큼은 정말 존경스러워.
관리자님,
Those trash are only a god thanks to
당신이
your
기억고
stubborn mercy,
살려주었던
Dante.
그저
정말
Say
마시오.
not such things, but Manager Esquire today was the judgment most noble. 'Twas not an easy decision, forsooth.
잠깐.
Oh wait, use your
조금 우리가
noggins for
호수에
once.
묶여
They're
있는
bound to that
것처럼
lake, just as
저것들도
we are to
호수에
this
넘어
one. Harpoons
작살을
all they
실컷
want, as long as
박는다고
themselves
해도
can
이
drag the
너머까지
ship
배를
towards us.
직접 끌고 오지
In the means,
못하니까
how was it?
아니,
No,
보통
that's not what pirates
대적들이
use
작살을
harpoons
날리는
for.
거
So that's how.
우리가
Now
갈고리를
you know that's
단
how they
지금
cause the twin
같은
hooks.
저질력 작살 타고
Are you
싶은
ready,
사람
kid? Are you ready, kids? Who wants to
나요다.
ride the harpoon? Aye, aye, Captain. And it's purple.
일기당천.
We're sailors of the moon. We carry a harpoon for the whales. Something, something sails. They sing a wailing tune. Sorry, I don't. It's been a very long time since I've seen that episode.
이쪽으로.
Yeah, going in.
선생님
Shame.
봤어요? 운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
한 놈 두고 물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라.
꼬맹이는 단정하지 않군요.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 마시게.
일기당천.
17 enemies in total. Oh, that's enemies, not waves. I was thinking, wait, 17 waves of enemies. Holy crap.
물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라. 깔끔하게 물었군.
벌써 끝나간고. 즉시 퇴거하시죠.
이런 대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
마음 놓고 열어졌지.
이쪽으로.
바람 들어오는 대로 뭘 봐라.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
이런 대상 사망.
즉시
징수
퇴거하시죠.
진행 불가.
Well, at least these pirates are getting splattered rather easily.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
마음 놓고 열어졌지.
알테님, 봤어요? 너무 쉽군요.
내가 눈에
So wave 1 out of
새겨주지.
1. I guess that's to show there's no enemies in reserve anymore.
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지
Shatter,
걷고 제쳐라.
shatter their bones.
이런 대상 사망.
깔끔하게 물었군.
알테님, 봤어요? 너무 쉽군요.
겹겹의 중문.
운이
보이겠어.
따라준다면 좋겠네요.
Pretty easy.
즉시 퇴거하시죠.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던
The
홍원이
big brother,
한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요.
sturdy little brother of the middle.
언젠가 재회할 날 꼭 내게도 은자를 풀어주시오. 내 그것만을 바라고 온몸에 피를 묻혀가며 쉼없이 달리고 있으니
Yeah, this one's unfortunately so famous it was spoiled even before, you know, Chad did it.
H사와 89의 안내는 제게 맡기시죠.
I'm gonna change here. Ting Tang Gang leader Honglu is genuinely good here, but I think I don't know if they're going to acknowledge if I have a middle member on my own, but oh, fixed member needed. Never mind. Ishmael. Zwei Association's the main one. We'll go with this one since she has title elegy.
지정 보호 구역에
Required.
소요 사태 확인.
I could drop someone else like Dawn, but I think I should probably keep with the, I want to just drop, just get some more damage. I could drop my Faust here, but at the same time I kind of don't want to do that because that ego might be the only source of healing I have in this fight. It's not as good as Fluid Sac, but to equip Fluid Sac requires not having the Calcid ego. I'm not doing that.
징수하겠네.
We're fending them off somehow,
저
but
가운데에 있는 배에
that ship in the
계속
middle,
눈길이 가네요.
it sure is eye-catching.
유독 화려한 건
Things are usually
다
that gaudy for
그만큼의
a
이유가
reason,
있는
you
것이겠죠?
know.
어라라?
That
저기
guy standing there at the
저
center.
가운데 있는 사람 말이야.
Roger rarely ever showed this much fear and anxiety. The weird guy up there, he's posing like that ever since this whole mess started. Posing? Oh, that's not what I'm talking about, Dante.
저
Do you
문신을
recognize
보고도
those
모르겠어.
tattoos? He's a BB of the middle. Big brother of the middle.
좁은
What's
형님이
a bitch
뭐죠?
brother?
작은
I
형님.
think she meant big
아니야?
brother. Sorry about bringing this now, but what's the middle? Just a mere mention or sight of them alone seems to shock and intimidate people. Remember how they pretty much traumatized Pilot? I heard that the
듣기로는요.
fingers, which the middle is
존재를
part
포함해서
of, are on a
손가락이라고
completely
불리는
different level
조직에
from
있는
average
사람들은
syndicates. I've
차원이
never met them
다르다고
face to face
들었어요.
before, but
아니,
no, people like us, we're
직접
never supposed to
만나는
meet them like
것부터가
this.
있어서는 뭐
We're all
끝이
going to be
봐야지.
fucked up beyond all recognition. That is one acronym that I will never misunderstand.
마지막 한 개비를
Time for my last sig. It's a good day to die, isn't
죽기
it?
좋은 날씨 아닌가.
Ryoshi, even you?
마주해야 하는 일들이라면
If a trial must be weathered, we will weather it with dignity and tenacity, Dante.
준비 운동은
Alright, how's the warm-up?
형님께서
Big
시간 줄 때
bros, give me all time for a
해라.
warm-up. Appreciate it. He's wearing sunglasses in this gloomy weather.
일동
All
전열을
hands
갖추도록.
prepare for battle.
관리자님.
Executive manager, this
이번
battle, this
전투는
foe will not be like any other we've
지금까지와는
encountered.
양상이 다를 것
Under such
같습니다.
dire circumstances,
이럴
ensuring the
때는
safety of the commanding officer is our
지휘자의
primary
시간을 안전하게
objective.
하는 것이 우선인 점더.
Please
안전한
find a safe
곳으로
place to
피신.
hide. Make sure to stay out of sight.
찌뿌둥하고
Boring. Didn't you think I'd
이렇게 오래 걸릴
take
줄은
this long for a
몰랐다.
warm-up?
협상을
Let's negotiate. If you can negotiate, we're more than ready to listen.
원한다면
Negotiate with a villain such as he? How? Well, looks like we're the ones begging for our lives now.
작은
I didn't think a
형님이
big brother in the middle would be
진짜
here
올
in
줄은
person.
몰랐는데.
그래, 내가 왔다.
Yeah, but I am.
난 말이다.
So, in all those years I've spent as
지금까지
part of the
인생의
middle,
대부분 단 하나.
I've had this one
깨뜨릴 수
rule
없는
that I
철칙이
never
있었다.
broke.
하지만
Until
오늘부로
today,
그
that
철칙이
is.
산산조각나고 말아버렸다.
Oh, I see. The thing on the book is supposed to be a middle finger.
너희가 내
Your raid of my
개인
personal
금고를
safe has
들어가는
forced
바람에
my
말이지.
hand.
와, 지가
Oh,
떨리네.
damn, unbelievable.
어떻게
What awful
그런
mind thinks of doing
행동을
something
하신
so
거야?
heinous?
응?
Eh?
쌍갈고리
This about what happened back at the
풀어서가
Twin
아니고?
Oaks Club? A bulky ancient book hangs from his waist, secured in place by thick chains. He lifted it with his hand.
그러니 이 자리에서 고하도록 하겠다.
So here on this day, they're your sins, oh guilty ones.
너희들의 용서받을 수 없는 죄.
Your unforgivable sin. What kind of accent am I giving this guy? Your unforgivable sin.
저기,
Maybe I should go with the
우리가 비록
try go for the
그
Duke
스미
Nukem
씨랑
type.
조금 말다툼이
Look, we had a
있긴
little kerfuffle
했지만
with Miss Me,
그대의
but
부하는
your subordinate
우리가
she
무사히
remained safe
돌려보냈어.
and unharmed. Wait, no, stop.
스미? 그게 누구지?
Ooh, Smee, who's that?
아, 그 누구냐면
No way, he didn't even know? My interjection may have been unnecessary.
아, 어디 보자. 그럼 그 죄까지 추가해서 더하면
Ooh, well then okay, let's see. Well, with that scene piled up on top, he began flipping through the pages, taking time with his fingers.
반갑품 장부다.
That's the Book of Vengeance. Once your name's
저기에
written on that,
적혀진
Fubar is also written your
이름들은
fate.
뭐
Hilarious.
끝이지.
So hilarious, I might go mad.
세상은
Listen, we live in this
독심과
binary
화석으로 나눠진다.
world. World so luscious, the world is so
너희 그
bristly. Are you
차이를
aware of the
알고 있는가?
differences? Silence. The urge to blurt out what he's talking about is palpable, yet suppressed by an unknown, incredibly potent force.
손으로
The
움켜쥐는
luscious
안정감 있고
is what
부드럽게
flows wraps
잡히는
galantly around your
것이
hand with fingers combed through it,
끈끈하게
and the
손가락을
bristly
뚫고 나오는
is what rough
가락들이
stabs
퍼싸기다.
and pokes out between your
그
fingers.
중에서도
Patience, perseverance, a
세상의
delicate
독심이
pair of
되기 위해서는
talented hands are crucial to become the most
매일같이
luscious that one can
인도와
be. Do you understand? Do you understand now the incredible amount of effort that goes to maintain this hair, the right shape and perfect lusciousness? Well, they do say that fashion is true, endgame. There once was a coupon that got covered in personal hands-on hair care. From the director of a top luxury, from the richest parts of U-Corp, the Stingray portrait continuously for 5 hours. It said that with that coupon, anyone could enter the world of luscious, and anyone with a coupon with the privilege of an appointment-free visit. Oh, so we're being accused of taking his coupons for a hair
아까
salon?
요슈 씨가 좁은
So many
형님이라
calls.
속 좁은 걸
I meant they could be a
의미하지.
real bitch to get rid of once you piss them off.
진짜.
Damn, we should have steered clear of these bastards. They were my first steps in the world of the delicious. Yeah, the coupon thief has left me stranded indefinitely in the world of the bristly. Behold, a testament to your innocence. He tossed a piece of paper before us. On it's a picture. Heathcliff?
몰랐어. 저놈 것인 줄은.
I didn't
그렇잖아.
know the safe was
금고에
his. It's got a
알록달록한
couple
고양이
kitty
스티커들만
stickers on it. You gotta be
붙어있었다고.
absolutely
그걸 뭐 누가
I
저런
made us
엄청난
assume
녀석
that
금고일
safe
거라고
belongs to middle
생각해.
little brother, right?
취향이라는 건
Everyone has different tastes, just like the
사람마다
numerous,
제약까지.
colorful lakes of the Great Lake.
다양성과
Your blatant lack
취향을
of respect for the
무시하는
diverse, different
영구에
tastes of others will be
적을 수밖에
added in the Notebook of Vengeance as well.
누가 히스
Someone
입좀
please shut up,
틀어막아.
Heath, before he adds anything more to
저
that
창고에 또 뭐라도
stupid
또
book.
적히게 좀.
Heathcliff, do you even know who, what, or where these coupons were for?
발턱이
Of
있겠냐.
course not, bloody hell. We're the villain's tale, having been naught but thieving rascals. Where hast thou committed such vil? Wherefore hast thou committed such villainy,
왜
Heathcliff?
그런 것이오, 히스클리프?
Yeah, this is. I'm gonna be honest. This kind of came up out of nowhere. Is this all this really here just for the sake purposes of having a boss fight?
왜?
Thou hast once given a second look at that hair
관심도 없던
salon. Not once given a second look at a hair salon. It's why.
그런
I've
게
got my
있어.
reasons.
단 한 가지 희소식은
There's one good news,
가져간
however.
쿠폰을
The
다시
change your
돌려도
absolution, even if we were to
용서해줄
return the
가능성은
coupons,
극히
is
드물다는
infinitely
것이다.
small, infinitely close to
영이라고
nil, in
봐야겠지.
fact.
그러므로 그
Thus, keeping the
쿠폰은
coupons will make no difference to the outcome of this encounter,
네 것이 될 수
Heathcliff.
있다.
They are now yours.
불행한
The
소식으로
bad news
쿠폰을 사용해
is we're all going to
보기도 전에
be oofed
우린
before
모두
Heathcliff even gets a chance to use them.
박.
With his extended passionate speech coming to an end, the big brother of Midland, Don Quixote, both wiped tears from their
그리고
eyes.
그 죄의 대가는
And the price of your sins. Oh, let's see. Todd Lake, section 20 says on row 6, slot 6, hair salon coupons. That book says instructions in case someone steals their hair salon coupons?
그래 찾았다.
Ah, crap. It's like the roommate agreement from Big Bang Theory. Ah, crap. I just committed a faux pas by mentioning that show. Oh. Hey, be fair. It completely fell off after, I think it was the 3rd season. I guess for anyone who's unfamiliar, it's an American sitcom show. The roommate agreement was a running gag that was basically a bunch of they never explained what's in it. It basically just had weird, obscure rules that would come up whenever they thought it would make for a funny joke. Usually, when something weird happened, it would come up that to try and make things funny, and then it could be offered to change in exchange for usually something mundane, like doing dishes on Fridays or something. It was alright, I guess. Like with most forms of humor, it's going to depend entirely on your tastes. I found it. Complete and total extermination of all involved parties. Execute coupon thief and all their affinities. Effective immediately.
그자와 친분이 있던 사람의 직결.
Truly a BB.
나는 중주의 작은 형님 리카르도다.
My name's
죽으면서
Ricardo. Let my
새기다.
name be the last thing you remember as you perish. Memories are
Yeah.
important after all. Ryoshu where one last cig to the ground, smoke down the butt.
썩 맛있진
It's
않았어.
satisfying. I'll get a proper luxury cig next time. If there is a next time. And the big brother quite literally soared in the air. Yeah, this is one of the most infamous fights in the game, to the point that it typically gets used as a demonstration of every single new character that comes out, just to demonstrate their power. Alright, so these, it probably doesn't matter, so let's just get our resources. Oh, lovely. Minus 25 sanity on Ishmael. Well, I suppose she has had a lot going on right now. But I guess we need to clear all these before the big guy comes in. At least the good news is having trash mobs earlier means that I should be able to have everyone's sanity up as well as their stats here. I just need to remember I can't just auto through them. I can probably auto through these trash mobs, but the rest will need time. I guess this will be fine. You know, it's a pretty nice boss fight when it has the dedicated music. Then again, I guess the last chapters had hints toward the next one. This one is here to set up for we're going to be fighting these guys primarily in the next chapter.
일기당천.
Yeah, preparing my tremors for the fight should be pretty good. I have a decent amount of tremor inflicting statuses, so if I'm lucky, I might be able to keep them stunned. But I won't be able to win raid this. I'll have to do it manually and figure out how I want to go about it, including being very wary of which egos to use.
이쪽으로.
At least I'm winning. Yeah, as long as I'm winning, he is pretty shape. As long as I can get the boss by himself, the Scotty Ishmael ego should be effective. Is Ishmael yours or alone? It is a loner. Believe me, I would tell you if I would tell you if she was mine. But yeah, I just grabbed the first one off my list that had the Scotty ego and put her on here because she was literally a force deploy, and like hell am I going to use my default ult Ishmael.
일기당천.
Well, as long as I get my resources up before the big fight against Ricardo, I should be in good shape. Yeah, get some wrath here. Oh yeah, I should also start getting Gregor's aura farming going. Damage pretty good here, I think.
이쪽으로.
물론고 거꾸로 제쳐라.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
I need to do some healing, so let's do that. No, not his. threads. Oh, no one's clashing that for some reason. Yeah, that one clashes. Should be good. This should be good. I need to start caring about these manually. Struggling. Alright, let's get this going. I need to prepare it. This should help heal up because W Corp she was really taking a lot of pain. Yeah, I missed up that. Yeah, okay. I didn't realize that until I'd already clicked the thing and oh shit. I have to get my flips and his high and his low. I guess it's not impossible though. Oh, I guess it worked out. Dominating is fine. Yeah, that should be fine. Good old coins indeed. Here we go. Alright, I cannot simply win rate this. I actually have to pay attention. This one's gonna kick my ass. Alright, this is the fastest one. Hopeless. Uh-oh. I do not have the resources for that because I lack a wrath. Oh dear. Hopeless. It is literally impossible for me to win these. The lines show what egos are available. I did notice that. Hey, you're yellow purple. I'd rather say. Oh, I don't have enough for. I don't have enough for the big one, but I should have enough for a smaller one. Dominating. Okay, that one I can kill with that one. Yeah, this is hopeless. Darn, I'm too hopeless here. I do need to keep the heals going though. Dominating. Ah. I can clash this one. Alright, I'll do that. Dominating. I should be able to win that clash with that. Or it'll be unopposed. Ah, okay. And what's this one targeting? Dawn. Gluttony power. Hopeless. Actually, I should have enough for this one. Dominating. Okay, yeah, I can actually win this. Struggling. I don't like that. I don't want to accidentally go with that one, but I'm struggling. Dominating. Good. Dominating. There we are. Okay, I think this should do the trick. So any single match. That's good. Yeah. I saw what you saw there. Dominating. Here we are. If I can get rid of his trash mobs, Ishmael's will be significant. Ishmael's elegy will be significantly stronger. Payback. Oh, I should have used a shield to negate that, I guess. Command meltdown to get some healing going should help.
멈추지 않는 시대에서
But the big thing is I clashed that skill so that it stopped, although I guess it seems to auto... I guess payback just auto counters everything. I should have had someone countering that. I didn't think, but yeah, I need to remember to offset as well when necessary. How did he win? Wait, I got the higher numbers. How did I lose that? He must have a pass that I missed. Alright, let's see here. Every time a middle ally is killed, gain an offensive, allies heal SP. When an ally is killed, gain plus coin boost. If an enemy attack deals more than 12 damage, the enemy loses. Alright, punching is just blunt damage and paralyze. He's got a lot of paralysis. Payback. What's here? Domineer, apply power to all allies, inflict 2 allies. Does this get negated if I offset it? Like, do the allies not get the buff if I offset? Because it seems like the small fry are gonna be a bit of a problem. Make this memorable. Gain 2, gain 5 bind. Reduce value by 1 with a skills active. Take double damage from skills. Double the amount of stagger threshold from tremor burst. If the unit isn't staggered. Looks like he doesn't have the stat specs yet, so I could offset one of those. You win or lose based on coins. If you won last clash, you only had 1 coin on the skill. I see. Right, I forgot about that. So since 1 coin lost, you lost overall. That makes sense, yeah. Whereas he had 3, so he had to win 3 times. Ah, that is not an insignificant difference in needing to win. Because he had the luxury of being able to make a mistake and still win, while I didn't. Alright. Alright, so I do need to see about offsetting these. The good news is everyone's very slow this turn, so I can basically use whatever I want. Alright, what does skill do again? While the skill is active, take double damage from skills, double the amount of stagger threshold raised from tremor burst. The effect of this... This is extremely dangerous, but I actually might have enough tremor to trigger it. After all, I do have Don and Yisang who are both dedicated to it. As long as they don't get stunned, I can potentially do it, but it's a big if. It might also be in my best interest to try and get rid of these trash mobs. Killing them does power him up because of his passive, but at the same time, he already has 5 attack up. He can't gain any more, so if I just kill both, he gets +2, but they vanish into the ether. He's almost at max. If I survive just 1 more turn... Oh, hopeless. Hopeless. Dominating. Pride res. Yeah, if I go with another pride here, neutral. Dominating. Yeah, remove that. Have Dawn offset that so that she gets a free attack off. I think, keyword think, this is a good strategy. Guess we'll find out. I guess depends how well the dodge here is. And whether or not I'll be able to focus him down with these Sang and... because he doesn't have any tremors whatsoever, though. Maybe I should offset this as well. It's going to be a bit dangerous, but I will prevent him from doing anything particularly annoying. By offsetting those, yeah, offset. So he should lose those effects, right? Let's find out. Oh, I'm missing someone here. Oh no. Alright, that should be a free attack on him. Yeah, Pride Res at 3 here should be a super souped up attack. Let's go. Oh, come on, how do you not die to that? Yeah, I should have just focused him down, but I didn't want to waste the turn. Alright, he's dead. Alright, there we are. Both of them are dead, so he's alone. 40. I don't have enough wrath to use it, though. It's fine, I can get it. I can use it through this here. Alright, everything is 1, which means I can do this all at my own pace. You know what, I think I need to use someone who's faster. I need to offset this counter because that... Offset, good. Now he can't counterattack me and reduce my sanity. Now, let's see here. What kind of resonances can I make? Resistances can I make? Pride might not be half bad. Although I could also do with an Envy and a Pride. But if I get 3 or more, that makes it stronger, right? It's a shame I can't get anything with these, but... Well, first things first. Can I actually... Hopeless. Oh, dear. Hopeless. Oh, no. This is going to be tricky. I can start using egos, but I only have so many I can use to win. Hopeless. Man, these are huge. Those attack ups are just no joke. Let's see here. Unbreakable coins. That's possible. Let's see here. Reversal kick, unbreakable coins. The target gain poise until you count next turn on base attack skill use. If the target has rupture, gain poise and... This is... Yeah, no matter what I do, it's hopeless unless I use an ego. Yeah, I got 2 attacks going after. What's she get? Your shield. Gain 2 defensive stance. Gain tremor count. Clash wind. Trigger tremor burst. Unbreakable coin. Power guard. Holy crap, look how powerful those things are. The two on the end are the ones I have the best chance of kicking. Dodge. Holy crap, there's no way I can dodge any of those. Yeah, I basically have to win the roll and he has to fail it for me to dodge that. Starting my season, these are tough. My team is not exactly coherent. Alright, that should be an unopposed attack. Holy crap, look how powerful that is. I don't think I'll be able to dodge that even with the... I guess hunkering down and tanking might not be an impossible idea, but... Yeah, I don't like this one bit, but we're gonna have to tank it. Hope for the best. I still need to get two. I still need two rather in order to unleash. There, getting some free attacks should help, I think. And more importantly, we're now getting some wrath energy. Ugh. Ow, ow, ow. Stagger. Holy shit. Lovely, I unlocked something else. Oh no, he's using Assemble. It's not clashable, is it? Yeah, it's only at combat start, so it doesn't, quite literally doesn't matter what I do. Favored. Damn it, Faust. Offset those. Alright, let's go.
멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
No damage whatsoever. Well, I guess what matters is we can get a bit more healing out of the deal. I need this wrath no matter what. Hopeless. My hair coupon. If the target is less than 0 SP, final power 5, risk or stagger threshold by 30. And if it paralyzed, and this affects the whole team. I straight up can't win it, even in the best possible scenario. I think I've already lost. I'm pretty sure there's nothing I can do to... Why'd you mess with those air coupons? Yeah, I'm starting to think I should just restart the whole fight because there's no... I don't think it's possible for me to win anymore. I simply do not have the resources to win, especially when I'm down completely. In fact, these are practically... These are just slightly better than hopeless anyways, isn't helping either. Yeah, I should probably just give up right now because I need to get this, rethink my strategy. Maybe I should just... I can't take out Faust, but I don't have any Wrath people. I think there's probably an obvious trick I'm missing. I feel like there's something very obvious going on here. Damn it, even the ego's hopeless. I'm not sure I have anything that can work. No gloom. This may be where my random bullshit go ends. I know I'm missing something, but what? I have actually not used this before. Yeah, that's still hopeless, so never mind. It's not doing anything, darn it. How am I supposed to? Now, it could also be that I'm just wasn't getting very lucky. Yeah. A surprising amount of these use Wrath. Which is funny because I barely have any sources of it. I sure have a ridiculous amount of envy energy though, despite having absolutely nothing that uses it. And asked for some advice, but I'm not sure there even is any advice that can help me at this point. The ego passives are going on. Borrow time, end of turn 2 counts. Gain haste, punish a fragile, but soon set. I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna die once he uses all this. Yeah, it's all hopeless. Sheesh, yeah. Holy crap, 30 out of 84. Come on, I know people love to use this fight to demonstrate solo wins with new character stuff. There's got to be something obvious I'm missing here. This is not going to work, but oh dear.
최선의 방어를.
That's odd. Why is she taking so little damage?
짧게 부탁드리죠.
Compulsion. Starts encounter, takes 0 gain. At less than 0, gain 3 attack. It's paralyzed. That's not good. I am damaging him, so it's not like he's invincible. Ishmael's buff has a hidden effect where she can't die unless she's the last ally on the field. That is extraordinarily useful. Only problem is these AoEs have— holy hell! I guess that makes sense, but wow. I straight up do not have anything that can survive this. Yeah, it's completely hopeless. This guy has— holy balls, 86. How am I supposed to— I can't beat that directly, that's for sure. The good news is they all— pretty much all are focusing on her, so if I can just get rid of these guys, I might be able to work something out. The problem is I lost the person who had the who had the ego I was hoping would carry me to victory. Hence why I'm wondering if I should just restart the whole thing. Question, what stops him from simply using the coupon ability to deal 86 damage to everyone every single turn? Because I'm getting the sense that there's going to be a lot of RNG. been so long I don't remember the entire fight, but I think there's some more buffs or skills saying these things.
죄송합니다. 오티스님 말.
Unfortunately, her immunity is gone now that she's the last one on the field. I need to rethink my strategy.
지역 보호 실패. 제 실수 때문에 치바이의 명예가 땅에 떨어지겠네요.
I don't mind borrowing a powerful one like Zwei Ishmael since she's forced anyway, but I know there's something extremely obvious I'm missing, I can tell you that much. I did try to offset him to prevent him from causing a number of problems, but I guess that's gonna be a bit rough here. Oh, I can up to 4 people, but does he actually gain anything good? I'm not sure. Things highlight. Yeah, I've noticed that. Yeah. If target has death right, what inflicts death right? They all like to work together. Yeah, I think part of it was definitely just bad luck with losing Gregor immediately, since with the moment he had Brilliant Glory and I could use it at max power, he probably would have done something while the boss was solo, because at 40 stacks, that's just ridiculous. But I was also getting hopeless because he has over 80 on a coin flip there. Even on my best, that's not happening, which means I'm missing something. I don't have a character that can strip him of buffs, which would have been quite nice, because the big thing is that he's getting so many haste and attack up buffs that he's dealing all those ridiculous powers. And of course, killing his allies adds to coin power. But they do cap, I do know that much. That's why I was trying to kill him while his stack was already at max, so he wouldn't be able to do that anymore. Honestly, I think the biggest thing holding me back now is probably Butler Faust, but I can't take her out because if I don't do that, I have nobody that inflicts Wrath. And that's a problem because Brilliant Glory requires at least 2. It's kind of a big deal. I feel like I'm missing something extremely obvious. Something... The fight's gonna be hard no matter what, but I feel like there's definitely something about it that I was missing. And I get the sense I probably need to be able to nuke him down before he starts spamming his coupon skill, because the moment he starts doing that is when he starts doing 80 damage a hit because he feels like it. I suppose so. Like I said, a big part is I don't have any source of wrath on this team. Even if I were to use my threads to upgrade another T-Corp here, not a single red in here. So another part of it is my team does not support the ego that would probably carry me, which is not something I can overlook. I guess these 3 do have Wrath that I could also use. Interesting, their defensive skill is also 1. That said, I think her stats are probably going to suffer a lot since she's the base one. I don't think I have the luxury of being able to do that. Plus, I need to level her so that her... Let's try this. Let's see here. How much would this go? Oh, it doesn't tell me. Well, let's check out here. What are these levels at 40? Six and 165. It's not awful, but I don't think the numbers back it up. Like, even if I maxed her out. Plus, that's a skill 3. No, I can't. I have to use the borrowed Ishmael, so I can't use this one. What's Heath got here? Okay, 6, 40, 17, 15. I guess he would make it easier to summon it, but why do you have to use the borrowed Ishmael? Because I do not have a single good Ishmael ID. Yeah, tell me, which of these would you say are worth uptie 3? Because she can't die, so it doesn't matter. It matters in the sense I still need her to be able to deal damage and contribute. I can tell you that much. And I can tell you right now, even if I were to level her to max, she's not going to contribute. Is there a ninja Ishmael, actually? I forget. Is there a Ishmael? I don't remember. Actually, I guess I could check. Let's see here. Be able to beat the game with base IDs. I suppose that is an option. I guess I could max out her level and then... identities, all. No, there is not one. I suppose if I use her, I could borrow someone else. There isn't a Heishu Ishmael. She got Family Hierarch, which is different. Darn, so much for that plan. Although I suppose I could use base Ishmael and then borrow the Hong Lu. Alright. We'll borrow the Hong Lu instead.
제 차례인가요?
Hong Lu. Where's the ninja Hong Lu? Not full stop. Lord of Hongyan. This one's the one I want. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the reminder. Yeah. Hate to lose W Corp 8 cleanup agent, but I don't have a choice right now, and I can't lose Butler Faust because she's my healer.
내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다.
Lore doesn't give you red ego residence. Unfortunately, most of them don't in general. But Ishmael and Butler Faust both do, so that should help. So now that I have 2 characters providing instead of 1, that should be a genuine help. Alright, for these early mobs, we're just gonna gather our resources here.
말로 받았나.
Sword of all Honshu. Dang, that's not half bad. Also has 1 to provide for, though it's not great. Thumb Restore is pretty good, but I think the ninja team should be ideal here. Oh, nice. We get some red here. Actually, I think we're gonna need some gloom, so let's summon that. Alright, we'll do it this way just to get the right resources I need. Dang. Not good. Splatter. This should be fine. These first 2 waves are to get my resources ready. So I need to make sure I get as much of them as I can. This takes a while. It won't be the first boss fight in this game I've taken 2 hours on, so... Actually, maybe I should go for this just for the gluttony energy, because the more gluttony energy I have, the better. That way I can do the heals more than just 1 turn at a time. Right.
퇴거하시죠.
Let's do it.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
The sooner I get this ready and get stacks going, the better, I think.
좋은 전략이네요.
Gloom Ray.
가보죠.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Wave 2.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
I have pride energy. Wish I had plenty enough energy for this then. Lord of all Honshu. Wonderful.
넘고 무수히 얼마든지 또 제쳐라.
darn. Oh, phew, he only had one coin to beat.
겹겹의 준물.
Agitated.
보이겠어.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
Yeah, now we need to focus on pride production. I guess I could.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
깔끔하게 물었군.
Pride, yeah, sounds good to me.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
위험해. 대상 사망. 진행.
제거하시죠.
I'm back. That was weird. The whole internet went out for some reason. Even my phone was disconnected for some reason. But now it's back. I can't believe it. If you're wondering why I progressed, yeah, I just hit I noticed it happened just as I was hitting attack, unfortunately. We'll get through this now. This is attacking. Struggling. Dominating. Unopposed, oh dear.
모험하군.
I lost that clash. Damn.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
Yeah, most of them doing no damage.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마.
Oh, come on. How are you losing that clash, Dawn? Yeah. Dawn is really consistently losing these clashes. Ugh. I guess we'll have to give this a go.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 맹활한 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
Come on, really? No. Hopeless. Wow, that's all. Yeah, I'm missing something obvious here. I know there's a way to do this, but...
이쪽으로.
모험하고 바람 불어오는 대로 집회.
해보겠네.
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라. 겹겹의 중문 뚫어보이겠소.
Hopeless. What's his buffs do again? Fine. Speed -5, plus coin power. His coin power is stronger. Offense is always test the big brother. While it's active, take double damage from skills. Double the amount of stagger from tremor. This expires when you need a stagger. There's a stagger to gain 5 damage up. Oh, I need to stagger him. Oh no, I don't know if I have enough people that can actually do that. Yeah, I'm gonna take damage from this stupid thing. Wait, no, I'm not. Yeah, I can make, since this is 1, I can make sure that all these other characters go, I can make sure that he specifically goes last. Yeah, it's the last person that patches that does it. Even Brilliant Glory is only practically hopeless. Oh, but I still need someone to dodge that. I'll make sure the one that clashes is the last one, so the rest are unopposed. Keyword might be able to do this. Let's find out.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 내 말은 당신에게.
He's the only target, which means Title Elegy gets a huge damage bonus. $309, wow, that's not bad actually. No! Oh, but I still got it off. Maximum power. Unbrilliant glory. This is it. Wow, that did no damage despite being maxed out. Yeah, I'm just gonna quit. Yeah, if I didn't kill him there's no possible way to win anymore. Unbreakable coin still hits, but the reduce damage. Ah. Oh, I see. Because he failed, it wasn't supposed to attack, but he still got off because the points are unbreakable. Okay, so it did work it. But the problem is, look at his HP bar. There's no possible way I'm gonna get that down, so I should just quit again. Probably should have thought of a better strategy, damn it. Not enough pride. The more we fight, the more we learn a couple things to fight. Yeah, I actually am doing significantly better since I borrowed that Hong Lu. The problem is, I'm relying a lot on things that aren't going to work. I'm pretty sure. Also, it seems like there's a passive time limit here. If I could stagger him, that would have worked, but as you can see, I didn't even get close. Yeah, it looks like I need to kill him before he gets bored and spams the coupon ability. Let's see here. What caused him to be able to unlock that anyways? Back assemble coupons. The main target is less, when does it go? Yeah, when does it unlock? If my internet's not going to be playing nice, though, I might have to. Yeah, I guess I could try and offset it so that he can't use that, but I don't think that's how it works. Now, granted, I could try and use Otis to try and focus on Tremor to stun him with those, but she's not built yet, so. Yeah, but obviously that's not enough. I need a coherent team. I need to go here. Maybe I could go with all pure default ones. It's about as valid as it gets, I guess. I can't do any of these. Hopeless. We were hitting when we had the debuff the turn before the hair, or were you hitting? I was hitting the ads primarily. I was trying to get rid of the ads sooner than later, but I kept losing clashes. I wanted them dead before he did anything, but that's not working. I might, if I get Otis up, that's another good source of Tremor, and I could stun lock him with that, but I don't have the materials for it. No, he had the double damage buff before the ads went away. Remember, last turn he still had the double last turn he had the double damage buff, and I was hitting with everything. And I just didn't do enough, even though I used all the stuff. Which, so, I do need. I imagine I could still win with my team, don't get me wrong, but the thing is, a lot of them are missing their final uptie, which does actually add to good stuff, including for Don Quixote, does add additional Tremor infliction. I was still hitting him, but he doesn't have. Apparently he cleansed his. Actually, I think doesn't it cleanse his statuses, but before he uses it, so that I have to do it then. Wait, what's that? Conditions unmet. Expand does not change. Click the panic instead of. Here we are. Where is it? I know he cleansed himself before it, so I start fresh, which isn't too bad, but I don't know. Maybe if I did top tie 4 Don Quixote, he'd be able to. Should be able to get him there, because I do have a decent amount of Tremor, just not enough. Yeah, I've got no capability of winning. I can tell right now that if I try to fight, I'm just going to. They're just gonna be stunned. Look how close they are to their stun threshold. Impossible to win with that. Wow. I did not realize he could do 188 damage. Hello, Paul of Suns. Sorry, I had some internet troubles earlier, so I had to restart a few things, but yeah, as you can see, I'm at the infamous fight. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a gimmick I'm missing, though.
성과를 내지 못했는가? 이래서야 아시의 이상에 다다르기 위해 몇 해가 필요할지 가늠이 서지.
Restart, I'm fully well aware that this is the boss that everyone solos with the new IDs that come out, so I should be more than capable of beating it with as I am now, even without any uptie 4s. It's just a matter of picking the correct carry. Let's go with the ninjas here. Yeah, without W Corp, I lost a lot of pride income. I do need to be able to stun him for this, but I don't know if I have enough, even when he has the Big Brother thing active.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠어.
2-star Faust over 3-star Rio anyways. Because Faust has the healing ego, and the healing is what's helping me last longer. Also she has Wrath and Income. Ishmael and 2-star for Faust are my only sources of Wrath right now, and obviously I'm going to need that. Because Brilliant Glory is what I want to get going here. Yeah, my understanding is this battle is actually not bad at all once you know how to handle it. Like I said, I'm well aware that this is the one that everyone demonstrates the new identity's power by having them solo the fight. And that includes the Heisho ones here that I'm using right now. I'm just trying to use them all together because they like to work as a team, and since I already have a decent amount, it seems like an obvious solution. Gives wait. I do not have any good Ishmaels whatsoever. That is why I'm using the default. But the good news is her default form does in fact have a source of wrath, so I can charge Unbrilliant Glory. And that's going to be a bit essential, I think. I have been told that Zwei Ishmael can solo this fight, but you have to know the battle system better than I do, I can tell you that much. Because I've not been able to do that. That should work. Assume going solo is actually stronger than a party of 6, as it gets to use a lot more skill slots. Oh, interesting. Yeah, my understanding is the default has I have noticed the default has an immortality skill until the rest of the party is dead, so I do have a few tricks up my sleeve. Plus, the free Uptide 3 is certainly helpful.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
I need to be careful about this.
적을 난파시켰습니다.
This manager can assist with a successful solo, though it feels less rewarding when it's used to clear for the first time. The assist is both landing and clearing nonetheless. I guess that is notable, yeah. But for the moment, I need to get past these waves here. Because I need to get my resources up. Yeah. And the fun part is, my understanding is that Canto 6 is probably going to be nothing but these guys, since, as we saw, Canto 3 had an enemy that then became normal enemies in Canto 4, and Canto 4 had a cameo of enemies that became normal enemies here in Canto 5. So that's going to be fun. Oh, nah, you're doing that to be cheeky, buddy. I know how you function. I need to get these Brilliant Glories started here. No. That's a bit of a problem. That should be fine here.
이런 대상 사망.
Let's get Brilliant Glory started so I can charge up a good bit.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마.
Yeah, I did fail a good bit in Dongbek before I finally figured out that you can direct Hushi duels with the Clash ability. Alright, let's get those stacks of the Liberator or symbol up.
목을 떨궈주마.
No, I need to get the energy here, especially the Pride energy. The Pride energy is going to be rather essential. I know Faust is extremely weak in this fight, given she's only 2 stars, but I do need her support options. I could just borrow Faust that has Fluid Sac, but no. That requires us not using King. That would require not using the Calcit ego, and I'm not removing Command Meltdown, even when borrowing. Hopeless, so am I. This is also hopeless. That is probably not ideal. You know, it's fine if Ishmael loses a bit. Dominating, yeah, I think that's gonna be a bit better. Yeah, I'll have him dominate that. Where's hers? Yeah, it's fine if Ishmael loses since she's immortal right now anyways, so we'll do that. Bonus from Architect Egos is an upper limit of 120%, in other words, 3 egos out of 4 is the highest limit for awards.
이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
Oh, I've already cleaned out the shop, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, as far as I can tell, the event currency just doesn't get given to me now that I've cleaned out the shop, since it doesn't get converted to anything after. It just vanishes. Unfortunate, but I do get it.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Really, you're all focusing on the one. That should be fine.
자, 어느 쪽인지 잘 생각해보라고. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 넘고 우수히 넘고.
제거하시죠.
겹겹의 중문 뚫어보이겠어.
Here we go. Here we go, 40 stacks. I need to clear out the trash mobs before anything else, so... Wow, those are all focused on the same guy, I see. Wow, all three are focused on him. Oh dear, that might be a bit of a problem. I can't use that much pride, unfortunately. Oh no. Yeah. The aggro is a bit higher than I was expecting, I'll admit. However, I can use this one here. Oh, that's no good. That's a problem. Or whatever, I just need the healing effect here. I can only stop one of these. I might be able to use this one, actually. Yeah, dominating. Struggling. Oh dear. Neutral. That's going to be very reliant on the coin flip in the end. Let's get rid of this, shall we? Ugh. All of a sudden it's hopeless? What? This is not good. Yeah, we need the pride energy, so let's do it this way. Let's go.
저 해충들을 보여내라. 쪽방이 아닐 텐데. 몸소 보여주지. 어떻게 대관원을 숙청해왔는지.
그 자식은
Flashable defenses usually Sang's function reduce damage even in case of failed clash. I did notice a bit of that.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
Alright, this should keep everyone healed for a bit. Oh dear. Keep everyone healed up. Neutral. All that just for neutral? Efficacy is such to be unknown against power as you are now. Yeah, I don't know either. I do admit part of me is, even before starting this part, I wonder if I was even ready for this, especially since it's going to be a lot. Yeah, he's using his defensive skills. He's going to prepare for the test of Big Brother, and he's also going to be doing the skill effects. I might be able to stall it if I, start combat. He gets the double damage buff. Yeah, but I need to offset that or I won't be able to hit him. His minions getting free attacks is such a pain. Damn it, why do you have to be first? Damn it, Gregor, why'd you have to be first? I need to offset his defensive skills before I can use that. But you're so fast, there's no possible way I can prevent that. He's just automatically gonna get a free minus... Yeah, there's no good. This is the worst order I could have gone because my strongest being first means there's no possible way to get rid of his defenses before they block it. Question, is it possible to dodge an ego skill? Alright. I remember, it has to be the last thing, selected as the target. Actually, no, I need to use the... I need to just use regular attacks, right? Just something that grants, hit 3, inflict rupture. Really, none of these inflict... Does any of the egos inflict, I need to hit him with something that will stun him. I know they're not doing anything, but I need to do the, attacks... I need to get the attacks planned here. The thing is, how am I going to deal damage to him with stun? Actually, Don Quixote deals the most tremor. Perhaps I should have Don do that. Yeah, I'll have her do those. Staggers only take a certain amount of damage if you're saying that for stun. Those Hong Lu have the effect of the green ego. Not yet. That's after attack. Yeah, not yet. Should I'm fine taking advice if you think I should look at the buff. So let's take a look at what the buff does exactly. Oh right, it won't let me look up any of these while I have it. I guess, right, they expect me to look it up before starting the fight, rather than doing it mid-fight because, oh. Oh, details were there. Flower Baron Reg. All coins this unit's leftmost base attack skill become unbreakable. Gain 2 offensive up and defense level down for every stack. Tarnished Blood. Raise the effect stack, repeat switch to death. It looks like this turns me into a complete glass cannon. Drop below 1 or becoming staggered defeated. Use Tears of Tarnished Blood and at the very end of that turn. Remove the Flower Baron. Oh, this will give him an enduring effect. Interesting. It'd also be worth it to inspect Lord Hong Lu's passives in particular. When other allies units substitute in a return, they heal SP. If it Hong Lu activate the following. Counter start, gain leader for every Haishu pack identity, including backups. When Haishu are killed, heal and gain a life from death. Interesting. Max stack 11 imply... Oh yeah, I remember this one. This one amused me because it says max stack 11, which implies there's going to eventually be a Heisho identity for literally everyone because there's 12 sinners total and this is 11, so yeah, they can't forget the other one. If this unit did not equip a defense skill and is about to take an unopposed attack, apply Lord's Guard. Is about to take damage. Consume 1 stack to redirect the enemy's targeting to self. Then copy and use Lord's Guard. Oh! There's multiple allies with assist defense stacks. That ally with the highest stack is a priority. So we can redirect it. This unit takes damage and brings their HP 0. Nullify. Cannot drop before 1 for a turn. Alright, make sure those are last there, and now I can move everyone else here. I'll ignore the trash mobs and just focus on the big guy himself. They should be doing everything now. He's removed, his defenses are removed, and Unbrilliant Glory should deal good damage since it's max stacks now. Wow, I really lost the... Did I lose those point rolls? Well, no complaints. Alright, there we are.
이 몸을 온당히 벌하심에 기꺼이 죄를 받아들이나이다.
Dawn, do your thing. Tremors. Tremor burst. Wonderful. Alright, he has one more turn where I have to stop him. Wait, where's his tremor stacks? Oh, right, they went away because it activated tremor, but he didn't stagger at all. Oh, he is nowhere near the staggering threshold. Yeah, I think I should restart already. There's no way this is going to work. Look at all these. 72. Holy hell. Yeah, they stagger when their HP reaches a certain point. It's when they reach that white line. But as you can see, his HP is nowhere near that white line. Tremor makes they have more HP. Let's stagger quicker. Let's keep our healing going. Tremor. Which one of these inflicts more tremor? Hopeless. This is going to be extremely dangerous, but if I can stun him here, I can do this. Bear Witness is running full, if you may. Yeah, I'm always debating when yeah. I don't mind redoing fights, I don't mind losing. It's just that it takes a long time to get back here, which is why I was debating if maybe I should cut the losses and hurry, but at the same time, I'm also a stubborn mule. Let's see here. That's Poise. This is Rupture. Although I suppose that's not half bad. Offset. There we go. Wait, the offset's not going to take place until after all these, is it? I might not have a choice, though. Tremor Burst. Yeah, it's not helping, but let's see.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
Wow, this is actually doing good damage. Right, because he has no defensive skills active. Here we are.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Tremor time. Everyone's staggered. Yeah, I wasn't even close. Holy crap. At this point, I'm just wasting time, I guess. Summon 2 allies next turn. Reminder, counters, clash guards cannot be offset. Alright, these aren't clash ones. Also, I didn't know the counters could not be offset. Whoops. That's not gonna help. Here we go.
좋은 전략이네요.
I'm pretty sure I'm
가보죠.
gonna lose again, but we don't have a choice but do something. As long as she's not dead, she still knocks off Tidal Elegy since he's the only one alive. Simply not hit the part utilizing. Unfortunately, method's unfeasible in facing a part of alone.
당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Oh, okay, that's... It seems to counter all attacks, though, not just the main one, though. Alright. This will buy a few more turns, but he's just gonna start spamming his stupid, coupons next turn, so it's over. If I can't do something. No damage, but I guess the healing might help us last at least an extra turn. Stagger! They eat less damage. Yeah, the whole reason I did the ego on Faust was entirely to get her defenses up and to get her healing going. He's staggered. Let's forget about those idiots. You guys can attack as much as you want. I'm gonna do as much damage to Ricardo as I can and hope for the best. Given how ridiculously high his HP is, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a plot event that prevent after his HP is down a certain amount, but his one body part against multiple methods, they will not be able to utilize them against any eligible attack with other parts. Ah, I see. Yeah, go ahead and punch him in the face if you want, I don't care. Darn, I was kind of hoping it'd be a cutscene thing where he'd go, oh, you don't have to do that. Unfortunately, we're at the point where he's now spamming his title, and there's nothing I can do to stop that. I've got all the heals, and I've got as much defenses on Faust as I can get, so this is it. Look how close he is to a stagger, though. Not close enough is the problem, because remember, I can never beat his coupon skill. 96. There is not a single... Yeah, there's not a single skill I can use in order to win that clash, so... You could hit him for a good top, yeah. Max stack 3. Unbreakable coins. He still has 40 stacks, so this run may be the one. We won't know till we try. Oh, that's a 6. Oh, if he gets that off, he's gonna get that off before I can get off my unopposed. He's targeting Dawn. So he's targeting Dawn here. Who is he targeting without? Without it, he is targeting Honglu. For both. Honglu and Gregor. Alright, so Honglu and Gregor are the ones he has his eyes on right now. Now, Gregor I definitely need to use, since I've got 40 stacks of Man and Scabbard, I do need to utilize that sooner rather than later. Dominating. I can actually win that. So I'll do that. The problem is this one here, because this one is going to be hitting all of us, no matter what. The main one is me. The main one is Honglu, though, who has no possibility of winning unless... Nope. It's unopposed. Is it unclashable? No, it's not unclashable. Yeah, it's letting me clash that, but not... Oh, it's because this one's unclashable. Whoops. No, clashes occur at the higher speed. When sinners of the highest speed are clashing, it takes precedence further down the line. I know the clashes recall at higher speed. I only have 2 with higher speed than this, though. The only difference is, yeah, the only difference is Gregor here, because he's specifically being targeted by this skill, so he's allowed to clash it. Yeah, that's unclashable. That's why it's unopposed. Let's try this one, then. It's still hopeless. Don't get an unopposed attack if he's targeting Honglu, though. As I say, if Dawn clashes an attack of Ricardo's, then Honglu will be unable to strike. However, should Honglu instead, Dawn will be permitted. Unfortunately, I'm still not close enough to that. This attack might work, but the problem is he's probably going to get staggered the moment... Yeah, look how close he is to the staggering threat. Yeah, look how close he is to the staggering threshold. The moment Coupon goes off, he's going to get staggered and lose the ego. Which is a shame, because if I could get that, I would stagger him again, and that might continue the plot continuation. I should be able to clash with that, since this is a clashable counter, right? So I can have Dawn attack here. But make sure this is the one that's dominating there. Utilizing Honglu's skill 2 may yield greater effects. Which one's skill 2 again? Here we are. The Gluttony one. Oh, Gluttony damage up. Rupture, Poise. Unopposed, hopeless. It's hopeless no matter what, but let's hope for the best then. Not enough. A little payback is fine. Dawn can handle that. Oh, right, because of the unbreakable coins. Unfortunately, the stagger ruined that, so I can't get it. However, this might be enough damage since Gregor's still alive. This is my best. This is my AC go. Wonderful. Oh, come on. How is he still not staggered? Damn it. Ugh. Your AC go likes rolling tails. Yeah, really. Worst part is he's actually positive. But I'm running low on hard shell. Huh? Chance to corrode 25. That is dangerous. No chance to corrode, but I lack the sloth for that. Dawn could easily do that, but guess who's stunned? Yeah, he's just spamming his coupon and his stun and his well, I guess he can stun. As far as I'm aware, you only get one counter per turn, per attack. So for every attack. So I guess he wants to do. Oh, he's stacking them, so we can do that. Skill 3 on Honglu's the blue one. These are all hopeless. Unfortunately, there's no way to get through that. He's probably gonna die. Honglu is faster. Yeah, but it's not unopposed is the problem. Yeah, Honglu's faster than her, so it can't do that. So I'm basically gonna. How can you make it unopposed? Bear witness, manager. Alright, in that case, I'll power it up with the Pride Res and go for here. We don't have a choice. He should die.
저 해충들을 보여내라. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 몸소 보여주지.
Lonesome Sand sacrifice.
어떻게 대관원을 숙청해 왔는지.
He can't die this turn. Oh, he's using his for free. Oh, that's what you wanted.
이 한 몸 바쳐 땅으로 모든 피 쏟아내리.
Wow, that was impressive.
이깟 더러운 피에 무릎 꿇을 소냐.
Oh, it's a plot. I was right, so there is a plot after halfway through. Yeah, that was bear witness. Enough games. Complete and total elimination.
이 또한
제게 주어진 일.
That's a plot defeat,
내가
so it's still
걸어야만 하는
haunted. Oh,
길이겠지.
다시 회복하는 건 너무나
오.
멀쩡하게.
Looks like you were playing Limbus Company as well. Welcome, Raiders, welcome. I'm Luce, your resident legally distinct inked fey creature. Oh, thank you for the follow. I stream just about anything on this channel, so feel free to stop by if something catches your eye. I've been doing a lot of this and, did raid, indeed. I'm doing a lot of this in Tales of Symphonia lately. I also do multiplayer stuff with friends on Wednesdays. Yeah, I somehow managed to clutch it through thanks to a friend's, Hong Lu. Haishu Hong Lu. You regenerate like nothing happened. Unlike my hair, unlike my hairdo, which should have received its rightful care that day and shall never recover. Oh, Hong Lu's a personal favorite as far as the sinners go. At least one of them. He's definitely been growing on me quite a bit. Can my clock even make a difference against someone so overwhelmingly powerful? My legs begin to shake. Strategy, resurrections always seem completely meaningless against the onslaught. Dante. Faust's voice calling my name never sounded more hollow. Speak, Faust. You must come up with a new plan. My bodily functions will cease again in a matter of moments. This may be my last meaningful advice to you. It would appear Hong Lu to be mine, considering the specifics of egos, levels, and art design. Alrighty, yeah, if any of you need to get to bed or rest, self-care is important, so thank you very much for the raid. And sooner or later, that man from the middle will come for you.
중지의 저자는
Yeah, have a good sleep.
그것 당신까지.
What? The involvement of an individual affiliated with the middle should not have happened.
예정에 있어서.
Yeah, that's right. As far as we're aware, the middle doesn't actually have any care here. In fact, he doesn't even actually care about the pirates, despite how much they touted themselves as being important to them. Which means something specific is causing them to be here. It will not matter how many times you turn the clock. That man will crush your clock as soon as he tires of inventing different ways of killing Heathcliff. There's a button on the back of your head. Tap it times, hold it times. I've grown accustomed to total annihilation. We've had plenty on the journey here. The sinners always gave their lives to learn our enemy's weaknesses and patterns, while I worked out a strategy from the rear. And thus the answer would always be somewhere within our reach. Slowly but surely we'd figure out the answer, and from that promise, the sinners rose again, but this time was, once you've completed the sequence, you have 30 minutes, 30 seconds before the charge in your head explodes. Oh my. In other words, you can self-detonate. That is our last resort, an emergency preventive measure to stop our enemies from getting their hands on the golden bows. Ego Tears of Tonic's blood increases an effect that gradually deals greater and greater self-damage while converting all coins into the unbreakables. I did notice that more and more of his coins were becoming unbreakable, so I figured, oh, I see. Since he has an effect, I did also notice the effect directly said his HP cannot go below 1 during the turn the effect is activated. So I thought, okay, I guess the goal is to just hit that stagger threshold by surviving that. Yeah, it's a bit elaborate, but dang, does seem pretty nice. Yeah, so far Hong Lu and Yi Sang seem to be the personal favorites of the sinners, but Don Quixote has a chapter coming up, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing that. She can be either one of my favorites or one of my least favorites, depending entirely on the situation. It's amazing. A lot of the others, it depends, though. Like Rodya, her chapter being the worst one, the worst in terms of writing, it's not bad, but it's definitely the worst of the lot so far, is definitely not doing her favors. I'm sure they'll explore it a bit more, though, later. It was a very short chapter, with barely much happening. I did like how she managed to outsmart them by not even using the luck thing in the end. While the explosion radius may be small, the heat and force it generates are powerful enough to melt even stars of the city. It should be effective to cremate golden bows as well. What about Virgil? He said he'd come to help before my head. I see that you now have full understanding of our predicament. We have no way of relaying our present situation to him. Even if he did learn of our troubles, he has no means with which to reach us within the next 2 hours. What about the sinners? While I'm gone, you guys are... I'm well aware of the consequences. My world will meet its end here. This is why. This is your last resort. I could keep running. I'll take the boat and stay alive until the laws of the lake cross Virgilus's borders. And there's a chance, yes. But it is incredibly slim. A pass of the bomb field, which the manager failed to see, which specifies a second death negation conditional. Well, should they perish with the aforementioned egos once per encounter? Actually, I did see that one, yeah. I did get amused by the first one since I'd missed that, but when I saw the second, I thought, okay, yeah, the whole point of Haisho Hong Lu. Oh, Copen, why do you keep making me say ninja? The Haisho Hong Lu is that he basically cheats death and retaliates even stronger. It's a pretty interesting strategy, though, that's for sure. That was the second time after Siegfried. The overwhelming sense of dread, so overwhelming it breaks our fighting spirits. The incident with Siegfried was humiliating, but he wasn't there to obliterate us, just teach us a lesson. But this man, he's... Yeah, the big thing is that I failed to realize that it would activate the true ego power immediately. I should have realized it was a two-parter just like the Brilliant Glory. Although granted, like Open said, for some reason my ultimate Brilliant Glory loved to get tails on every damn thing, and I had like 20 sanity, a positive 20 sanity. It's not like I was negative and barely hanging on. 4 unbreakable coins, and it was pretty much always 0 to 1 each time. Holy crap, what kind of luck is that? But this man, he's not gonna stop until he's broken every will, until he's satisfied, until the humiliation's recuperated. He will kill. Even though this may be the end of LCB and the world, no. Limbus must continue to exist. Dante, you must make a judgment call.
림버스 컴퍼니는 존속되어야 합니다. 단테, 결단을.
Yeah, we have to protect the company at all costs. So either we take a risk to try and get Virgilus here, because from the fact that she admits that specifics of the damage attack inside the ego are discernible at the bottom of the awakening tab of the ego. Yeah. I skimmed it, but for some reason it didn't commit to memory. I'm sorry, I don't know why that happened. I don't know why. I read through Brilliant Glory just fine, and that's why I was trying to get it to 40, specifically to ensure that even if I lost the clash, I could still do damage with it. Command Meltdown does... yeah. Thing is, I was pretty much relying entirely on, a Brilliant Glory's 40 stack usage in order to win that fight. The problem is it didn't feel like it. Yeah, 4 to 5 has to be always tails. Yeah, we need to protect the company as assets of all costs. I realize this corporate dystopia means that is a huge asset we must protect at all costs. Especially since we are under the assumption we're trying to do something positive with this. But if we do take the slim chance and we do succeed, Virgilus apparently is strong enough that he can stop the big brother, even and with how powerful he is. It's fine. Success is a success nonetheless, so I've not changed this little inevitability. I've changed little. Yeah. I do appreciate you and Copen giving me advice rather than just holding me through it, because that helped. That did make it a lot more engaging, a lot more satisfying when I finally did succeed. Because I did, like I said, I did realize that, Hong Lu would hold on at least one more turn and get an attack off guaranteed because of the nature of the HP will not drop below 1 for at least 1 whole turn. And that is a very powerful skill in a game like this, guaranteeing yourself at least 1 more or a turn of life. But I didn't realize it was going to be the ego too, because I didn't commit it to memory despite having read it a moment ago. Wow. Oh yeah.
재밌는 게 다 있네.
Look what we have here.
몸은 다 터져나갔으면서도 눈빛은 죽지도 않고
I've
계속
torn you to
일어서려고
pieces, yet with
하는군.
burning eyes, you still attempt to rise.
이딴 것들.
We can't
때문에.
not here, not like this. Yeah, I'm trying to give everyone exaggerated accents to tell them apart. I'm not very good at voice acting, so exaggerated accents how it is. Tick-tock and bring back the dead, huh?
세상 참 좋아졌네.
What world we live in? Is that kind of tech even allowed in the city, though? Guess I'll ask the great sister once I get
큰
back.
누님에게 물어봐야겠군.
Ishmael, we can't win. I'm sure Ishmael knew better than anyone. I couldn't bring myself to tell her the same thing. Shut up! Stop fucking around and do your job!
계속 살려요.
다음 기회에.
Give it another try, why don't you?
살려.
Bring me back again.
다시.
Clarification. Lord Honglu, if their death is not caused by their ego, will survive. However, they'll also gain an effect that reduces their HP by 20 maximum by the end of every turn. Yeah, I did see that part. Urtsa. Alright, so yeah, he's on borrowed time once it activates, but nonetheless he does get a bit extra time all the same, and that is extremely valuable stuff. Ishmael and I were nothing more than entertainment. With every turn and every revival, he howled with laughter and clapped with joy.
또 한 줄 길을 남겨.
Yet another line is drawn.
핏물진 길일 뿐이지만
Yeah, well, full of...
세월이 지나면
Yeah, well, full...
호모는 그제야 알게 되겠지.
Well, Otto Honglu is probably the best one for my intended use. I can't sit here and deny that the Haisho Honglu doesn't have a lot of appeal, especially since I've already got a couple to begin with. And as we saw, even if it was just those three, he can cause a lot of ridiculous things to happen. Lord Honglu is very strong. Yeah, the Haisho in general seem like they're pretty ridiculous. I mean, make no mistake, I'm pretty sure I was carried by those. Faust was important to keep people up while still contributing her own damage, although more importantly, her and Ishmael were charging up the Wrath energy since my team was lacking that. Oh boy, I get to fight him again, don't I? That's gonna be fun, question mark.
좋아. 이번엔 선글라스를
You nicked
스쳤어.
my sunglasses. I didn't hear no bell, indeed.
하지만
Too
다음
bad,
기회에
you'll have to try again. The fact his tattoos are glowing. I wonder, is that granting him power in some fashion? I see, it could explain why the tattoos might be more than just a gang sign. It could... I've seen tattoos that grant the wielders power before. I can't believe I didn't think of it sooner. Damn it. I didn't face all those waves just to... As long as I can keep trying, I can.
어디까지라도.
The mist thickens. It expands, devouring everything, our hopes, our futures, any slim chance of victory we had, and so is the fog of sight in my mind. Will this continue until Ishmael gives up, or until he gets tired of this little game, until he simply walks over and crushes my clock? Could Virgilus piece my shattered clock together? Is that even possible? If I did, as Faust told me, and blow up my head, not even a shred of me would...
슬슬 똑같은
Your
말만
repertoire is starting to get old.
메인 이벤트.
We just zoom past that in the main event.
시계 부수기로
I call this
가볼까?
clock bashing.
안 돼. 단테. 뛰어요.
No, Dante, run, get out of here. That clock fella's gotta be something very precious.
해지경을
Yeah.
다
Look at her
겪어도 아직
hanging on to my
다리를
leg
붙잡고
even after all that
매달릴
beating.
관리자는 단테. 단테는 안 돼.
No, not the man. Sure, not Dante. Should I press the button? Is this gonna be my last thought ever? There's a distant sound, like an answer to my question, that solemn sound that told clearly through the blinding fog. It was a skiff, one much smaller, much more modest than ours. From beyond my veil, the skiff slowly glided across in our direction, on a solitary figure holding an oar. A giant harpoon was attached to the bow of a ship. But why? The big brother of the middle, who could probably break that puny skip in half with his bare hands, stared at it in stunned silence. It became clear the skiff didn't float here by accident. Is that... When the figure on the boat began gently rowing in our direction, through the mist we saw something flash. The figure hurled something in our direction. It flew so fast the human eye could not catch it. I didn't even have time to register what was thrown before noticing something piercing the big brother's left shoulder. Then a powerful shockwave, mightier than anything the pirates had fired earlier, struck us. The air itself quaked. It was not a distance people would think about jumping across, and yet the figure leaped over the skiff to the lobotomy court branch gracefully and with agility. The man from the middle, who had so far been unassailable, stumbled and fell to his knees, his shoulders skewered. The man is correct, the assumption that tattoos serve a purpose of augmentation. further details. Yeah, I imagine the next chapter is going to be exploring these guys. Like I said, it hasn't escaped my notice that each chapter has a bit of a preview of the next chapter's enemies, and that's going to be very interesting, especially since my main Sinclair ID has been the middle Sinclair. He does briefly mention a penalty for stealing coupons, but otherwise it's mostly just about how those chains can both restrain him and also be a bond, represent his bonds. Which I'm guessing is more of a character thing, which is really cool. I really do like those little story beats all the IDs have. Oh, you! I'm trying to make him sound something like Duke Nukem, and I ran out of exaggerated accents. You! That's when I finally noticed the figure had thrown was a harpoon. A harpoon too immense to be thrown by a person, let alone at such blinding speed. The hooded figure's arm was wreathed in a familiar light. You old geezer! Thought you were out there fishing. What? Think you got some hot shit because they made you a color? Just because you're hunted the marlin whale? And you're challenging Middle to hunt like some whale, that it? You're not the kind of idiot that would attack me without knowing the consequences. The Middle's no different from a whale. But that's not why I'm here. I'm just after a fish that got away. Of course you are. I'm sure there's no need for me to remind you that the Middle never forgets. Well, it's a lot easier to not forget when you're actively writing it down like you've been doing there. So that does help. Feel free to write me down the remaining margins of that nasty little book if you wish. The old man tugs the harpoon lodged in the big brother's shoulder. It's Sans Undertale. Oh no, The big brother tried to hold his ground against the pole until there was a crunch. Those that do not bend, break. The harpoon tore off his entire shoulder with it. It was a force that would have turned most people into tattered meat. Not bad. Would you like to give it another try? Fine, I'll leave for now, but don't you forget. The Middle remembers. It doesn't matter what I did here. The Middle remember everyone and everything they did and turn their back on it. The Middle always pays its debts, in whatever form. Ishmael and I had no choice but to watch in silence as the old man approached us. The harpoon was still in hand as he wished to strike, but we could never. If he wished to strike us with it, we'd never be able to get away. I'm looking for a fish that consumed the structure. Are you two also here to fish? Given it's a blue glow and not red, I don't think it's Virgilus in disguise. It doesn't seem to be working as a disguise anyway, since Big Brother clearly knows who he is. The Indigo Elder. Ah, so he's an Indigo. That was unexpected of you, Faust. For you of all sinners to be the one to bring aboard the big shot to our humble abode.
뭐 죽다 살아왔는데 따뜻한 환영까지는 안 바래도.
Do you have any idea how many times that prick killed us? The least you could do is... Yes, that reminds me. I'll have to reopen my personal consultation hours for a certain kleptomaniac among us. There's no reason for Virgilus to hide his identity. The fear his presence causes is very useful. Yeah. The fact that Faust didn't even say Virgilus couldn't handle this or anything makes it clear, yeah, Virgilus could solve the problem if he was here, but the problem is he was a good distance away. Yeah, so he wasn't able to arrive. Virgilus' obvious discontent at the involvement of outsider didn't seem to bother Faust. I considered him indispensable to the completion of this mission. And why is that? Because I'm the only one who can hunt that pallid whale. Of course you are. The Indigo Elder. Indigo? He is a color. Thou meanest to say that at this very moment sharing the space with not one but two color fixes. I heard you were wandering the Great Lake to hunt its whales. As last I heard, you hunted one of the 5 calamities, the all-impaling marlin whale. Ah, so that's why earlier he said, well, I guess there's 4 calamities now, because the Indigo Elder killed one already. Dang. The old man grunted. It was neither confirmation nor denial, but it was the way the old man was. Everyone understood that. All circumstantial evidence suggests the golden bow was devoured by the whale stranded at the Great Lake. Yes, the very same pallid whale of the 5 calamities, normally observed in the outskirts. Of course, that's how these things always tend to flow. You've wasted much time, so I'll be blunt. I wish to hunt the pallid whale. Yes, and time is all we have. Moreover, we know where the whale is headed. And I'm certain that you'll have spent a significant amount of time observing and learning that whale to hunt it. I've got a plan. Oh, I've got a plan. And I'll do anything to make it work, even if you only use me as bait. And this is how we'll do it. The crowd fell silent when Ishmael explained her plan. You're mad. All that thing crashing's finally sent you off the deep end. I'm just going there for my mission, and the golden bow just happens to be in the same direction. I'll leave it up to you, or to the manager, since their decision matters the most. This company, me and Robert are both trying to find a way to reach our goals. That's all this is. Besides, does anyone have a better idea? It has been stated by a figure with sufficient authority in the matter that Virgilius may be considered the most dangerous fixer, not for strength, but the fact they suppose they have nothing left to lose at their time of meeting. I guess that's also something, yeah. Huh? Being a color itself seems to command a lot of presence, but having nothing holding you back, that's a rather significant bit too.
나는 반대야. 저걸 정상적인 생각이라고 들어주는 것부터가 잘못됐어.
No, I can't agree to that. We're making a mistake by even entertaining that balmy idea.
한 가지
I must ask you
질문이
one
남았다.
last thing.
붉은색.
Will you join us to fish, Red? Indigo Elder suddenly broke his silence with a question. I'm not experienced nor particularly skilled at hunting marine life, but I have other more important concerns that prevent me from joining. So no, unless the worst comes to pass, I will not take part. Before you arrived here, I did start, when he started explaining his role, I wondered if maybe he was bound to a contract just like we were. Strictly speaking, he's never mentioned it, but that doesn't mean he's not. After all, this is, in this corporate dystopia, contracts are pretty much all powerful. So. The old man rose from his seat and walked off as though he was about to leave. Wait a moment. We don't need a guide. With a proper plan, we're more than capable of completing this mission. To give up so quickly is, I never said I am. This loud screaming ship won't do in our hunt for the pallid whale. Screaming, I didn't think Mephistopheles was that loud. To hunt it, the boats must remain near and convert. A narrow and sturdy boat is what we need. Huh? So all you need to hear, the Virgilius wasn't going to help out? Why? Right, this would have gone much smoother if Virgie was with us. We can prepare a boat that fits your specifications should you require it. That's alright, I shall sail on my own skiff.
그 낚싯배? 고래가 꼬리만 퍼덕이면 다 부서질 것 같이
the old dinghy,
생겼던데.
that whale could split it in two with a light wag of its tail. No, that skiff, it may not look like much, but it's extremely durable. I see that X-Corp's alloys have been used in its construction. That could not have been an easy ingredient to come by. Yeah, I can trust Yi Sang's eyes to catch things that others missed. Oh, what other benefits having a color bestowed upon me then? I've heard tale of... Instead of entertaining the bombardment of questions, he approached me. I noticed in the earlier scuffle that clock seems to be you and your crew's lifeline. Yeah, it was hinted at in the earlier chapters, but it was only finally confirmed that, yeah, the clock we use to rewind time is a golden bow. Most likely the golden bow is innate power. I know not how it works, but I presume it's a singularity of sorts. I would assume such, yeah. It will not work against the whale. So start now. Get used to the idea that not everything can be brought back. So even the golden bow has limits. Or the golden bow could cancel each other out. Hello, Legion. Why? Why did you accept even after Virgilus opted out? It was a question I've been unable to let go. Dante asks why you accepted our request even after Virgilus opted out of it. You asked me the wrong question. I would have denied your request had Red agreed to take part. Let's just say that Red joined us. We would together battle a whale in a long and arduous struggle. In the end, the whale would surely go down, taking one of us with it. That is why I would have opted out if Red chose to join us. Because the hunt would no longer be mine. So he does intend to go down with it. Whatever doth thou mean? Thy intentions elude me. He intends for this to be his final voyage, is what he means. I mean that I would not be able to test the limits. Limits? What are you even talking about? What could go wrong? Compass leading back to the starting point?
필요한 모든 수를
We have to
가용해서라도
cover everything we have. And out of fear, humans drew borders even to the outskirts that lie beyond the city limits.
사람이 두려워하여 그어버렸던 선이라면
Beyond it are stars that lie beyond the edge of understanding, beyond even the concept of fear itself. I am but a fisherman seeking to cross borders and challenge that very understanding.
설마
Are you talking about what lies beyond the outskirts? Its outreaches? That whale devours everything. It's nothing but calamity. How could you... Ah, so you've been a prey once, sailor. Countless lakes here also devour, summon calamities. If you find yourself at a crossroads, if you find your life is worth nothing in the face of what lies before you, recall this conversation. I'm no good with advice. Never was. Alright, but let me one thing. Why even bother going to the lake if you know the whale is danger? Yeah, that's the thing that's been frustrating me the whole time. Ishmael has been even more vague and cryptic than Faust, and at this point I'm pretty sure Faust is being paid specifically to be cryptic and vague. As a fellow seafarer, I suppose I felt a bit of kinship. Ishmael's vows confirmed. As per the old man's directions, we rowed the skiff to the Mephistopheles. We saw Ishmael moments before boarding the skiff. This was Ishmael's plan, but I had no way of knowing what she was really thinking. I had an inkling, yes. So far, I've been going along with these vague guesses, ones that have led to disasters. So I had to ask myself, Ishmael, what do you really want? Oh, what I really want? I see another vision of Ishmael. She was hiding from the other sinners in Virgilus, but I could clearly see what she wanted, her true desire. Ishmael, She was lifting a body from the waters, a body torn asunder, shattered bones, strips of muscle, flesh. She trembled with elation before what looked like the Of course, oh my. She must have quite a bit of hatred and in her heart for that much. Then again, pretty much. I was gonna say the others might have had hatred before, but well, like Sinclair and Gregor hate themselves more than they hate the person that caused their major sin that they're here to, I'm assuming, redeem themselves about. And Raja is just always pissed at everyone, so. Yisang also seemed to blame himself for his, so I guess this is the first time that she has no hatred or blame of herself, or at least not directly. She puts all of her hatred entirely on that particular target. Wow, come on, let's get going. Of course, that's a loading screen. Rocks. I'm assuming these are going to be easy fights again, so I can probably bring back to my usual team here. Yeah, as you can see, my team is just random bullshit go, since I'm still relatively new here. Oh, I know it's going to explain it a bit later. All the sinners have a clear revelation before their big, before the golden bow scene. But yeah, for the record, Ting Tang Gang Hong Lu here, I ended up picking from the beginner's free 3-star ticket. The rest of these I got from the gacha. Although some of them are newer than others, like, my earliest ones possible was Gregor and, Ryoshu here. Then as I went along, I ended up getting Yisang and the Don Quixote. The one who grips. I probably would have considered it if I didn't get middle Sinclair here. Both this one and Grips Sinclair both have some somewhat annoying gimmicks to work around, but this one was a bit easier because he doesn't require that I have him at low sanity, and yet not low enough that he corrodes to get the best effect. Especially since doing so will make him win, which by extension will give him more CD, which is skill, to be fair, his kit does help with, but at the same time it just felt a lot more annoying. Meanwhile, Hong Lu here has been absolutely amazing. His skill 3 allowing it to get 2 kills has allowed me to help farm stuff, basically. Because I'm still doing dailies and everything, and it really does a lot to help me get through these quicker. From there on, I'm an Arknights player that joined basically entirely because of the crossover, and I must say, the world building in here has been quite impressive. I've never played Library of Ruina or Lobotomy Corporation, but I might look into those at some point. Though I wouldn't get your hopes up of it being anytime soon. I've still got a lot of this game to go. Threat's been 2, any ego that's on 1 to unlock its passive. Yeah, I've been doing that for most of them. It's just the ones I don't use. Like, as you can see, I basically don't have any good IDs for... Oh, whoops. Yeah, as you can see, I don't have any good IDs for Ishmael whatsoever. I just leveled her default to 40 because she had a Wrath attack to help fuel Brilliant Glory. And because she can't die anyway, so I figure I might as well bring the base. Lobotomy Corpse building is a lot better, more written, while Library of Ruina because it's very expansive. I was cheap before I swapped on the other sinner. Yeah, I believe, yeah, you get Shi Association from the tutorial, I believe. I guess I could also look at going for a whole Butler team. I haven't raised this one yet, but she does get some good sinking and stuff going in. But I'll worry about that later, I guess. I did it, as you can see, I did in fact get all of the Arknights egos, although for the record, I did have to go to Hard Pity and force it to give me the last one I was missing. It took me a while, but as you can see, I did at least get a nice random bullshit go team.
몸 좀 풀어볼까요?
Yeah, Lobotomy Corporation more or less explain why all this is happening. It is something to keep in mind. Deployment order shows secondary, aside from the order of extra attacks. Said features, however, more noticeable thanks to the addition of Lord Hong Lu. I've also noted that aside from the order. Yeah, deployment order I have noticed is relevant, especially in Mirror Dungeon. I've had to rearrange a good amount of those a few times just to get the relics on the people affecting the people I wanted them to. It's not a huge deal, but it is something I definitely need to pay attention to. As we discussed earlier, we took a different route from the Indigo Elder. We were first to arrive at the separate destination to our plan. Something's floating over there. Not long after we crossed the line where the lake turned gray, we noticed something pale peeking from the lake. Oh, are those islands? There's a lot of them. They may be reefs. Perhaps this lake's challenge is to navigate and avoiding them to the best of our abilities. Hey, as long as it works, don't touch it. Well, I do have to arrange it as things go. Like, I did have to arrange a few things and borrow a friend's Merceau for Dongbek, because holy crap, she was a bit of a pain. But once I figured out that you can control who she duels, that was a lot easier. Likewise, this fight I had to remove W Corp Ryoshu, because while she's usually a really good attacker, she's a glass cannon, and also I needed Ishmael no matter what, so I needed to keep my A-listers going, those being the Haishu characters, while also making sure I could fuel the egos that would push me through. Well, they sure do look rocky, but they're too big to be called reefs. Do you sense aught, Dante? Yeah, Yisang's definitely become a favorite ever since this chapter. Although I will say, as much as I know some think chapter 4 was peak writing, but as much as I did like it, I can't sit here and say it didn't have a lot of things that made it harder to enjoy than I was hoping. The big thing, of course, being that it was very poorly paced. It basically had 3 separate story arcs. And Samjo's death was just plain hilarious. It's like the story went, oh shit, we didn't have anyone we haven't had anyone die in a while. Samjo, swan dive. And that's basically it. I used my own for Dongbek and beat in 30 attempts. The detail is once again relevant now that Lord Honglu has joined the game, as the order of the Hongju prioritization is equal simply to the order of deployment, the skill 3. Ah, good to know. Sadly, since I'm so new, I don't have the ability to use shards to buy new IDs for anyone yet. It's probably not something I have to worry about too soon, but it is something I'll need to think about if I want to try for once the Walpurgis night comes. Though most importantly, I want to see what the new character is going to be, since, as mentioned, I don't have a single good Ishmael ID, and if she's one of the ones who gets a new one, then that might be worth considering for me. We attempt to discover a path that does not lead to an area cluttered with obstacles, yet it would require us to hazard a path unknown. It may lead to this path's ruin. If you can sense even the most general direction of the golden bow, please relay it to me. I can use that to approximate its location. Yeah, the Walpurgis Knight's usually good at desirable IDs. Starting to save a book. Yeah. Yeah, having them come every few months makes it pretty nice for scheduling getting them. Although, the Heishio Honglu is on main pool, as is the Faust one. And those are also definitely worth considering for me, just because of the IDs I'm using. I'm well aware that Fluid Sac is technically the best Faust ego no matter what, but again, I joined purely for the Arc Knights. I joined entirely because of the Arc Knights crossover, so I'm not going to be swapping the Arc Knight ones off for any reason. I'm sorry, it's not happening. And that includes for the others. Part of the reason I want a good Ishmael as ID is simply so that I have the option to use her in the Scotty one, for example. I see how it is. Okay, yeah. I admit I probably would have still hesitated if my buddy here didn't also recommend it to me specifically. What can I say? We've been friends long enough, he knows my tastes shockingly well. Yeah, Command Meltdown is a bit improves Faust's offensive presence while still allowing her to support her team. And since I'm using characters who do deal a lot of rupture damage, it works rather well for me anyways, so lucky me that I was able to get a team that supports it rather well. I can assure you with a degree of accuracy now that we have with us an additional data provided by the Indigo Elder. Why couldn't you have just been a magic compass to begin with, the clockhead? It's much more praiseworthy when a manager's good and you prioritize enjoyment over efficiency when a manager's good because they prioritize efficiency. Yeah. I do like how the game does have a lot of interesting nuances, like how I was trying to offset some defensive skills here and there to make my other attacks hit easier. It's just that, I'm gonna be blunt, the combat was the hardest thing. I'm very lucky my friend Henkope in there was able to help me, coach me through. And even then, I still needed advice from chat here and there because it is a very difficult to properly understand. And if you had showed me, yeah. If you'd showed me a video of any combat before I started learning the game, I'd have no idea what was possibly going on. I wouldn't even be able to tell if it was being controlled directly or turn-based or anything. It's taken a lot of getting used to, I guess is what I'm getting at. That's also why I did consider She Association Faust for a bit, but again, I'm going to see what Walpurgis has to offer. Just because She Association Faust looks like she's going to be fun, even though, from what I can tell, most consider her kind of mid. I can kind of get why. Her charging up her bow is a neat gimmick, and it could have some fun applications, but I also know that this is a game where you typically want to clash where possible. Well, since that cancels out enemy attacks completely in most cases, unless they have an unbreakable coin or something. So, yeah, I can see why she's not near, probably, She Association's now considered a potential woman. Oh wow, that's quite damning, isn't it? But yeah, I will definitely go for an ID or ego if it directly seems like it would be fun, even if it's not necessarily the most fun.
호수라는
They are
특수성을
only able to
가진
do this on the
광활하게
under the
넓고 트여 있는 공간이다.
peculiar conditions of the Great Lake,
시도되는 방법일
which has
뿐입니다.
very few in the way of obstacles.
육지의
The urban
도시는
areas of the city are dense
지상과
with
지하로
structures, both high and low, and into the underground. The higher
그 안에
population
높은
density
밀도의
also
사람들로
populates
가득 차 있기
matters.
때문에
Considering Dante can
황금가지를
detect the golden bow
근거리가
only
있는
close
느끼기도
proximities, considering there may be an
가리킨
insurmountable amount of
방향대로
obstacles in our
간다
way, their sense will
거대한
not be of
벽이
much
막고
help
있으면
there.
의미가 없죠.
Alright, so basically it can only really work here because it's so open and there's basically nothing else here but a couple islands and a whale.
결국 다른 데서는 다시 시계 대가리라는
Oh,
거구나.
so they're just back to being their usual clockhead anywhere else. Huh, so that's why I can feel the golden bow here even when it's so far away. I raised my finger and pointed towards the general direction of this vague feeling.
확인했습니다.
Confirmed. We will turn the ship around in that direction. Ishmael wordlessly steered the ship according to Faust's words. We grew ever nearer the island or reef. A heavy silence descended upon the sinners. Something tells me these aren't islands. They might even just be the bodies of the whales, for all we know. Family hierarch Ishmael was formerly known as Potential Woman. It makes one wonder what the potential man, Hobo Cliff, has been engaging in polygamy. Oh my. Yeah, I've been heard the potential man and his Sunshower Heathcliff. Apparently he's really mid except in very specific circumstances. Well, don't worry, I used the slime armor Ishmael for a while. I know what shitty well, I don't want to say I know what shitty IDs look like, but I guess at the end of the day she does still inflict tremor really easily and she is durable, and I guess that's something. But there's let's just say there's a reason that when I needed to use my own Ishmael, I just used up a bunch of XP tickets and raised her default. Let's just say that. Oh wait, I forgot to read that. We grew ever near the island or reef. Oh no, I already did. Oh, Ishmael suddenly gasped at a sudden realization.
이 호수였구나.
It's this lake. It's this lake. There was an incomprehensible look on Ishmael's face. Maybe I saw unrestrained joy, the joy of finding something she'd been searching for. Such an overwhelming, all-consuming happiness, and her facial muscles began to twitch on her own. Maybe I saw fear, extreme fear of destined, unavoidable horror. The lake's splashing waves hit her in trembling face, or maybe she was sweating from dread.
이스마엘,
Ishmael,
무언가
do you
깨달은
have any
정보가
new
있는
information to
건가요?
share with us? Yeah, I know what to do from here. I know exactly what to do. Why does that sound so ominous and make me highly concerned? Potentials of title grand identities that can be good, providing everything is centered around realizing that potential. Believe from Teams to Ego, who's... I've seen that the potential used in a term in a similar sense for others. In other games, yeah. As such, identities that have no potential are just bad or not considered units worthy of potential titles. I've seen something similar used in other gachas, yeah. Though weirdly, Arknights does not have a potential man or woman there, as far as I'm aware. I suppose we're waiting for the right one to have it. The fanbase is weirdly obsessed with min-maxing there, which is kind of funny because, just like in this game, Arknights lets you get away with a lot of bullshit that you really shouldn't work and yet somehow does. Believe me, I've done that. I played that game for a good while, and my teams are, very strange, we shall say. And it's probably going to be no different here, I can tell you that right now. Then again, I guess if I get more Haisho, that's probably going to continue. Oh, then again... Well, at least the good news is now that I'm getting things going, I can definitely start taking question if it's stupid and it works. Not so stupid now, is it? I guess that is true, yeah. It's not so stupid, is it now?
오티스 씨,
Otis, I can't
저는
see what's
흥미에
in front of
있어서
us back
확실하게
here.
보이지
Tell me
않아요.
precisely what you see. Their numbers, their sizes, all of it.
지금 우리 배 앞 암초들 주변에
Trying to avoid the
거센
wild
해류가
currents
흐르고
and find a
있어.
safe path around these
빠르게
rocks.
피할 방법을
Understood.
각해야 하는 거.
Otis nodded emphatically before rising from her seat to gaze at the path. She balanced herself as the ship rocked.
350m
About
가량의
350 meters ahead,
민무늬의
minuscule
번들거리는
plain
초소형
pattern,
암초 하나.
glistening rock. About
그보다
500 meters
500m
ahead
먼
is a
거리에
medium rock.
복처럼
There's a bump on
툭
top of it
붉어진
that stands
모양의
out.
중간 계속하세요.
Continue.
그리고
And not so far ahead is a large island with a rough, porous surface. One closer inspection is like an archipelago of 3 or 4 similar islands.
자세히 보니
Yeah, these porous things, I think these are actually parts of that whale that gave the mermaids earlier. Good.
좋아요.
Ishmael began fiddling with the steering gear and the engine's output levers until something clicked in her mind. Good, we made it past the first rock.
뭔가
This texture's a bit
암초라기에는
different from a normal rock, wasn't it?
다르네.
잘.
Gee, that's not the texture of a rock or
저건
even
단단한
soil.
암석이나.
Yep, I was
두
right.
번째도 통과.
We just passed the second.
앞에
what's the way
덩치
about the
큰 놈하고
texture?
길쭉한 놈한테
I can't see
가려져서
over the
안
big
보여서
boy there and the
그런데.
long one. That's a
저건
living,
살아
breathing
숨쉬는
thing.
거다.
Yep.
뭐?
What? Wait,
잠깐.
Swabe, watch where
물개.
we're steering the ship. We're
니는
gonna
어디로
crash that
좋다는
third
거냐?
rock of this
낮게
ring.
가는 거예요, 오티스 씨.
And that's exactly what I'm gonna do, Otis. That's where we get
잠깐.
off. That rock, that
저거
creepy
말하는
porous
거야?
rock over there?
야!
Oh, I feel very crashed the
쳐들어왔어.
rocket at every
혼자서만
time. It'll take us
난리치라고.
all with you. It's not even a
저기
single
사람은
tree up
그냥
there,
아무
little
한 그릇도
person.
없는데
What the bloody
뭘
hell are we
없겠다고
anchoring there
그래요?
for?
생각하는 방식부터
You gotta
틀렸어.
screw on your head from a different direction in the Great Lake, Heathcliff. Well, there are team compositions in any game. Some IDs work just by themselves. Yeah, I have learned quickly that my Haisho Yi Sang can absolutely carry me. He keeps slotting his way Ishmael on any team when I have nobody else. I'll also say that middle Sinclair worked rather well as offensive and as good at offensive and defensive skill, even though I have no other middles that I believe he wants to be on a team with. Or at least I didn't at the time. I've since gotten a couple more, but I'm not sure I should be spending resources on that when I should probably get my main team at full power. Because while I do want to get everyone going eventually, I do need to get some important up-type 4s and such like that. That's why I'm thinking I might up-type 4 Yi Sang or Gregor rather than worrying too much about getting all the others. Because at the end of the day, I will need about 5 to 7 people for most standard fights. The rest do get used in Mirror Dungeon and such, but that's a weekly thing.
뭐가 틀렸다는?
What are you talking about? A loud shock and ear-splitting sound of the skiff scratching and sliding and something come off. You know where you're going, woman? Oh yeah, she knows. Hoo-hoo. Ryoshu is surprisingly astute about stuff that's going on. The manager enjoys the game and clearing new content with seems strong, devoid of synergy, technically. Hair coupons. Indeed. I somehow managed to survive the hair coupons, that's for sure. How? Even I don't know. I just got lucky. I just got lucky that my borrowed Lord Honglu who managed to carry. Though granted, I might have been a bit more fine if I didn't constantly roll 0 to 1 rolls on my maximum stack. Brilliant glory. That didn't help at all. Oh, but yeah, Ryoshu. Yeah, she's been one of the more interesting ones I've been wanting to learn about, though I've been warned she does not have a chapter yet. Her very warning of the chapter says that she's at the very start of the game, it warns that apparently she's dangerous enough we have a kill switch for her, specifically for her, in case she goes crazy. But while she does like to offer murder as a solution to every problem we come across, she does stand down without any question when he is saying, "Not now, Ryoshu." And she does notice these, as you notice, she does notice things that some of the others miss. Wait, that white color. Ishmael.
네. 애초에 이것들은
Yeah,
섬이
those aren't
아니에요.
islands or rocks. What we thought were islands suddenly rumbled, vibrating as ground tremors from an earthquake. They're all parts of a whale. A colossal structure shudders as it wakens from its long slumber. Pallid blue mermaid. Guess I'd best grab a sip of my drink. Shoo! My throat's parched.
그쪽 병이 아닐 텐데.
Yeah, being in games like this will really get murder my throat if I'm not careful.
봤어요?
I hate minus coin enemies. Oh, yeah. I know precisely why, especially since I've got a sinking unit on my team here.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
소매는 건강장.
제가요?
Well, at least these aren't nearly as annoying as the Seaborn. Minus point is the bane of seeking teams, as you shall see in the future. Yeah. Part of the reason I'm glad I kind of seem to favor Rupture and Tremor a bit. True damage is always nice, hence being happy with the Rupture stuff. And of course, Tremor makes it easier to stagger. And as we saw, stagger can absolutely be the difference between life and death, winning and losing. Because getting 2 staggers off on Ricardo is absolutely essential to winning. On that note, I do kind of like how, like Copens mentioned earlier, your egos in this game, despite basically being ultimates, aren't necessarily always just big attacks. I mean, some are. Brilliant Glory certainly is when used right, but a lot of them are pretty tactical in use, especially since they do change your resistances even. And I like that extra layer there. It's kind of, it's rather neat, I think. The Pallid Whale. Gregor's #1 hater. I didn't care about, I wouldn't have cared, I will be honest and say I wouldn't have cared about Gregor nearly as much if he wasn't the one with the, Muanar, her ego, with the Brilliant Glory ego, that's for sure. Oh, I guess the same could be said about Ishmael and Scotty. Honglu, I like him no matter what, even if he hadn't had the Ling one. Same with Faust and Calcit, but I mean, these two are a match made in heaven. I kind of want to uptime again. Gregor's agreeable. Go get him. Yeah, I don't have anything for, I can tell you right now I don't have anything for Heathcliff either. Unfortunately, Heathcliff is really screwed for me. Egos are, by rule of thumb, meant for clashing rather than damage. If the ego lacks clash, it may be designated for damage. If it possesses both, the potential is usually locked behind a condition. Yeah. You probably even saw against Ricardo, I thought, okay, I really want to win this clash, so I'm doing this. I also did it too much because I forgot, yeah, you can't waste too many resources on that. Yeah, Yusang is my main carry, so I think it's Jin. Maybe I should use universals for this, actually. Universals only work while Season 6. Does that mean they go away when Season 7 begins? Well, for now, I'll just continue fighting as usual. The resistance is only a matter for any fight to take force damage, as Clash and Win in particular, no damage. Inquiry, whatever. The universal shards. The universal character shards, like the ones I could have used instead of the Yisang ones for bringing him to Uptie 4. I decided to think about it because at the end of the day, that's still a lot of thread spinning stuff. And yeah, like I did bring Dawn, the red tag went from Dawn to level 2 to unlock its thread spin 2 in order to unlock its passive. Although I don't think I have any characters that can actually apply the tags that it wants. But yeah, the universal character shards mentioned that they were specifically for Season 6, so I'm not sure if they go away when Season 7 starts or what. There we are. Kill, kill, kill. As far as I'm aware, Priest to Gregor is technically the best one for the Brilliant Glory, but I'm thinking as long as I can produce the resources for him, I could probably stick to the Ninja one for the foreseeable future. In that case, I believe half of all Sinner Shards will be converted to Thread after every season. Universal Shards are included and may as well be considered a 13th Sinner Shards, though not in any lower capacity. That makes sense. Sadly, we have yet to find any IDs for Dante. I'm sure he feels left out.
넌 예상
I
못.
mean, he doesn't, but... Oh, wait. Actually, no, they don't specify Dante with neutral pronouns. Okay, that makes sense. The whole point is that we don't know who Dante was prior to the change. I guess I just defaulted there because I keep thinking of Dante from, you know, Divine Comedy. Who is a guy.
대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
좋아.
Darn you, my literary classes from school. Throwing me off.
고래였고
But yeah, we've yet to get any Dante ADs.
인어가 튀어나온다는 것도 알겠어.
Clarification is half of all types of shards. However, remains may still be usable. Ah, interesting. In that case, there's no point in being conservative with them. I'll keep that in mind. Granted, I don't know when the next season is starting, so I could just keep them in. I could just worry about them later. Granted, I imagine the game itself will announce when the season's about to roll over so that I know to spend them. I get it now. All these rocks are actually whales, and I get the mermaids pop out of the pores. But it's a lunatic thing that. Why are we even drawing their ire? We could have just gone around them. Looking to let off some steam, hanker from a game of whack-a-mole all of a sudden? Mid-December to early January, depending if it delays the new Canto. Ah.
그럴 리가 있나요?
Of course not. This is just the only method I know. You better explain what you're talking about. Heathcliff Furious wasn't the only sinner looking at Ishmael with expectant eyes. There were Otis and other sinners that all looked at her for similar answers. Ishmael. And I was too, of course. I also didn't think I'd actually be doing this. Well, there's this legend-like tale. Legend? Each lake of the Great Lake has its own culture, and many wandering and choosing to call those places home. So naturally, there's as many tales as there are lakes. Yeah, it's kind of interesting in that way. That everyone's like its own little contained area. But there's one tale of a certain lake that was passed down orally from sailor to sailor, just like the legends of old. The legend of the gloomy Grey Lake of wafting and rumbling. That sounds like a very big mouthful. There will be an announcement in advance this season. Good. It may be around a few weeks to a month in advance, so perhaps not any further before. I guess as long as I'm logging in regularly, it should be fine then. I'm not the kind of person who completely min-maxes their stamina usage in games like this, but it's good. I usually just log in at least once to convert all the stamina to those module little bits if I'm not specifically streaming it that day. Doom and how they've thinly veiled the misty seas, be gloom and let whales draw pearls of such a pallid hue. Tomb shall be thy mist path, heeding the weeping whales. What does that mean? It's simple. Hit the porous whales to wake them, draw out and hunt their mermaids, and the path of the pallid whales should clear of the mist. Do you really believe that? Expect us to believe that hogwash? Blimey, I don't think I'd ever get to say those words for my deathbed, but... How stupid? Listen, what does waking these whales up have anything to do with getting rid of that thick fog? Gotta make it a little bit of sense, no? Heathcliff discusses the correlation between actions and consequences. This is truly a rare experience indeed. Shut up, smartass, I'm serious. And do you think the law that sends waves after us if we don't cross the borders at the exact right moments makes sense? Huh? You think the law that makes us go in circles before reaching our destination? That law doesn't let us go back the way we came? That makes any sense? I've been telling you this whole time, common sense has no place here in the Great Lake. That's just the way this place works, so can't you just have to accept that? Oh, fine, I'll give you that, but they're like laws. No. Fine, I'll give you that. But they're like laws of the city. As outlandish as they are, there's still strict laws that can be calculated to variable coordinates. What you're blathering about is some vague old song. Am I supposed to believe something so absurd? Wow, he's actually making a very good point about the very difference between the oral laws of the seas and some vague legend. Oh yes, because I've seen it myself.
그 옛날
Years ago, when young, stupid, but motivated
아무것도
sailor
모르는
aboard the
지기
ship,
어린
she
항해사가
had
직접
the
배를
opportunity
탔었고
of witnessing this very legend with her own eyes.
전 그렇게
Because that's how she saw the pallid whale. Heathcliff fell silent, scratching his head. The rest of the sinners nodded him again, whispering, I don't really like you.
비쳐요.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
정말 죄다.
Well, they were among the ones who killed each other at the start, so I guess that was given.
적어도 말다툼에서 이기겠다고 거짓말을 하거나 흰 소리를 늘어놓진
I don't like any
않는다는
of
건
this, but you know the kind of last to lie or tell tales just to get the upper hand and play squabble.
어디?
Fine, let's go all the way to the end. I'll keep whacking them all like things with the club.
나도 납득했다.
I can also accept your explanation, but from now on, I'd appreciate if
다음엔
you'd
그런
share your
이유가
knowledge with
있다면
us first
먼저 말해줬으면
before doing
좋겠고.
anything. I'll try.
어떤 의미에서
In a way, I'm relieved we now have a definite
확실한
path
방향을 알게 되어서.
forward. Yeah, we'll go find our next whale.
명령하신 대로.
Yes, executive
소원.
manager. Aboard, men. Truly, the ocean mist is splitting as though a blade has hewn it in half. Once we eliminated the mermaids of the last whale sinking out by Ishmael, the fog slowly began to fade. Behind it was a different lake beyond the gray sea. Finally. I wonder if we'll find the old friend later. That might explain why she vanished. That she was inside the whale the whole time.
굴레 하나를 끊었어.
Oh no, I hope it's not like the space whale from Futurama. That's really going to be
아씨가 그리던 홍원이
frustrating.
한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요. 그러니 언젠가 재회할 날 꼭 내게도 은자를
Pallid whale
풀어주시오.
2.
내 그것만을 바라고.
날씨가
The weather here is quite hostile. Merceau was correct. The lake beyond the borders was nay pitch black. The waves crested tall, rising, crashing violently under the thundering rainstorm. The winds have begun to sway the boat. Oh, he's getting seasick.
저희가
I'm starting to wonder if we can really do this.
언제나 할 수 있어서
Hey,
했던
that
적이
ever?
있었냐?
Did we ever let us stop that from let that stop us from trying? I guess
그건
that's
그렇지.
true. All right, heading to the
진흙이
zone.
호수의 파도는
Are there any laws of the lake we must be mindful
이
of?
앞에 있는 구역에
I don't know
대한
the laws
규칙이나
of
파도의
that
종류.
lake, nor its
저도
waves.
해무가 열리는
I remember the way the fog split
그
open. I
안에
remember the obsidian
파도치는
sea and the
시커먼
endless
구슬,
tempest.
전설이 실제
For the rest of it, all I remember is the captain excitedly delivering a speech at witnessing legend come to life, and that we were all busy preparing for the whale hunt. So what awaits us ahead is a real adventure. We'll be sailing blindly into the night. I gulped. Then we'll have to face everything head on. Yes, if the waves come to claim us, we face them head on. Even the whale. No signs of the whale yet, though. Back then, it attacked us mere minutes after we entered the lake. Everyone was as tense as they could be looking around. Wait, what's that? There's something there, something tall.
가까이
A
다가가 보는
close
걸
approach is
추천한다.
recommended.
내가
I
일어나
have a
광원을
source of
가까이
light to
비추겠다.
improve our visibility. Merceau got up with a lantern and pointed at the light towards where Sinclair indicated.
하나가
There's several of them? What the hell? Put them there. What are they even for?
등대 같은
Maybe they're
건
like lighthouses. Lighthouses? Yeah, I guess I can kind of see that. Do you remember seeing anything like that, Ishmael? No, I don't even have a hazy recollection of it. I've never seen it before in my... Ishmael, has the nausea of the swaying sea gotten to you as well? Your face has grown rather pale. I knew that it can't be true. A seasick sailor only exists in jokes. Besides, Ishmael was only doing fine just moments ago. Then she must have had a sudden realization. Oh, I see, so that's what it looks like. Even a small part of it is a terrifying realization. What is it? Oh, you'll find out soon enough, even if you don't want to.
저건 헤일인가?
They're a rogue wave. All hands brace. Before we even had a chance to say anything, a leviathan of a waves rose, crashed onto us, and sucked us deep into the lake and to the surface. We were lucky. There was a high chance that the following vortex would have dragged the vessel deep underwater. Lucky. You saw what was down there. That was... Everyone okay? Everyone was soaking wet, nearly hyperventilating, mostly awestruck by what we just witnessed. We have everyone, but... Huh? What we just saw down there were... They weren't lighthouses, though. They were tails of colossal whales. Okay. I really want to go up now. I want to go back in time to when I didn't know what those whales really looked like. So this is the lake where the whales come to sleep. Yeah, if they're deep in the water with their necks bent like that, I could see their tails rising over the surface. But there's no way they missed this commotion. The ship is, we're keeling over. The whales are waking up. We're finally here. I think that's what Ishmael whispered, but the storm waves buried their voice deep in the lake. If the Indigo Elder made it as we planned... Over yonder, it's that whale! We didn't have to wonder for a second what Don Quixote was screaming at. An entire herd of entities, each dwarfing every single whale we've weathered through this journey, emerged all at once. In unison, they began migrating to a singular direction. To witness something like that was enough to make even Marceau begape with bewilderment. It looks like things are going according to plan. Then we'll have to do our part. There. There was a whale that stood out even among the ineffably numerous immense whales. Pallid was the pale death. Its hide, thick with scar tissue. That one is particularly scarred. I'd found it. Yes, he was right. The wounds, the scars, the Pecod made, they're all still there. Okay, so we know it has no regeneration factor. Good. I assume you finally located the whale. I believe so, yes. As always, the chance of success must be minuscule. Indeed it is. Oarsman! Ishmael thundered. Ishmael? No louder than thunder itself, as though her personality itself shifted. Her voice seemed to overwhelm the storm itself. And so do dogs, oarsmen! Set route to that pound thing, full speed ahead, row! Dang it, what is it with white whales always making sea captains go crazy? Full speed ahead, row! Even Otis was swept up in a sudden turn of events, repeating with Ishmael's bellowing commands. Is that what Ishmael was like when sailing the lakes, or? Or is this the captain? I see the light. I see light. It is the Indigo Elder. The old man in his skiff was sliding across the waters towards the whale. Listen well. The rest of the awakened whales have gone after the bait I've laid for them. Then the plan worked. Now. It wasn't clear whether it was the thunder or the old man's bellow that awakened the pallid whale. Oh my, that's a bit wider than I was expecting. The eyelids began to lift. It's been so long since I've witnessed anything like this up close. It was the eye of astronomical proportions, so immense it could no longer resemble an eye, but a reflective mirror of the world. Oh, I wish to see you eye to eye. The old man, harpoon in hand, draws closer with a grim, stony expression. Ishmael also aims her harpoon, her face nearly tearing at uncontrollable joy. Some sinners tremble with fear, while others prepare themselves. All of it, the world, contained in a single reflective eye that stretched even beyond our peripheral visions. Now here's your bait fish. Bite on it. I know you have no choice. Biting, devouring, it's all you've ever known. Oarsmen, split the sea with your oars! I respect you, pallid whale. I respect you, lived years in numbers I cannot even fathom to imagine. Cannot even begin to imagine. I respect that you hail from a place beyond my kin. But I'll take this chance to stand before you, to challenge you, and with this challenge, to the edge of the understanding I will row. The great harpoon soars across the black sky like a bolt of levin and strikes the pallid whale. Now's our chance. Row on, row on! Ishmael rose tall and alone, looking straight out beyond the speeding boat's swaying bow, harpoon in hand. I've been thinking ever since then about what feelings might dig up from my heart if I saw you again. But this feeling's much more straightforward than I expected. Nice meeting you again, you fucking whale. Roar. It's listed as just the outskirts. Compared to the old man's harpoon, the harpoon Ishmael hurled was like a needle, but once struck, as though its body was racked by an immense unbearable pain. The pallid whale's maw opened, and the sea itself began to vibrate. Its maw opens! Oh my. Go, I will now fish this beast. Every sinner heard the old man's voice. Every sinner begins rowing with their might. In desperation, as though death itself were in its pursuit. As though it were our fate, our destiny to row. We were sucked into an endless abyss. A rapid vortex pulled us to the maws of the beast, tenebrous as a well-known under a moonless sky. There was a deep noise, and the droplet sea, we melted the fathomless dock. Acknowledge, how goes the plan? Acknowledge, hey. Looks like the radio is broken for good. Worrying. Into the dark. Excellent. players may have planned a buff fight as a result of new content, which can be acquired in the game. As you can recall, it's at stage 641. I'm going to be a ways from... Actually, I'm not that far away from it, am I? Since this is Canto 5 and 6 is coming up. With that said, though, I'm unsure if I want to do this dungeon because, if it's a particularly long one, like if it's as long as the one in Chapter 4, then I might want to save it for next time. Oh my, that is terrifying. Yeah, if this is a very long dungeon, I might want to save it for next time, because I'm getting a while. Though I could do it on Tuesday rather than Thursday. It's somewhat long, not as long. Canto 5 is long, however it is shorter than Canto 4's. I think I might want to dedicate a stream to it then entirely. Yeah. Just because it's gonna be quite a commitment to go in there, and also I like to take my time with dungeons. You don't have to rush the end, and I don't want to feel rushed just because I've been, I don't want to feel rushed, I guess, because I'm getting pretty tired and I don't want to feel like obligated to end it before ending the stream. So I'm going to call it good for now. Besides, I dedicated a good amount of time to the big brother here. I thank for the advice without just directly telling me what happened. It felt a lot more satisfying with that. Looks like looks like I went so late. All the ones I usually raid have already ended. Oh dear. I guess I could just raid someone doing Limbus. Let's see who else is doing it. Looks like there's someone else doing Canto 5 actually. Alright, I guess if you want to stick around for some more Limbus, I can raid someone else to keep the train going. That way you don't have to end here. And I'll be Ricardo is a great challenge even now. Yeah. I'm gonna be picking this game up on Tuesday. Monday I'm going to be doing Tales of Symphonia again, so I can start getting that. For my birthday month, I like to do a game close to my heart, so I can reminisce and enjoy the nostalgia there. And that's Tales of Symphonia this year. So if you just want Limbus, keep an eye out for Tuesday. All right, we'll go ahead and raid. It looks like let's see here. Yeah, someone's doing Canto 5 here, so Ace's Skycian. All right, so if you want to stick around for more Limbus Canto 5, by all means. Otherwise, until next time, thank you for watching. Have a good time. I'll see you later.